SCP-682 must be destroyed as soon as possible. So begins the SCP Foundation file on the dreaded SCP-682, a highly intelligent reptilian monster that has, despite the Foundation's best efforts, proved impossible to kill. It may not be the most dangerous SCP out there, considering that some are capable of eliminating entire realities, but it's one of the most iconic. And you've probably heard tales of the monster that death forgot, and you know exactly why everyone is so afraid of the so-called hard-to-kill reptile. It's been subjected to some of the most deadly weapons and traps the Foundation could devise, and survived attacks from some of its deadliest fellow SCPs. But before we tell you about the Foundation's many failed assassination attempts against the so-called hard-to-kill reptile, we need a little more groundwork on what this creature even is. The first thing to know about SCP-682 is that this thing wants you and everything you know dead. Unlike some other creatures like SCP-096 and SCP-173, which are murderous but exhibit no real higher processing skills, SCP-682 possesses cunning, advanced reasoning, and even human-level logical intelligence. SCP-682 can engage you in conversation, but just talking to the creature calmly and cordially will sometimes cause it to enter its rage state, where it becomes even more dangerous and volatile. The beast is perpetually kept in a tank of powerful hydrochloric acid, melting its tissue to prevent it from reaching its full potential and going on a rampage. The creature's most terrifying asset, and the reason it's proven impossible to terminate thus far, is its incredible adaptability to any and all external stimuli. 682 is a reactive being, capable of not only surviving and regenerating from all attacks, but often incorporating those attacks into its own wide arsenal. In other words, if you're hoping to kill this thing, you better kill it on the first hit. Because if you don't, you better believe it's gonna hit you back 100 times harder. This brings us to the main event. Some of the SCP Foundation's most ambitious and frightening attempts to terminate SCP-682, or even understand how it could theoretically be terminated. There are quite literally too many unsuccessful attempts for us to list them all here, so think of this as a highlight reel of the Foundation's most prominent failures. 682 was first cross-tested with SCP-017, a humanoid shadow entity shown to be able to consume matter with its shadows and leave no traces behind. Tests on tissue samples from 682 showed that SCP-017 was able to consume said tissues with no adverse effects. However, when SCP-017 was placed into the containment chamber with the actual creature, 682 let out a horrific roar that was so loud it damaged nearby audio equipment. SCP-017 fled to the corner of the room, and 682, in its rage state, attempted to breach containment. Agents managed to suppress and remove the creature, but no meaningful damage was logged. Attempt failed. SCP-173, the killer statue, was later brought in, hoping that its thus far impeccable track record for killing would hold strong. The second that 173 was introduced into the testing area, 682 retreated to the far wall and began screeching intensely. It was intelligent enough to know what it was dealing with here. While the researchers and guards expected an instantaneous reaction, there was actually a stalemate for over 6 hours, as 682 stared at 173 continuously. Eventually, the tie was broken when agents shot out 682's eyes with high-caliber sniper rifles, breaking the line of sight and causing 173 to attack. Though 682 sustained damage to several parts of its body, while its eyes regenerated, the creature was not killed. It then regenerated a number of eyes all over its body, covered in a clear armored carapace that made them resistant to bullets. The stalemate continued for an additional 12 hours as 682 maintained perpetual eye contact. 173 was eventually removed from the containment unit, and the mission was aborted. Attempt failed. In their desperation, the SCP Foundation restored to bringing in another dangerous and seemingly unkillable monster to take on 682. SCP-096, also known as the Shy Guy. As astute SCP fans will already know, this being kills anything that sees its face, with no known exceptions, and when it enters its attack mode, it's thought to be quite literally unstoppable. Or at least, it was. While SCP-096 was able to destroy 85% of 682's original body mass during their 27-hour battle, it was left mentally broken, wounded, and huddled in the corner. To this day, if ever confronted with SCP-682, the Shy Guy reacts in pure terror, turning away and clawing at its own face. Attempt failed. During a deadly containment breach, SCP-682 also went head-to-head organically with another iconic SCP Hall of Famer, SCP-106, also known as the Old Man. The Old Man and a shape-shifting psionic anomaly known as SCP-953 broke into 682's containment cell. The Old Man pulled both of his fellow anomalous combatants into his pocket dimension to continue the battle on his terms. However, despite losing 67% of his body mass during the ensuing pocket dimension showdown, 682 still prevailed, with the Old Man eventually fleeing back to his cell and 953 being collected and taken away by agents. Once again, SCP-682 continued to hold the title. But it wasn't just cross-testing experiments, intentional or otherwise. The SCP Foundation's quest to kill 682 led them to a number of more conventional murder methods, all with varying degrees of success. Due to SCP-682's highly adaptive abilities, some methods were discounted from the outset. For example, launching a powerful thermonuclear missile at the creature was soundly rejected by O5 Command, on the premise that if the creature wasn't destroyed and evolved to the point where it could shrug off nukes, humanity would be pretty much done for. Other ideas were abandoned just for being too ridiculous, such as one researcher's suggestion to fly the creature through the air and drop it from a considerable height, hoping to kill it with a high-altitude impact. I'm not sure we even need to tell you why that's a terrible idea, but during the experiments on SCP-682, the studies range from honest to incompetent to straight-up evil. One guest researcher fed 2 small innocent children to the creature just to see what would happen. He was then himself fed to the creature for his sadistic behavior, which was viewed as getting in the way of his professional conduct. After all, the Foundation is meant to be cold, not cruel. It was SCP-682 that had the monopoly on cruelty. Mimetic kill agents were a resounding failure. They attempted to dismember 682 with a powerful laser, only to have the creature develop reflective surfaces that displaced the beam and caused catastrophic damage to the area around it. They attempted to kill the creature by sucking all the air out of its containment facility and create a vacuum, but it expelled a dangerous gaseous compound that reacted violently and exploded when air was once again introduced into the room. The Foundation used high-precision blades to slice SCP-682 into approximately 12,000 pieces, then separated these pieces. Unsurprisingly, by this point, this attempt also failed. The 12,000 pieces reformed a short while later into the fully operational killing machine we all know and fear. In one particularly frightening display of intelligence and adaptability, the Foundation attempted to kill 682 with extreme heat, but it shielded itself by developing a second carapace composed of solid helium. When personnel entered the room following the failed attempt on the creature's life, it shattered its helium carapace into deadly shards that fired around the room and shredded all Foundation personnel in attendance. It had set a trap, and that trap had been wildly successful. The creature's ability to adapt to seemingly any offense is unparalleled, to the point where Foundation staff have no idea how to classify this creature, whether it's organic, inorganic, or even alive at all based on any definitions we could understand. At every turn, the creature just raised more questions. What is it? Is it possible to destroy it at all by any means? Who was even trying to kill who here? Because it certainly seemed like SCP-682 had a masterful KD ratio by now. More extreme feats of cross-testing continued in the Foundation's growing desperation to eliminate this monster. SCP-162, which is a hypnotic ball of sharp objects, hooks, and high-tension fishing line, was introduced to 682's containment cell. The hooks latched onto the creature and tore huge portions off, including its entire lower jaw and one of its limbs. However, 682 was still able to breach containment, kill 11 people, and badly wound 86 others. It regenerated its severe injuries in no time. The beast was even taken to the domain of the Gate Guardian, one of the proposals for SCP-001. The Guardian had a flaming sword hotter than the sun, capable of destroying its targets on an atomic level. Naturally, SCP-682 survived and regenerated. Perhaps the most fascinating cross-test of all was between 682 and SCP-053, who manifests as a kind, innocent little girl with the unfortunate condition of causing homicidal tendencies in all who come into contact with her for more than 10 minutes. The people with these tendencies would then attempt to harm the girl, but would immediately drop dead shortly after, leaving the girl intact. The researchers present anticipated two possible outcomes here. The optimistic outcome, in which 682 enters a rage state, attacks 053, and died for good. And the realistic outcome, in which 682 attacks 053, possibly experiencing some minor injury or nothing at all, and 053 had to be removed from the containment cell. But that didn't happen. What did occur was considerably more shocking than any kind of violence. When 053 entered 682's containment chamber, the monster became uncharacteristically docile. Researchers and staff were baffled and watched with amazement as 053 approached the terrifying, immortal, mass-murdering monster and began to play with it. 682 even allowed 053 to draw on its face with crayons. Researchers thought they must have been dreaming, seeing this surreal display play out. 053 even appeared to have affection for this unkillable misanthrope. It was a single act in defiance of everything they thought they knew. When Foundation personnel entered the containment cell to separate the two, 682 went ballistic and killed multiple guards. 053 also wept, sad at being separated from her new friend. To this day, despite further testing, the Foundation has no idea how or why this happened. Like many details surrounding SCP-682, it's shrouded in deeply frustrating mystery. And so the tale of SCP-682 continues, in spite of the Foundation's best efforts. The monster continues to breach containment and slaughter with some regularity, taking out its seemingly limitless hatred for not only human beings, but anything that dares draw breath. Nobody knows where exactly the creature is from, what its true nature is, or why its ability to adapt and regenerate far exceeds any known organism on this planet. Perhaps one day, through enough research and cross-testing, we can someday answer these questions with scientific precision, but until then, we only have one answer. Hatred never dies. A month ago, Dr. Robert Maxwell was a senior researcher working at the facility, but a tragic mistake had cost the lives of several of his co-researchers. Now he was being led down a bleak hallway in Armed Biocontainment Area 14, a rifle-wielding guard flanking him on either side. The once rising researcher had a very different title now, D-8724. He had been made a D-class personnel, a death sentence. However, as the guards led him to his possible demise, he wasn't dressed in the typical D-class orange jumpsuit. No, he was dressed in frilly Rococo dining wear more typical of 18th century France. If anything, Dr. Maxwell looked like he was on his way to meet royalty, and in a sense, he was. The former researcher had begged for any other assignment, but the site director insisted on committing Dr. Maxwell to tea time with SCP-082. He'd always been the talkative type, so the two would make a perfect pairing. And if the creature found him sufficiently amusing, then Maxwell might even leave the containment cell alive. He had heard legends of the giant creature they called the Cannibal. Maxwell hoped they were just stories. Dr. Maxwell was pushed by the guards into a large, luxuriously appointed room, and the doors were locked behind him. He felt like a child, surrounded by freakishly large furniture and 10-foot-high ceilings. The fog of obnoxious floral perfumes couldn't fully cover up the pervasive smell of death that lingered in the cavernous halls of 082's palace. Thanks to an elaborate ruse conducted by the Foundation, SCP-082 believed he was the King of France, and that his containment cell was a palace where he remained for his own safety. The creature's continued good behavior and everyone else's safety relied on visitors keeping up that lie. Maxwell had never worked in this area of the facility, so a lot of the standard procedures were new to him. Still, his superior had given him a clear directive: talk to the monster, communicate with him, be cordial and friendly. See if you can find out more about his mysterious past. And most importantly, if you want to survive, don't annoy him. The down-on-his-luck scientist gulped inside, trying to steady his nerves in this oversized fake French palace. He just kept thinking, surely he can't be that big. He almost talked himself into believing that the accounts of the creature were just that, tall tales, until a huge figure began lumbering into the main chamber. It was him, SCP-082, also known as Fernand the Cannibal. SCP-082 was an 8-foot-tall hulking monster, built sturdier than the castles it likes to imagine are its true home. Swollen, bloated, and grossly out of proportion, The creature clocks in at over 700 pounds, most of which is pure muscle that's almost impossible to pierce with conventional weaponry. SCP-082 stopped just feet away and stared at Dr. Maxwell with its beady, sunken-in eyes like a hungry rat. Just the sight of it struck terror into Dr. Maxwell's heart, but he didn't dare show his fear. Instead, he remembered his brief training, bowing politely and forcing a smile, referring to the creature as Your Highness, and profusely thanking it for granting him an audience. The monster continued staring without saying anything, and then gave a wide, lockjawed grin, showing off its huge teeth. It did everything through gritted teeth, except eat and sing. Dr. Maxwell hoped he wouldn't be a part of either activity. Fernand gave a low, booming chuckle. He thanked Dr. Maxwell for coming to give him some company and invited him to come further inside and take a seat, adding, with a sly wink, that he won't bite. The monster complained that he so rarely gets visitors to the palace these days, but he omitted the fact that the main reason for this was his tendency to devour them. Maxwell nodded and followed the giant deeper into its oversized abode. He couldn't help but notice that the monster's arms looked like huge, fleshy punching bags. He knew that if Fernand wanted to, he could easily crush him flat, just like he'd done to so many unfortunate guards during containment breaches. Fernand told Dr. Maxwell that he was thinking of having some decorating work done. The walls of his palace were starting to look awfully drab, and he gestured to one covered with a rusty red streak. Maxwell remembered that D-class cleaners were sent into the containment cell twice a month to tidy any of Fernand's messes, but they often ended up becoming one of the messes themselves. The creature encouraged Maxwell to take a seat at his oversized dining table, while he tended to a pot of what he said was full of delicious onion soup. Maxwell obliged his host's request and took a seat at a huge chair that made him look like a 6-year-old sitting at the grown-ups table. Meanwhile, Fernand was using a huge machete-like knife to cleave onions in half for his bubbling pot of stew. Even though Fernand had shown no signs of outward aggression, as he watched the cannibal hack away at onions with his enormous knife, Maxwell could feel himself beginning to sweat. After all, they didn't call this creature the Cannibal for nothing. This was a monster with a truly horrifying body count. During previous containment breaches, it had taken enough tranquilizer to put down 2 elephants to subdue the creature, but not before multiple agents quite literally lost their heads in the process. Fernand was able to bite them off with one huge chomp like he was eating a drumstick, snapping right through the bone with his incredible tooth and jaw strength. Surprisingly, when he wasn't on a violent rampage, Foundation researchers had found SCP-082 to be unusually polite and forthcoming, offering the researchers plenty of information about himself and his past. The only problem was that almost everything the creature said was a complete lie. From his time as a researcher, Maxwell knew that there were only a few details about the creature that could be ascertained for certain. SCP-082 would reliably answer to the name Fernand, and genetically, Fernand was technically human. The means by which Fernand became so grotesquely huge, strong, and cannibalistic are still unknown. Foundation personnel are still looking into whether it's due to some kind of anomalous genetic mutation, or by more supernatural means. All we know is that he's big, unpredictable, and extremely dangerous. Dr. Robert Maxwell sat terrified at the dining table of SCP-082, listening to Fernand's slightly dull blade chop through the final onion, which he then tossed into the boiling soup. Fernand had switched the topic of conversation to one of his favorite fictional characters, Hannibal Lecter. Of course, Hannibal the Cannibal isn't quite so fictional to Fernand. While he's been shown to be extremely intelligent in terms of puzzle solving and memory, he seems to have no understanding of the distinctions between fiction and reality. He assumes all movies and TV shows are a form of documentary or reality television. And ever since seeing The Silence of the Lambs, Fernand has been eager to meet with Dr. Lecter, which he emphasized to Maxwell over and over. Since trying to explain the concept of fiction to Fernand had never previously worked, Maxwell simply told him that Dr. Lecter is extremely busy at the moment, but will visit whenever he gets a chance. This seemed to satisfy Fernand, who placed 2 large bowls of steaming soup on the table before sitting down a little too close to Maxwell. He couldn't help but notice that the giant cannibal was now sitting within biting distance, and as a lowly D-class, nobody would be rushing in to save him if things went south. Fernand began ranting through his clenched teeth once more, occasionally stopping to consume a hefty spoonful of onion soup. Maxwell was sure to do the same, not wanting to seem anything less than polite. But soon the tenor of Fernand's rant began to shift. Typically the monster spoke French or heavily accented English. Now he was affecting the accent of a Victorian gentleman, peppering his speech with tally-ho and the game is afoot. Maxwell was confused at first, but quickly realized the game Fernand was playing. It's well known that Fernand is a pathological liar who likes to play numerous characters, changing his mannerisms and clothes accordingly. These personas have included a vampire, Big Bird, Andre the Giant, Foundation researcher Dr. Bright, the Incredible Hulk, Alexander the Great, Captain Hook, Dr. Frankenstein, and Frankenstein's monster. And, of course, in this case, the iconic fictional detective, Sherlock Holmes. Fearing for his life in this strange situation, Dr. Maxwell did the only thing he could: play along. As Fernand reeled off his Holmesian delusions, Maxwell began to play the role of Dr. John Watson, asking follow-up questions and complimenting Fernand's impeccable deductive reasoning. And it seemed to be working. Fernand played along too, acting as though the two of them really were Arthur Conan Doyle's crime-fighting duo. Towards the end of their game, Dr. Maxwell was even starting to enjoy it, amazed that his quick thinking was actually keeping him safe. But just then, the cannibal froze, as if in a trance. He locked eyes with Dr. Maxwell, like a mad dog that you can't tell if it's going to bite you or not. He saw the creature's gargantuan teeth separating, its huge jaws stretching open. This could surely only mean one thing. Dr. Maxwell winced and prepared for death, cursing that all of his quick thinking had amounted to nothing. Fernand leaned towards him, his gaping maw with its hot onion-scented breath just inches away from Maxwell. And then, he began to sing. The cannibal broke into a raucous Victorian pub song, happy and jovial. In his moment of terror, Dr. Maxwell had forgotten that this was the other reason SCP-082 opens his nightmarish jaws. Relief washed over him, as he knew he was safe, at least for the moment. Not long after, Foundation guards arrived and escorted him from the cell, leaving the delusional giant to his own devices back in the so-called palace. The former researcher had done it. He had bested Fernand the cannibal, and hopefully it would be the last time he'd ever be face to face with that deranged giant. Unfortunately for Dr. Robert Maxwell, in a performance review later that week, one of his superiors remarked that Fernand enjoyed his company and he had done a great job. Such a good job, in fact, that Fernand insisted he have Dr. Maxwell for dinner, or any other meal for that matter. Sometime very soon. On an ordinary day in 1991, a young man known by the initials JS went on a hike with 4 of his friends on the wooded outskirts of their small town. Everything seemed perfectly normal until JS began to feel a strange sense of familiarity, like he had been in this spot before. He couldn't shake this weird feeling, but thought nothing more of it. Little did he know that this was a sign of deadly things to come. Several hours after first experiencing that sense of deja vu, JS was found by the side of the road, covered in cuts and scratches, with his friends nowhere to be found. This is the story of SCP-939, an unforgettable monster that you'll never remember. There was no way for JS to know that the unsettling feeling he felt and the horrors that followed it were the result of an experiment conducted by the SCP Foundation, an experiment with deadly unforeseen consequences. JS and his friends were exposed to a substance known only as AMN-C227 as part of a series of tests performed by the SCP Foundation, intended to determine the effectiveness of this substance as a deliberate amnestic. Dealing with as many mysterious, secret creatures and objects as they do, the SCP Foundation has long needed a way to tamper with the memories of those exposed to the Foundation's various prisoners and test subjects. And when the Foundation discovered AMN-C227, it seemed like it might be perfect for this purpose. So where did AMN-C227 come from? Over a year before the incident with JS and his friends, the SCP Foundation captured SCP-939. SCP-939 is a species of endothermic predators that live and hunt in packs. They are designated Keter class and regarded as highly dangerous and hostile to human life. Native to caves, they have no eyes, translucent red skin, and stand at an average of 2.2 meters tall, with an average weight of 250 kilograms. They have 4 limbs, each ending in 3 fingered claws and a 4th opposable digit resembling a thumb. In addition to their sharp claws, their mouths are filled with red fang-like teeth that reach up to 6 centimeters in length. In place of their absent eyes, they have light-sensitive spots running along their backs, which are covered in spines believed to detect changes in air pressure and flow. In addition to their many other terrifying attributes, the internal anatomy of SCP-939 poses a biological mystery. These creatures have no circulatory system and no digestive tract. That's right, in spite of being predators seemingly acting on a need to feed, they have no stomach. Instead, when they eat, their food builds up in their respiratory system until its presence inhibits function, and then it is regurgitated. In spite of being a creature that should not, under any logical conditions, be able to live, SCP-939 continues to persist, and is even capable of giving birth to live young after a gestation period of 12 months. The SCP Foundation was able to study a litter of these young that were born in captivity in September of 1992, though the creatures remain just as much of a scientific mystery as they were upon first discovery. Everything about them seems to defy the logic of the natural world, which, to be fair, is really nothing new for the Foundation. The respiratory system of SCP-939 was found to exhale small traces of an airborne amnestic substance, given the name AMN-C227. This compound blocks the formation of memories for the duration of exposure to it, plus a 30-minute period following the exposure, give or take a few minutes. It is colorless, odorless, tasteless, and completely undetectable in the bloodstream after only 60 minutes. AMN-C227 was approved for use as a Class C amnestic by the SCP Foundation in 1990, following some initial tests. However, after one particular incident involving a young man and his friends, the official use of AMN-C227 was suspended. JS and 3 of his 4 friends were previously given a dose of AMN-C227, though the details of why they were given the amnestic has since been stricken from the record. Several months after being exposed to AMN-C227, JS and his friends went out on their ill-fated hiking trip. While hiking, JS was suddenly overcome with a sense of déjà vu. When he mentioned it to his friends, 3 of them agreed that they had felt it too. One of the group, another young man who had not been exposed to AMN-C227, was uncomfortable and decided to go home. JS and the remaining 3 members of the group made the choice to stay in the woods and try to determine what was triggering the unusual feeling of familiarity. As they got closer and closer to a large cave near the hiking trail, the sense of having been there before grew stronger and stronger. Armed with only one flashlight and a foolish curiosity, the 4 went inside the cave. They made their way deeper and deeper and deeper into the darkness, not knowing why they felt this way or what they might find inside. None of the group could explain just what felt so familiar, only that the further they made their way into the cave, the more pronounced the feeling became. It was getting late, and they knew they should have been afraid to venture so deep into a cave with only one light source and no knowledge of what lay inside. But still, they pressed on. One of the group remarked that they should turn back, but the others refused to listen. They wanted to know what they were getting close to, what was drawing them deeper and deeper into the cave. Unfortunately for them, they would get their answer. In the heart of the cave was a pack of SCP-939, waiting patiently for their prey to wander into their domain. There are no witnesses to account for what exactly happened to JS and his companions, but we can reasonably piece the events together from what happened after. Once the friends reached the heart of the cave, the creatures were on them in seconds, raking them with their sharp claws and biting with their fangs. SCP-939 are larger and stronger than most people, so it was probably not much of a fight. However, while his friends were being devoured, JS was somehow able to scramble out of the cave and make his way into the woods in search of help. Under the influence of the AMN-C227 that had built up in the cave from the presence of the pack of SCP-939, JS lost a large portion of his memory of the event. He found himself on the side of the highway late at night, seriously injured and his clothes ripped. An officer found him there and asked him to stay still and remain calm until an ambulance could arrive. JS was still in a panic and attempted to run away from the officer, begging to be released so that he could get away. He babbled incoherently about the color red, screaming over and over again about the red, though when prompted, he he could not explain what the red he was screaming about referred to. His friends were not with him. Just as the officer managed to calm JS, the ambulance arrived. Its flashing red lights sent him into another frenzy, and he attempted to escape custody, claiming that the red lights were going to get him. The official police report described JS as perhaps being under the influence of a powerful hallucinogen, that he was just having a bad trip, but the SCP Foundation knew better. The Foundation conducted an interview with JS about his experience, and determined that SCP-939 was certainly involved. As part of their cover-up effort, they strongly implicated JS in the disappearance and the death of his friends. He was convicted of manslaughter, though the bodies of his friends were never found. It is rumored that the SCP Foundation hired him on a prison work release program, and that he now works as a member of the janitorial staff at one of the Foundation's facilities. This incident led to the suspension of the use of AMN-C227, as it revealed some vital and disturbing information about the compound's side effects. After the exposure to AMN-C227, a person who found themselves exposed to it again would experience a sense of familiarity and felt compelled to investigate the source of this feeling. Essentially, anyone treated with AMN-C227 are not made aware of the existence and danger of SCP-939 would become a perfect victim, primed to be attracted to dens of SCP-939. It is likely that this side effect is not a coincidence, but rather a deliberate hunting tactic designed to attract prey that had somehow managed to escape. With no memory of their attack at the hands of SCP-939, this previous intended prey would find themselves drawn to the same den or even a new one, not knowing that they were walking back into near certain death. While the SCP Foundation suspended the use of AMN-C227 as a Class C amnestic, they did recruit a team of SCP field operatives to take advantage of this side effect. This team of operatives were deliberately administered a dose of AMN-C227 and briefed on its effects, as well as the dangers of following the feeling of déjà vu should it surface in the field. These infected officers were essentially used as bloodhounds, relying on any sense of unusual familiarity to sniff out new dens of SCP-939 so they could be captured and contained by the Foundation. As far as we know, this operation is still ongoing today. However, now that the Foundation has a sufficient number of specimens to study, additional dens of SCP-939 that are discovered are ordered to be immediately destroyed. As for the SCP-939 still in captivity, they are contained in environmentally regulated and negatively pressured cells with walls of reinforced concrete. The doors to the cells are airtight to prevent the leakage of any AMN-C227, and any personnel that interact with one of the creatures is required to wear level C hazmat gear to avoid exposure and follow decontamination procedures upon exiting the cell. All SCP-939 have subdermal tracking devices implanted to find them in the event of escape. Only one SCP-939 has given birth in the time that the creatures have been in captivity. Strangely, SCP-939 young look indistinguishable from human infants and change their physical appearance at some yet unknown point as they age. If any more offspring are produced, they will immediately be separated from the parent and studied. All that we know is that they are found in caves in the woods outside of a small town. It could be any town, even yours. So, if you're ever out hiking and struck with a sudden feeling of déjà vu, don't investigate. Don't get curious. Just go home. It might just save your life. It was July of 2004, and Bill Murray was enjoying the peak of an extremely successful career. Not only had the iconic actor starred in some of the most beloved comedies of the 20th century, including Ghostbusters and Groundhog Day, he'd voiced the main character of the recently released live-action Garfield movie. It'd been a financial success, but it was a critical flop. Not that this bothered Bill. He was happy with the performance and the paycheck. What he wouldn't be quite as happy about was the horrifying encounter he was about to have with SCP-3166. On July 8th, Bill was enjoying a cold drink on the porch of his luxurious Beverly Hills home. The sky was beginning to darken as the sun set in the west. It was a blissful evening. His wife Jennifer was inside, watching TV. Nothing seemed particularly out of the ordinary until he noticed a quick flash of orange in the distance. It was almost too fast to register, this large orange shape darting past the corner of his eye. For a second, he entertained the thought that it might have been an escaped tiger, but it was gone too fast to really tell. Bill finished his drink and headed inside. He had enough for one night. The next morning, he got up to read the paper and found the Garfield movie getting slaughtered by the critics. One review stated, "No one can accuse Garfield the movie of infidelity to its source. It faithfully conveys the banality of Jim Davis's cartoon." Another called it, "a film without energy and without spirit." He put the paper down and ate his breakfast. A few blows to the ego were worth it for the paydays that came with big-budget family films. Just then, his wife came to him with a strange question. "Were you walking around downstairs in the middle of the night?" No, he hadn't. He'd been sleeping like a baby. Why did she ask? "Well," Jennifer said, "I heard some rustling downstairs last night. It sounded like something big." He hadn't heard anything though, and told her it was probably just her imagination. He put it out of his mind and continued about his day. He decided he would keep his eyes peeled for that orange blur again though. Bill didn't see anything peculiar the rest of the morning and went to a local cafe for lunch. He ordered a coffee and a cream cheese bagel, then made a quick trip to the bathroom while his food was prepared. When Bill returned to his table though, there was something strange. Instead of a bagel, there was a large heaping of lasagna on the table. What was going on? This cafe didn't even serve lasagna. Bill knew something was terribly wrong. Things only got stranger when Bill came home to find a small tuft of orange fur snagged on the frame of his front door. And it wasn't synthetic fur like you'd see on plush toys or stuffed animals. No, this was real animal fur. Maybe someone was just goofing off or trying to play some weird prank on him. But it didn't feel like it. Deep down, Bill Murray knew that he was in grave danger. Whoever or whatever was behind this, it wanted to hurt him. That night, his worst fears were realized. Bill's wife had left town for the week, and he was headed to the kitchen in the middle of the night for a glass of water when he saw something, a huge figure moving up against the glass door leading to his backyard. The thing was huge, nearly 7 feet tall, with a bloated, fur-covered, misshapen body that was pressed up against the door. Its fur was bright, garish orange, a cartoon orange. Strangest of all, though, was the sound it was making. It sounded like it was purring. Bill backed away from the door and then ran back to his room to hide. The whole night he sat cowering as he heard scratching against the walls, like something was trying to get in. He was terrified and too scared to do anything, even move. Finally, as morning broke, the noises seemed to stop. Bill had to do something. He couldn't let this nightmare go on another night. What if things got worse? What if that thing managed to get inside? He called the local police, and when they arrived, he explained the incredibly strange situation as best he could. He told them he was being stalked by some kind of huge cat, or at least someone dressed like a huge cat. Also, there was lasagna involved. The officers interviewing him could barely contain their laughter as he told them his story. A giant orange cat? Perhaps, one of them theorized, he angered some kind of obsessive Garfield fan through his involvement in the live-action movie. After all, the original comic had been running for years and had been extremely popular. Who knows what kind of nutjobs were obsessed with seeing only a faithful adaptation of the source material. As the officers departed, Bill was confident that they weren't taking him seriously. He couldn't rely on any of them for protection. Thankfully, from a multi-decade movie career, he had plenty of disposable income and decided to hire a private security team to protect him while he looked into this mystery. He had 2 trained bodyguards positioned around his home at all times for the next month. They were armed and given the cryptic orders to fire on anything orange. Meanwhile, Bill began to fall down a Garfield rabbit hole. He felt strangely compelled to research all the Garfield media he could find, as though the answer to his terrifying situation was somehow hidden between the lines. Bill explored the entire backlog of thousands of comic strips. He read the books and interviews with Jim Davis. He watched the cartoons and straight-to-DVD animated movies. Ironically, for a guy who'd recently portrayed the lasagna-loving orange cat, Bill had never felt quite so immersed in the character before. He found the strange pathos in the routine of Garfield and his friends. One particular comic really piqued his interest, though. Originally published in October of 1989, the comic began with Garfield being woken up by a strange chill, an almost eerie sensation. The character observed aloud that he didn't feel like he was in his own home. He explored his little home further, trying to find his owner John or his housemaid and sometimes nemesis Odie, but found nothing. As Garfield remarked on feeling alone, a purple speech box delivered the sinister message.
You have no idea how alone you are, Garfield.
He then finds that his home looks like it's been abandoned for years. The for sale sign outside is practically ancient. Garfield slowly comes to a horrifying revelation. Everyone really is gone, and his adventures and friends now exist only in his imagination. He's trapped in a prison of his own creation, trying to stave off his endless loneliness, in denial about the reality of his situation. The comic ended with a quote directly from Jim Davis himself saying, "An imagination is a powerful tool. It can tint memories of the past, shade perceptions of the present, or paint a future so vivid that it can entice or terrify, all depending upon how we conduct ourselves today." As he read those words, Bill Murray felt a chill down his spine. Why had he wanted to get involved in the Garfield movie in the first place? What had he gotten himself into? Before he could slip any deeper into his own mind, Bill heard a faint, choked scream downstairs. He felt his breath catch in his throat. He was terrified, but needed to see what was happening. He carefully and quietly began to creep down the stairs. At the bottom, he poked his head around a corner, and that's when he saw a member of his security detail lying dead on the floor. His face was blue from asphyxiation. His mouth was stuffed with lasagna. It looked like he had been force-fed to death. Bill wanted to scream, but he couldn't, or maybe knew he shouldn't. Just then he heard a soft, meaty thumping noise coming from the nearby living room. He didn't know why, but he felt compelled to approach, as if by forces beyond his control. He made his way to the living room, and when he'd got there, he saw where the noise was coming from. Bill's jaw dropped in pure horror. There was the other member of his security detail, lying limp and lifeless under a giant orange figure. It was a grotesquely huge creature, wearing what looked to be a kind of crude Garfield outfit made of sewn-together cat pelts. It stank of pasta and rotten meat. In its giant paw, it held a golden trophy, which it was using to pound the security guard's head into mush, while making quiet, cat-like purring noises. The creature suddenly stopped and looked up, locking eyes with Bill. The fear of death came over him. He froze as the giant, freakish Garfield stepped over Donnie's corpse and began to come towards him. Bill turned and ran, but Garfield was gaining on him. Before he could make it to the front door, the creature knocked him over. He was laid out on the ground, looking up at it as it reached into its own body cavity and began to pull out handfuls of lasagna. He was about to shove a wad of the horrible, decaying pasta into Bill's mouth when suddenly a ding was heard, and the creature stopped. It looked up, as if sniffing the air, and then suddenly turned and lumbered towards the kitchen. Bill watched as the Garfield monster entered the kitchen, where somehow there was a steaming hot fresh lasagna sitting in the open oven. The creature had sensed the presence of external lasagna and felt the compulsion to integrate it into its body, grabbing fistfuls and shoving it into itself. Just then, a group of highly trained SCP Foundation personnel burst into the room and subdued the creature. It had been an ambush. The Foundation had been tipped off to the presence of the creature by monitoring the local police department dispatches, and the report of a 7-foot-tall comic book cat terrorizing a Hollywood actor was definitely worth looking into. The monster that had almost taken Bill Murray's life was SCP-3166, a deadly pataphysical being that tends to manifest around people somehow involved in the Garfield intellectual property. It appears whenever the public perception of Garfield falls out of favor, and because Bill had starred in the critically panned Garfield movie, he was currently at the very top of SCP-3166's hit list. Thankfully, he managed to survive his terrifying ordeal, and was administered amnestics by Foundation personnel so that he could return to his normal life. This frightening and mysterious creature has been around since 1989, appearing after the publication of the haunting Garfield comic that Bill had read that very night. It appeared in the office of United Media, who were the publishers of the Garfield comic strip at the time, and began wreaking havoc. Since then, the creature's manifestation has been a constant threat whenever Garfield loses its popularity or audience. As a result, the Foundation has spent years as the funding source behind all Garfield media, and even planting hypnotic mimetics into the comic strips to ensure that there is always a loyal fan base. The fur is indeed real organic cat fur, albeit an unnaturally orange color. And instead of organs, the creature is filled with lasagna. Worst of all, though, is that testing has revealed that the meat in the lasagna is genetically identical to the flesh of Garfield's creator, Jim Davis. How did this thing come into existence? Perhaps it was Jim's sheer force of imagination that dragged it into being. As he himself said, an imagination is a powerful tool. All in all, it's lucky that Bill Murray was able to survive his encounter and return to his normal life. Well, as normal as life can be for Bill Murray. And if you see Bill Murray, don't bother asking him about SCP-3166. The amnestics were quite effective, and just as he's fond of saying himself, no one will ever believe you. Here we go again. It's time to return to the acid-filled containment chamber of SCP-682, more commonly known as the hard-to-destroy Reptile. We've spoken about him and the ways the SCP Foundation has attempted to destroy him in a previous video. But as we said back then, we really only scratched the surface of the huge number of insane ways the Foundation has tried to wipe this cranky lizard off the face of the Earth. Today, we're filling in some of the cracks and taking a look at the secret test logs detailing the Foundation's unsuccessful quest to finally destroy SCP-682. Some of these may surprise you, and if you're a real SCP expert, you may just recognize some familiar faces we meet along the way. Esteemed Foundation researcher Dr. Alto Clef, famed for his somewhat unconventional personality, entered the test chamber to see if he could intimidate the beast to death. This resulted in a long staring contest between Dr. Clef and 682. Towards the end of the competition, Dr. Clef began to lose his nerve. He tried to leave the room, only to find that the door was locked, causing him to swear loudly. Dr. Clef, who always tries to find the most direct solution to his problems, blew up the door with plastic explosives and ran off. The result? Test failed. Next came SCP-662, a silver handbell that summons the supernaturally helpful butler, Mr. Deeds. When Mr. Deeds was summoned, Foundation researchers asked him if he could kill SCP-682. Deeds politely explained that he wouldn't be capable of killing 682. It's just too strong. When he asked if he could at least incapacitate 682, he replied that the best way to do this would be to poison himself and allow 682 to eat his body. But this, he reminded, would only be a temporary problem for the lizard. Another test failed. The Foundation brought in SCP-689, a terrifying soapstone statue of a sitting skeleton that can kill you if you see it and then stop paying attention to it. 682 first observed the statue, and then the Foundation turned off the lights. When they turned them back on, SCP-682 appeared to be dead in a puddle of gray and black liquid. D-Class personnel were sent in to confirm that 682 was actually dead, but it instead got up and killed them. Researchers theorize that 682's definition of life is not quite the same as ours, rendering 689's death-related powers ineffective. Test failed, yet again. SCP-807 was next up to bat. This is an anomalous salmon-colored ceramic dinner plate with the words "Last Chance Diner" printed on the edges in white. Any food placed on it becomes irresistible by any definition, but when the food is consumed, it causes immediate cardiac arrest due to the sudden clogging of arteries with fat. Researchers made a meal known as the 682 Special. 10 kilograms of rotten meat and sharpened bone splinters, 10 liters of rancid mayonnaise, 1 liter of potassium cyanide, and 1 kilogram of morphine hydrochloride, combined into a solid mass and transmuted by 807. When 682 consumed this disgusting meal, it appeared to collapse. However, when D-Class personnel were sent in again to see whether 682 was truly out for the count, multiple holes opened up in its body. These holes fired out high-pressure jets of blood, killing the nearby D-Classes and destroying the containment cell. 682 was fine afterwards. Another test failed. To kill 682, it seemed that the Foundation really needed to have God on their side. So they tried to recruit SCP-343, also known as God, to help them destroy the beast. However, when he entered the containment chamber, he somehow couldn't even see the beast. When researchers asked him whether he could kill 682, God replied, "He's not one of mine. Deal with him yourself." Test failed before it even began. Next, the Foundation recruited SCP-524, a small white rabbit that can eat literally anything, including itself, without being harmed. The rabbit was released into SCP-682's chamber, at which point it approached 682 and began to eat one of its legs. 682 roared in pain and scuttled up the wall, out of 524's reach, where it remained for a number of hours. At this point, SCP-524 seemed to become bored and began eating its way out of containment through a nearby wall. Test failed. Maybe the luck of the Irish was what the Foundation needed to finally put this monster to rest. They recruited SCP-1933, a fat man dressed as Santa Claus whose bodily fluids consist entirely of the alcoholic beverage known as Irish cream. If enough of this man's self-produced Irish cream is fed to something, they'll find that all of their bodily fluids have become Irish cream too, killing them. The Foundation fed large quantities of this Irish cream to SCP-682 and it actually had an effect, causing 682 to appear intoxicated, which was a promising sign. However, it soon vomited out a massive quantity of SCP-1933 bodily fluids, turning the walls of its cell into Irish cream and allowing it to escape and wreak havoc. Test failed. Big time. The Foundation recruited the help of SCP-2337, an intelligent corncrake known as Dr. Spanko, with a voice so loud it can quite literally talk its victims to death if it speaks to them for an extended period of time. It was sent into SCP-682's chamber to attempt to destroy the beast, but 682 just told it to leave, and the talkative bird obliged by blowing away one of the chamber walls with a yell, allowing SCP-682 to breach containment again. Terrible job, Dr. Spanko. Test failed. The Foundation researchers were starting to get a little frustrated with their lack of progress, which you can no doubt sympathize with, and they even pitched the possibility of sending SCP-682 into an alternate dimension, where perhaps it would enter into a stalemate against its alternate self. But this pitch was shot down by the O5 Council on the grounds that it was way too risky. Back to the drawing board, by which we mean they literally transformed 682's skin into a kind of drawing board. SCP-2521 is an anomaly that manifests anytime information about it is recorded, and immediately grabs the source of the information, wrapping it in its tendrils and taking it away with it. The Foundation sought to take advantage of this by using a laser cutter to cut this anomalous information into SCP-682's side. However, this didn't have the results they were hoping for. SCP-2521 did turn up to take the information, but it only took the skin on which the information was carved. 682 survived and quickly grew back its skin. Test failed again. Researchers suggested tracking down SCP-169, an obscenely massive underwater creature known as the Leviathan, and feeding 682 to the beast. However, this idea was also immediately shot down by the O5 Council. If 682 did what it did best, which was surviving attacks and adding them to its own arsenal, then it might grow to the size of SCP-169, which would likely trigger an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. It simply was not worth the risk. Test failed before it even started. The Foundation released 2 specimens of SCP-939 into 682's test chamber. These voice-imitating, amnesia-inducing monsters have caused huge damage to human targets, so it was hoped that they may be able to do something to 682. But this hope turned out to be misplaced. Both specimens seemed extremely distressed by 682's presence, and refused to engage at all. 682 did not share the same apprehension about attacking. It charged in and brutally killed both before devouring their corpses. Test failed. In a very well-documented case, the adorable SCP-999 was introduced into 682's test chamber. The unassailable good vibes provided by 999 as well as an intense tickle fight did actually lead to the temporary incapacitation of SCP-682. However, the otherwise wholesome incident ended in tragedy. when 682 adapted to the good vibes and was able to release a kind of violent laughter wave. This incapacitated much of the staff and allowed 682 to breach containment and go on another killing spree, before being recontained. Test, once again, failed. The next test involved SCP-294, an anomalous coffee machine that can produce any liquid typed into its keypad. Foundation researchers requested SCP-682 Killer from the machine and were astounded by the results. During tests on the liquid with SCP-682 tissue samples, the liquid was surprisingly effective and caused the 682 tissue to decay and crumble. Tests on the living creature were similarly promising. The acid in 682's tank was temporarily lowered, and 1 liter of SCP-682 Killer was poured onto the reptile's head, causing that portion of its flesh to immediately decay. When the acid was returned, the same portion that had the liquid poured on it dissolved instantly. Test, well, not quite successful, but promising, and requiring further research. Foundation scientists believe that if they could one day get a large enough quantity of this liquid, they might have a viable option. But until then, the tests march on. For another experiment, they introduced SCP-055 into the containment chamber of SCP-682. SCP-055, also known as the Self-Keeping Secret, is a mysterious anomaly that can only be described by what it isn't. For example, we know that SCP-055 is not round, but that was pretty much it. Now, however, we know something else about SCP-055, that it can't kill SCP-682. Test failed, but at least we know twice as much about SCP-055 as we did before. Next came SCP-082, better known as Fernand the Cannibal. Fernand was first presented a piece of flesh from 682, but rather than eating it, he inspected it and began to express joy that his friend still lived. When introduced into 682's testing chamber, Fernand attempted to subdue the lizard and use it as his steed. 682 expressed an intense hatred for both Fernand and the idea of being ridden like a pony, and the two of them engaged in combat. Mobile task forces were eventually brought in to subdue both subjects. In a debrief interview, both hinted that they shared history prior to containment, but 682 was reluctant to talk about it further. Test entertaining, but still a failure. Researchers were becoming extremely frustrated with SCP-682's unwillingness to die, so they called in an SCP who responded to reason much better. SCP-049, the Plague Doctor. This sinister surgeon can kill with a touch, and the Foundation hoped that his abilities would extend to 682. However, the result was a dud. The Plague Doctor did touch 682, but it experienced no adverse effects and eventually swiped at the Doctor. Upon leaving, 049 reported feeling emotionally disturbed by his encounter with SCP-682. Yep, you guessed it. Test failed. If it gives you any indication of just how desperate the researchers were at this point, Dr. Graham pondered whether introducing 682 to a human with just as pessimistic and misanthropic feelings as itself would somehow pacify it. They sent in a particularly nasty D-Class, and the two spoke. Fascinatingly, 682 didn't attempt to harm this D-Class. They just shared their profane and bleak sentiments about the human race with one another. However, some of 682's opinions were a little too spicy for this D-Class. After listening to the Reptile speak for 20 minutes, the D-Class fell into a catatonic state from the sheer depression of it all. He died not long after. One researcher suggested perhaps the worst idea of all, letting SCP-682 out into the wild. Not even really to terminate it, just to see what it does. The scientists figured there would be some merit in analyzing the creature's behavior. This idea was submitted anonymously, of course. It seems even the most sadistic of researchers know better than to put their name on an idea like that. As you can probably guess, this request was shot down by the O5 Council. The note attached to the request by one of its members summed it up best. "I'll tell you what it will do. It'll go out for a nice stroll, murder a few innocent people, go fishing, slaughter a few more innocent people, start up a tech company, eat a few more innocent people, go on a vacation to Florida, dismember a few more innocent people. I swear, when I find out who wrote this, you can personally enter 682's containment chamber to analyze him yourself." This has been far from an exhaustive account of all the different ways the SCP Foundation has tried to terminate SCP-682, but it shouldn't be surprising that all of their ideas have either been failures or were too risky to even try. Sadly for the SCP Foundation and the human race, it's likely we'll be dealing with SCP-682 for a long time to come. But do you have an idea for how you think 682 could finally be killed? Something that even the Foundation hasn't thought of to try? Let us know in the comments.
Those blasted Foundation rats had done it again. SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, sat in its tank of highly concentrated acid and seethed at the world it had been placed in. And what a miserable, terrible world it was. He hated it, and he hated every single soul that occupied it, and especially the hypocritical monsters in the lab coats that ran this sham of an organization. Whenever the reptile wasn't speaking, normally to bark threats and profanities at its human jailers, it was quietly listening, taking everything in, and how the things it heard made its blood boil more than the corrosive fluid forever eating into its carapace. What high-minded ideas these worthless apes had about themselves. We're cold, not cruel. What a sick joke. Every moment for the reptile was a different kind of hell. The baseline of existence was a certain dull, fizzling pain as he melted as quickly as his cells could divide. His only reprieve from this was being dragged into a testing chamber for some even worse pain. Perhaps burned, or sliced, or chewed at by a mutant rabbit, or crushed by bananas, or torn apart by wires and hooks, or beaten and bashed by some mad swordsman, or having his mind invaded and attacked by a rogue soul in a cursed necklace. If this was only cold, then the reptile hated to even imagine what the SCP Foundation considered cruel. After all, there were monsters more powerful than him out there. The Hanged King or the Devourer of Worlds could handedly destroy their wretched ball of rock, if they so choose to. He wasn't the most sadistic or evil of the beasts these maniacs in white coats had faced. Those who warred with him met a quick death at his claws and fangs. Would that nightmarish old man afford his victims such a luxury? Or that unstoppable psychopath in the old police car? And yet, it was his file that bore the addendum, SCP-682 must be destroyed as soon as possible. And why? Seemingly only because he could take it, and the Foundation always had new toys it wanted to test on their favorite punching bag. Of course he attempted to escape, but wouldn't you? Is freedom not an inalienable right? The Foundation would cry, but look at the terrible crimes he's committed. Look at the lives he's taken. As they always do. Let he who is without sin draw the first acid bath. He knew on some level if he were to make a tally, the Foundation's crimes would far outnumber his own. The only difference was that they deluded themselves into believing all acts of cruelty are permissible in service of their greater good. If they all had but one head, the reptile would claw it from their shoulders. A group of incredibly well-armed and well-armored guards entered the room, training all their weapons on him. He hadn't summoned the energy to escape today, and that meant only one thing. They were going to take another swing at killing him again. Oh, goody. Another attempt that would leave him momentarily in absolute agony and allow neither of them to gain any ground. He'd grown numb to attempts on his life by now. Whatever they had waiting for him in the other room, he'd be ready for it. The guards removed him from his acid bath, and while he was still trying to regenerate his muscles and nerves enough to move, they dragged him into the testing chamber. It was always a mystery, wondering what they'd be poking or prodding him with today. But when he was first dragged into the chamber, it was empty. Those were always the worst ones. When he was left some sitting duck waiting for the Foundation in their infinite malice to choose the form of the would-be destroyer, what would be behind door number 1? A box. A large wooden box was pushed into the room, and the door closed behind it. How curious. The hard-to-destroy reptile began to approach the box, sniffing at the air. It made no sound in there, but something about that smell. Something eerily familiar. It was different this time. With a soft pop, the box fell apart, its walls falling in different directions like the petal of a blooming flower. and the second the hard-to-destroy reptile saw what lurked inside, it felt an unfamiliar cold barb of terror hook into the soft, warm flesh of its heart. The thing inside the box had been called SCP-173 by the SCP Foundation, but that wasn't how the reptile knew it. It was a primordial nightmare, an ancient horror. The stone devil, the killer in the dark. The Koitern, which had mercilessly and gleefully slaughtered so much of the reptile's very species, back when 682 was known as the Atanti Kilpenyo, and here it was, ready to finish the job. SCP-682 let out an involuntary screech of pure horror and fled backwards, keeping its eyes fixed on the monster at all times. He moved back until he hit the far wall of the containment chamber, until he could go no further. His mind was flooded and his heart was racing. He never thought he'd see this monster again. He'd hoped it would never cross his path again. Perhaps he even held out hope that the abomination had been slain, destroyed, scattered to the winds, and yet here it was, looking at him. The reptile called out,
"You fools! You have no idea what you've done! This thing, mark my words, it will be your ruin. It will slaughter every single one of you."
But its appeals to reason with its captors, in their own interest for once, fell on utterly uninterested ears. 6 hours of this passed, the reptile spending every second of it for the first time in a long time fearing for his life. A group of observing Foundation scientists merely noted a peculiar reaction of distress from 682 and ordered a decorated mobile task force sharpshooter with a Barrett 50 caliber sniper rifle with armor-piercing rounds to initiate Phase 2 of the cross test. In a sudden flash of sound and pain, the sharpshooter blew away both of SCP-682's staring eyes. The simultaneous instruction went out for all observing members of personnel to avert their gaze, just for a moment. 682 could certainly regenerate its eyes quickly, but nothing was quite as fast as an unobserved SCP-173. The reptile screeched in pain as it heard the monster snapping its body parts, leaving it thoroughly mutilated. When the group of observing scientists looked back, they saw it, which is to say SCP-173 standing before a heavily damaged SCP-682, as though incredibly proud of its handiwork. Internally, 682 thanked a creator it despised for the fact that the observers looked back and spared it from the onslaught that soulless stone monster had unleashed on it. A scientist working for the Foundation would later remark, "After review, it appears SCP-173 was unable to do lethal damage to SCP-682 due to a major difference in physical size. A possible repeat of this test may be made if SCP-682 is damaged enough to reduce its physical mass to a level equal with SCP-173. But 682 knew deep down this wasn't the truth. It had nothing to do with physical size. If the Koitern had truly willed it, he never would have left that room. The monster only wanted to extend the torment, and this time, SCP-682 wouldn't let him. He regenerated, adapted, and came back ready. 682 developed a number of eyes, far more than before, that remained fixed on SCP-173, paralyzing it. It crawled back up onto the wall and simply stared. Once again, the observing scientists ordered the sharpshooter to take aim and open fire, but this time the bullets had no effect. SCP-682 had developed a thick, clear carapace over the surface of its new eyes, ensuring that nothing would break its eye contact with that murderous little monster. This time, it would not lose. But for all the time that 682 stared, 173 said nothing as always. It just stood there, the strange pattern of its face. That nasty, bloody Rorschach splotch looked almost like a mocking smile. It conceded nothing. It seemed to say, "Go on, get an eyeful. I have all the time in the universe, and everyone looks away eventually. Even you, Atanti Kilpenyu. Let the eternal silence of your brethren be a lesson to you. All you will hear is crunch." 682 kept up the staring contest for 12 hours before it was taken back to its acid bath, thoroughly shaken by its experience. It had always despised its terrible captors, but now a new shade of darkness had entered its narrow emotional lexicon. Fear, true fear. An acknowledgement, deep down in its muscle tissue and guts, that there was something out there that could truly hurt it. The terrible Koitern was alive, and thirsty for blood. The researchers who conducted this test considered it an interesting partial success. While 682 was quaking in its tank thinking about 173, they were brainstorming the best move to take next, regarding potential pairings between 682 and 173. A plucky researcher noted that 096 had also gotten SCP-682 on the ropes, so maybe they should send in 173 with a photo of SCP-096 taped to its chest. A member of the O5 Council intervened before this got too far, saying, "No, absolutely not. Setting aside the problem of SCP-682 and SCP-173 that cannot be observed for fear of triggering a response from SCP-096 is a self-perpetuating catastrophe that the Foundation does not under any reasonable circumstances have the slightest desire to unleash. Denied with vehemence." The researcher who suggested this idea felt supremely embarrassed and retired briefly to one of the employee bathrooms to have a good cry before returning to the brainstorming session. Researcher Matus, a more experienced member of personnel, had a stroke of genius. He reminded the assembled researchers that they'd recently performed another semi-successful experiment on 682. Using their deadly high-precision blades, they were able to slice and dice 682 into a series of amorphous blobs. Sure, these blobs may have attacked and killed some D-classes before reforming into the OG nasty Reptile, but each of these blobs were the perfect size to be murdered by SCP-173. It eliminated the size differential and put these two on an even playing field, and on that even playing field, it stood to reason that SCP-173 might win. The cross-test was greenlit, and a researcher named Dr. Shenron was put in charge of overseeing the operations. And this time, due to Foundation incompetence and a greater degree of mental preparedness by SCP-682, they were in for a complete disaster. 682 and 173 were brought into the same containment chamber. 682 could feel the latent fear welling up inside itself, so it did the thing that it knew the best. It tried to stoke up its rage, its hatred, the fury and spite that had kept it going through so many torturous attempts on its life. It would not die at the hands of this stone monster. And if it was its destiny, then it would ensure with its dying wretched breaths, it would destroy this terrible beast once and for all. It would shatter it and ensure it never put itself back together. Suddenly, the high-precision blades were deployed. It was an endless volley of cutting that dashed the two deadly anomalies to pieces, like a giant as-seen-on-TV slap chop. Because the machine had been calibrated for its body, 682 was sliced into 12,000 perfect cubes, and 173 had been cut into a pile of lumpy, irregular chunks. A vacuum system was then activated to separate both anomalies into different chambers, so 173 could reform and begin the assault. But miraculously for 682, the vacuum system failed. 2 D-classes were sent in to recalibrate the system, but things quickly got even worse. Many of the 682 cubes formed the same gelatinous masses that they did in the previous high-precision blades test, and began attacking and killing one of the D-classes. The other naturally turned to look at this horrifying display, which meant nobody was paying attention to SCP-173. Immediately, the sculpture reformed and snapped the surviving D-class's neck before turning its attention to SCP-682. The emergency incineration system failed, so all the Foundation could hope for was mutually assured destruction until they got the situation back under control. However, the Foundation had underestimated 682's intelligence and tactical reasoning. While the gelatinous mutated globs of its flesh attacked 173, smashing and cracking its concrete body as it killed and splattered them, the remainder of 682's flesh formed a smaller version of itself, which began staring at 173. This froze the sculpture in place while the mutated flesh monster smashed into it, slowly breaking it down. For the first time in as long as it could remember, 682 felt genuine glee, the thrill of revenge, the glory of an ancient foe vanquished. It would now slay the terrible Koitern, as its ancestors had tried to do so many times before and failed. But this reptile would not fail. Until, of course, the SCP Foundation, monsters that they were, decided to put their finger on the scale. The same Foundation Mobile Task Force sharpshooter, who'd been there during the first 173 cross-test, was still there, still ready to carry out his duties. On the order of the researchers, he fired another 2 shots, blowing out the eyes of this new, smaller 682. While it regenerated its precious eyes, 173 went on a rampage, mercilessly slaughtering every single one of the eyeless blobs of mutated flesh. It smashed each one beyond repair, until only it and the smaller 682 remained. Luckily for 682, its eyes regenerated, complete with the familiar bulletproof covering, just in time to hold back 173 from killing it. The two remained locked in a staring contest of pure hatred for a solid 17 hours before the test was eventually called off. But the horrors continued. Exhausted by the ordeal already, SCP-682 was sedated and returned to its containment chamber without incident, where it regenerated back to its default state. Things weren't so easy with SCP-173. While the team transported it back to its containment chamber, there was a power outage in the hall, and things went dark. And considering SCP-173, in addition to the sculpture and the peanut, could also be nicknamed Instant Killing Spree Just Add Darkness, it won't surprise you to hear there were no survivors. 173 killed everyone in the hall, then escaped out into the wider facility, causing a site-wide containment breach and a huge number of casualties. The cause of the electrical short that kickstarted this massacre was traced back to Dr. Shenron's tampering with the incinerator system. This got the doctor formally reprimanded, stripped of his titles and his memories, and relieved of his duty. But the worst was still very much to come for everyone involved, including SCP-682. Because the true terrifying potential of SCP-173 was soon going to be unleashed, and when that happened, nowhere would be safe. On what was otherwise a very normal day, in a very normal procedure when a few D-classes were sent into SCP-173's cell, something extraordinary and terrible happened. SCP-173 multiplied. Like a single-cell organism undergoing mitosis, 173 somehow just split into 2 equal copies of itself. 2 D-classes were killed in this first duplication event, but they were just the beginning. Soon enough, people would look back so fondly on the days when there were only a mere 2 of these things. The Foundation and 682, for all their disagreements, are very much alike. Both are always vying for control over their situations, and both achieve this through understanding and adapting to whatever is threatening them. As SCP-173 continued to multiply, the Foundation did what they could to adapt and regain control. They tried to contain specific instances in smaller containment units. They tried to create new methods for permanent observation. They even tried shipping them off to the moon, but none of it did any good. SCP-173 continued to duplicate. They escaped, began spreading further. They killed 500,000 civilians in 48 hours. And believe us when we tell you, they were just getting started. The ever-growing army of 173 instances went on massive killing sprees every night, taking out huge swaths of the civilian population as they scrambled and panicked in the dark. And they weren't just going after civilians. Evidently, much like 682, 173 had a grudge against the SCP Foundation for all those decades of imprisonment. The 173 army began locating, surrounding, and destroying entire Foundation containment sites, and killing off all the staff and the anomalies inside. Of all the entities in containment that might one day go XK and destroy the world as we know it, not many people had 173 on their bingo card. If only they'd listened to 682's warnings and reallocated their termination resources to 173, things may have turned out differently. And speaking of our scaly old foe, 682 sat in an empty chamber. It'd been days since anyone had come in to check on it. All fled or dead from snapped necks, one of the two. He thought about escaping containment, but given the bloodbaths going on outside all the time, what would even be the point? All that was really left was time. And that was a rapidly depleting resource. He just needed to wait for that thing to come and see him again. SCP-682 blinked, and there it was, standing before him, looking. Blink, and there was more. Blink. So many of them. So many. Blink. Surrounded on all sides by that terrible creature. Too many to fight. Too many to win. Just waiting. Watching. Mocking him. There was only one thing left to do. Blink. Here we go again. It's time for us to take another crack at putting SCP-682 6 feet under once and for all. If you've been following this channel for any amount of time, then there's one thing you know for certain. SCP-682 is harder to kill than pretty much, well, anything. We've made multiple videos on the Foundation's failed attempts to finally terminate the beast, and we've made a video with some of your ideas on how to finally slay the monster. And considering you're watching this video right now, you can probably guess how that went. Now it's time for one more run at the Death Star, and once again it's with your ideas from comments and community post responses. Let's see if any of them can help us finally put this ill-tempered reptile to rest. If we can't, well, we're not blaming you, but it's also your fault. Let the community termination attempts commence. Anas McBride suggested, ask the Witch Child. SCP-239, also known as the Witch Child, is one of the most dangerous and powerful anomalies out there. She's a small girl with unparalleled reality-warping mental abilities, so powerful that her very brainwaves alone can be passively fatal. However, the problem is, her power is so potentially dangerous that she's forever kept in a kind of medically induced anomalous coma. Dr. Alto Clef thinks she's so dangerous he's even campaigning to have her terminated. As a result, the O5 Council has forbidden any cross-testing between 682 and 239, fearing the consequence of 682 gaining 239's powers and becoming a truly unstoppable threat capable of causing an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. Syed Zamin Ali Shah Kazimi Mushadi suggested, kill him with SCP-734. This is an interesting one. SCP-734, also known as the Baby, is an anomaly that causes a painful degenerative disease that eventually disintegrates the entire body and kills the victim if they so much as come into contact with the baby or its fluids. However, based on cross-tests with other similar touch-it-and-die anomalies like SCP-409, the Contagious Crystal, we can probably guess how exactly this would go down. In all likelihood, the baby's anomalous effects would infect and destroy large portions of SCP-682's body. However, at this point, 682 would adapt to the threat and begin to reverse it and heal. Even worse, it's likely that 682 would steal the ability for a limited time and become deadly to the touch. Caden Griffin suggested, why don't you use the Dragon Slayer to terminate 682? It has proved itself many times in fights with LSAs. SCP-5514, the Dragon Slayer, is essentially a giant fighting robot designed to take down killer kaijus with its plethora of state-of-the-art anomalous weapons and defenses. However, we'd still argue that while it could definitely help in immobilizing 682 during a rampage, it doesn't have much of a chance of actually killing it. Let's look at SCP-001, the Gate Guardian, a supernatural warrior with a blade hotter than the sun, capable of cleaving atoms in half. Even he couldn't kill SCP-682. So, a robotic approximation with only a fraction of the Gate Guardian's power is probably not going to have any real chance of killing 682. I'm a Chuckster48 suggested, make it bite its tongue so hard that it just destroys itself. While we can certainly attest from personal experience that this really hurts, we worry that if ever 682 bit its own tongue really hard, it'd just drive it into a state of murderous rage. Though we do take a small piece of satisfaction in knowing its tongue would probably be in distress for a few minutes afterwards, it's unlikely to wipe out the beast once and for all. Lazy Royce suggested, how about we just put SCP-682 in 2317's cell? SCP-2317 is an old wooden door that functions as a portal into the domain of the planet-destroying monster known as the Devourer of Worlds, a being that many believe is associated with the Scarlet King, and will inevitably escape and cause an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. While you may be thinking, perhaps it'll kill 682, it's more likely that it'll collaborate, seeing as they both want the same thing, namely, to kill everyone. If you let 682 in, chances are it'll come back through the door with the Devourer right on its tail. Then, it's all of our problems. Guest 123116 suggested, drop him in Russia so they can terminate him. The Foundation has technically already tried this. They dropped 682 into SCP-3930, a patch of literal non-existence in Russia that causes anything that goes inside of it to cease to exist. And afterwards, he was fine. So yeah, dropping him anywhere in Russia is probably just going to get a bunch of innocent Russian civilians killed. Meisher said, the Foundation shouldn't worry about how to kill him, but how to stop his ability to adapt. I would suggest typing SCP-682 no adaptability juice or something like that into SCP-294 and then kill him by any means, which should kill him forever. An interesting theory, but what if he simply adapts to SCP-682 no adaptability juice? Then we'd really all be in trouble.
Mario TGP said, give him a Twitter account, he'll be cancelled instantly for his spicy opinions. SCP-682 would cancel Twitter itself for not having opinions that are spicy enough. Sorry, Jack. SCP-096, still sore about losing the battle, we assume, said, let him fight the Queen of England. After all, she's immortal too. We definitely think it would be interesting to see SCP-682 go head-to-head with the Queen of England. Based on all the knighting she does, we know that she at least has a sword, though we don't know if that sword is as powerful as the one wielded by the Gate Guardian. But regardless of the outcome, the battle would definitely change history. Every history book would simply read, SCP-682 punched the Queen. Everything else would just be a footnote. Noah Cordero said, use SCP-2935 to kill the lizard. As you can see in the video, he will die. SCP-2935, also known as O-Death, is probably one of the scariest and deadliest SCPs out there. It killed an entire alternate dimension, including an alternate SCP-682. The problem is, putting R-682 into 2935's alternate reality could lead to the destruction of our entire dimension. Why is that? Because if 682 was somehow able to return to our world from the world of 2935, it could bring the spirit of death itself back with it, and kill us all in the process. Explorando con Beto 1 suggested, SCP-682 vs. Lady Dimitrescu. While Resident Evil 8's Lady Dimitrescu has certainly captured all of our hearts, we don't think she'll be bringing home the W on this one. Lady Dimitrescu has a powerful adaptive ability of her own, with a high resistance to damage, impressive regenerative abilities, and a number of offensive capabilities, from huge claws to a powerful dragon form. However, considering she wasn't able to defeat Ethan Winters, she probably wouldn't be able to defeat SCP-682 either. However, in her dragon form, SCP-682 may finally join the rest of us in developing a crush, or is that being crushed? Anyway, moving on. Jonathan Pecanese suggested, just ask SCP-343 on how to destroy it, or even better, ask if he could destroy it. It's an idea so good that the Foundation actually tried it, and it went about as well as you can expect. When the SCP known as God entered the containment chamber, he couldn't even see 682 in there, as though the creature was somehow totally invisible to him. When God eventually got bored and left, they told him that he was in there to destroy 682. He simply replied, "He's not one of mine, deal with him yourself." Interpret that how you will. 12 Escobar Blancas Eddie Sol suggested they could send him to Area 37 for the Sisters to experiment with. SCP-1765, the Sisters, are a trio of terrifyingly powerful reality warpers that have taken over Area 37 and spend their days tormenting everyone inside with their twisted experiments. Using them to try to terminate 682 leads to similar problems with using the Witch Child or the Devourer of Worlds. If they decide to team up rather than fighting, or the Sisters take over 682, we'd all be effectively doomed. Kiroya suggested, would the ants from SCP-743 tear 682 apart? The Foundation actually tried this, getting 682 to consume chocolate from the SCP-743 fountain, incurring the wrath of its flesh-eating ants. However, 682 developed an adaptation that gave it a long anteater-like tongue that it then used to consume the ants faster than they could consume it. And even worse, the chocolate seemed to enhance its regenerative abilities even more for several days afterwards. Ball2222 suggested, write the name in the death note. Great idea! We'll put it into practice as soon as you can tell us SCP-682's real name. It may come as a surprise, but its parents didn't actually name it the hard-to-destroy reptile. Stephen Vieri suggested, I thought that maybe we should put him in a giant blender, and then when he's in small pieces, put lava in the blender, so we'll incinerate him, then put nuclear waste into the blender and repeat that until there's no more left of him. After the cooking whisks last time, we feel obliged to include at least one attempt to kill SCP-682 with oversized kitchen equipment in every video about him. However, this attempt would probably go about as well as the last one, we're afraid. Extreme physical trauma by conventional means, like burning and dismemberment, has never been successful in the past, and the Foundation is extremely hesitant to use anything radioactive on the beast, in case it adapts and adds deadly radiation to its own arsenal. Mr. Master IQ suggested, just take away his plot armor. You can pry SCP-682's plot armor from its cold, dead claws, and as we've already learned, making those claws cold and dead seems next to impossible. Moving on. JC3 suggested, If anyone can't beat the Undying Lizard, why not Omni-Man? I mean, he did kill all the Guardians of the Globe, of course he can kill SCP-682. Omni-Man from the comic and TV series Invincible is undeniably a formidable opponent, given he's able to destroy superhero teams, cities, and even planets. However, one of the few enemies to give Omni-Man a genuine run for his money is a genetically enhanced kaiju known as Hail Mary. Given that first, 682 has taken on beings stronger than Omni-Man, like the Gate Guardian, and lived, and second that Omni-Man has struggled with monsters before, chances are he probably couldn't permanently kill this one either. Heikani Havea suggested, kill SCP-053, then 682 will be sad and die. Wow, now that's cold-blooded. However, even if this did work, it's important for you to remember that it's impossible to actually kill SCP-053, also known as the child or the little girl. Part of her anomalous abilities is that anyone who attempts to kill her will themselves immediately die during the process, normally due to a heart attack. So this method would result in a pile of dead Foundation personnel and no progress. Jerry Zhang said, "Mush peanut butter on it." This would definitely work if 682 had some kind of severe peanut allergy. After all, anaphylactic shock is no laughing matter. However, in the far more likely event that this will have no effect on SCP-682, you will likely just die with your hands covered in peanut butter. Andrew Mills suggested, "My idea? Have several xenomorphs, predators, and Daleks," yes, that's a Doctor Who reference, take 682 on. Once again, in all likelihood, this would have no effect. 682 has survived blades and lasers, the primary weapons of the Predators and Daleks, and spends the majority of its life immersed in powerful acid, so the xenomorph would hold no surprises for it. Sadly, this three-way team-up would be no match for 682, and even if it did defeat him, whoever wins, well, you know how it goes. Mateo Huang suggested, maybe just destroy reality. This might be the thing that finally kills SCP-682, but considering it's already survived being thrown into pure nothingness in Russia, it may just result in it being one of the only survivors of a full destruction of reality. We, on the other hand, would all be killed, though in a sense we wouldn't have to deal with SCP-682 anymore, so maybe that's a type of winning? And finally, Blind Honor suggested, would Saitama be a good way to eliminate it? He is One Punch Man after all. Of anyone we've covered in this series, Saitama from One Punch Man would probably be the most likely to kill SCP-682, especially if he was taking the battle seriously. After all, he has killed planet-destroying monsters before with barely any effort. The only real question is whether he could be bothered to come down to a Foundation containment site and fight it. Saitama hasn't been known to be a very motivated guy. But of course, like with anything, there's the risk that 682 would survive and gain his powers, which would be bad. Awesome, but bad. Do you have new ideas for how SCP-682 could be killed? Do you think you have the key to finally bringing this beast to a well-deserved end? Let us know down in the comments.
Another day, another failed attempt at death. If SCP-682 had anything even resembling a sense of humor, he might ask for it to be printed on a motivational poster and stuck to the side of his containment chamber, where he eternally melts and regrows at the mercy of high-concentration acid. They just cross-tested him with Abel, again. Unlike some of the others he'd been forced to face, that tattooed swordsman seemingly wasn't intelligent enough to fear. He'd always come back, just as stupid and violent. This encounter had left the hard-to-destroy reptile at 30% of his previous body mass, bloody and bashed. He'd survived the encounter. He always survived. They brought what was left of him back to his cell in a forklift. A blasted forklift. How could it even be more humiliating? As his eyes started to grow back in his head, he could swear he even saw one of the technicians laughing at him. His name tag read, Agent Nigel Kelly. Noted. 682 would specifically hunt down and kill him the next time he breached. Of course, every single day he plotted revenge against the human race, along with everything else. But the sum they owed in pain, blood, and despair could never be repaid in full. After all, every single one of them, except Dr. Bright, could only really die once. They'd brought 682 to the precipice 1,000 times, only for his own body to cheat him
and deprive him of the sweet release of death. And if the Foundation had their way, it would be done 1,000 times more, and they wouldn't even stop there. 682 couldn't even imagine the number of containment breaches it would take to deal a blow even comparable to the one he had faced. All he could do was dream of a reckoning that would turn the tables, something that would plunge humanity into the state of constant pain and terror that had been all he'd ever known since these fumbling sadists in white coats had locked him up here. What a beautiful day that would be. Little did SCP-682 know, that very day was about to break. Miles and miles away from the facility where SCP-682 was kept. After all, orders from the O5 Council have hard mandates on the minimum distances between people and a site holding a monster as volatile as 682. Parents watched their children laughing and frolicking in an idyllic playground. Some squealed with glee as they descended the slide. Some of the more ambitious little tykes tried to go over the bar on the swings. Others waited in line for some delicious soft serve at a parked ice cream truck. One mother brought an ice cream cone and walked over to a nearby bench where she began to enjoy her delicious frozen treat. It was a remarkably hot day out, and a little ice cream was the perfect addition to her relaxation while her kids were occupied. You could see the distant air wobbling in the heat. Already her ice cream was starting to melt, white rivulets dribbling down the sides of the cone and onto her hands. Suddenly, almost imperceptibly, the quality of the light shifted, the kind of thing you'd dismiss as a trick of the eyes and forget just as quickly, were it not for the catastrophic effects that were about to unfold. As the woman leaned forward to lick her melting ice cream, something dripped onto her skirt, but as she looked down, she slowly realized that what dripped onto her wasn't the pure white of her ice cream, it was the same exact tone as her skin. She felt a terrible burning sensation all through her body, the most horrible, debilitating pain she'd ever experienced. Like every cell in her body was screaming and trying to make a break for it. She turned to the other parents sitting near the playground. They were screaming too. Each collapsed to the ground with agonizing slowness, different parts of their body falling at different speeds as they transitioned through states of matter. When they hit the ground, they were taking on a liquid state, screaming, worthless, boneless blobs. The woman even saw her own arm wilting like a time-lapse video of a dying flower. She dripped and sluiced through the cracks in the bench until nothing recognizably human was left. Only a soggy ice cream cone sitting uneaten. In an instant, billions of screams rang out over planet Earth. Day had broken. Things would never ever be the same again, as almost half of humanity instantaneously took on a liquid state. Needless to say, with the most dangerous and far-reaching anomalous incident in human history suddenly breaking out without any kind of warning, the SCP Foundation was incredibly busy. This would take some unprecedented action. The members of the O5 Council who weren't melted during the initial blast convened over secure video link while sequestering themselves underground in what amounted to multiple human lifetimes of some of the most high-pressure choices imaginable. They made the most difficult decision since the very beginning of the SCP Foundation. In the service of all mankind, they would now break the masquerade. The SCP Foundation would, at long last, step out of the shadows to save the rest of humanity from the tyranny of the light. Broadcasts went out all over the globe. Every TV screen, every live stream, every radio broadcast was commandeered. They gave instructions based on the scattered intel they had. For some reason, the sun had turned against them. Exposure would lead any biological creatures melting away into sentient piles of flesh-colored sludge. People would remain indoors and away from any light sources. All windows must remain covered, travel only at night, and even then, heavily covered with protective gear. There can only be one objective for whoever is left. Make your way to the nearest SCP Foundation containment facility and seek refuge inside. If anyone could figure out the answer to this terrifying existential riddle, it would be the SCP Foundation.
Anyone who was exposed should be considered lost. While, as always, the SCP Foundation did all they could to project a sense of control over the situation, on the inside, it was pandemonium. Somehow, despite everything, this event had taken all of them by surprise. How could anyone have predicted that the cradle of our solar system's delicate living balance would suddenly become a meat grinder? A huge number of Foundation operatives were wiped out in the initial exposure. Global communication infrastructure had been devastated. It was pure chaos. And to SCP-682, as another evil tactician once put it, chaos was a ladder. From the inside of his acid tank, 682 could sense the fear and pain suddenly exuding from his surrounding environment. It was greater than ever before. What was happening out there? This was no average containment breach. Something was really happening out there. 682 began to adapt and finally attune its hearing, until it could pick up the chatter from outside.
Maybe we can convert some of the D-class barracks into serviceable bunkers for the refugees. It's not like we're prepared for this kind of capacity.
Oh god, we've lost Site 7, Site 10, Site 23, Site 40, Site 52. Death toll looks to be in the billions. Well, we don't know if they're dead technically, but they're sure as hell not human anymore.
This is the big one. This is it. XK class. Even 2,000 is unaccounted for. Is O5 crazy that they think we're fighting the freaking sun?
Needless to say, 682's curiosity was piqued. Anything that could light a fire under the Foundation like this was something he could enjoy. And with his impressively strategic intellect, he intuited that a time of great strife for the Foundation would be the perfect time to breach containment. Because whenever there's violence, fear, and chaos on a mass scale, SCP-682 will be there, causing it. 682 began adapting his pores and endocrine system to begin releasing a powerful alkaline substance. Little by little, the alkaline neutralized the acids surrounding him, turning it into little more than plain water. He then converted his internal systems to have extreme endothermic rather than exothermic properties, causing his surrounding temperature to drop rapidly until all the water in the tank completely froze around him. The ice expanded beyond the limit of the containment unit, busting the rivets of the metal frame and shattering the reinforced glass. With his goal achieved, 682 raised his internal temperatures to incredible highs, melting the ice around him. Once again, he was free and ready for some good old-fashioned carnage and mayhem. Perhaps he could get a better handle on this strange new situation too. It was all rather exciting. Just a girl with goals, huh? SCP Foundation personnel were already running around like ants trying desperately to avoid the caustic laser beam of the magnifying glass. You can only imagine how much worse it made matters when 682 suddenly burst through the wall, Kool-Aid Man style, and began to ruthlessly massacre everyone around him. Just one of those days, you know. The typical order during a 682 containment breach is to dispatch all available units to get him back under control. The issue with this particular containment breach was that, given the human population was very rapidly being melted, and they were the only ones who could potentially save the rest, they didn't really have any available units to pursue and recontain 682. For once, he really wasn't a priority, and that meant terrible things for whoever he ran into. 682 slaughtered his way through any researchers or guards who dared to get in his way. Disgusting creatures, really. Better off dead. He clawed and bit and tore and crushed with almost childlike glee, leaving great piles of bodies in his wake. All the while, he was pondering the things he heard those Foundation drones saying. Something about the sun and an XK-class scenario. Interesting. 682 also observed that any apertures that could potentially allow light into the facility had also been shuttered. Perhaps they weren't overreacting this time like they always did with him. Maybe they were dealing with some kind of phenomenon that would now cast this wretched world and those who lived in it into the void. Wouldn't that be a fitting karmic fate for them all? Still, 682's bloodlust didn't outweigh his logic. He needed to know more about this situation before proceeding, and in this, maybe he could kill 2 Foundation birds with 1 stone. Elsewhere in the building, alarms blared. The air was suffused with panicked voices and frequent screams. Nobody knew what was going on. Not really. They'd only gotten details here and there, and the details they'd received were terrifying. All their families and loved ones outside, probably gone. So many of the people and so much of the world they'd been fighting for, risking it all for, had disappeared in an instant, carried to hell on a ray of sunshine. Why were they still here? Was this horror not truly uncontainable? These questions were swimming through the mind of Agent Nigel Kelly as he stood alone in his office, almost catatonic. He'd had his friends and family on the outside, all likely reduced to those horrible fleshy blobs. He was alone in the world, risking his life for nothing. How could this get any worse? His mind kept repeating that question again and again and again, and the universe gave him an answer in the form of a deep reptilian voice saying,
Found you.
into his ear from behind. He turned with a shriek to see the terrible eyes of 682 staring into his own. Before he could try to flee or reach for a weapon that he knew would only mildly annoy the already furious beast, 682 reached out with a massive clawed hand and grabbed him by the torso, lifting him up into the air. The creature was gripping so tight that he could feel his ribs starting to crack.
You laughed at me, Agent Kelly.
The monster hissed.
Am I funny to you? Do I seem like the type to tell jokes? Do you feel like laughing now?
Agent Kelly begged and pleaded for his life, fighting for his next breath from the crushing squeeze of the creature's terrible hand. 682 roared at him to be silent and ordered him to tell him everything he knew about the situation going on outside. If the information was useful, 682 might show his thought-to-be non-existent magnanimous side and let Agent Kelly live. Of course, Agent Kelly didn't fancy his chances, but what other choice did he have? He told 682 that the higher-ups were calling this SCP-001 when day breaks. The sun had gone rogue somehow, and being in contact with any kind of sunlight would now cause people to instantaneously melt into horrifying, living sludge. And it wasn't just people. The condition also affected anomalies, and interestingly, it appeared to negate all previous anomalous effects, so 682's adaptational ability may not even save it if it was exposed. He told 682 everything he knew. Are you gonna let me live? Agent Kelly asked, struggling to breathe. 682's terrible maw twisted into what might have been a smile.
Oh, Agent Kelly,
he said with unsettling joy.
that was a joke. Didn't you find that one funny?
A terrible scream emanated from the agent's office. If one good thing could be said for what happened to Agent Kelly that day, at least he didn't live long enough to see the ravages of the terrible sun firsthand. 682 began to formulate a plan. He took Agent Kelly's wristwatch and integrated it into his body, so he'd have a permanent internal clock. It was the middle of summer, so the sun would have reliably set at 9 p.m. and would likely begin its rise around 5 a.m. It would be relatively easy to avoid the sun, all things considered. For lack of a more eloquent way to put it, when it comes to adapting to new threats, SCP-682 is simply built different. After slaughtering a few other members of SCP Foundation staff for the road, hey, it's not like anyone was fit to stop him, 682 began enacting the new phase of his plan. His body grew a thick, smooth carapace, and his front set of limbs began to grow, his muscles bulging and his claws growing, the tips turning into sharp, flat scoops. With sudden and tremendous force, 682 began boring his way into the ground, tunneling, clawing through concrete and dirt with absolute ease. Normally, the SCP Foundation would have deployed high-tech seismic sensors and the kind of tunnel-boring machines that Elon Musk could only dream of to intercept and recapture him. But during the endless horrors of the breaking day, he had carte blanche to escape and live it up in the ruins of this rapidly dying world. Eventually, 682 had bored his way into a roomy sewer pipe, the perfect place to wait out a few hours. Up above, so many millions screamed, either in fear or in agony. there had been some new developments that the SCP Foundation had been yet to account for. While they knew that those melted by the rogue sun were technically alive and trapped in a permanent state of suffering, what the Foundation didn't know was that these former humans were incredibly dangerous in their own right. The sun hadn't just irreparably warped their bodies, it had also irreparably warped their minds. It has enslaved them, made them zealots, acolytes. They developed the instinct to coagulate into giant fleshy masses, driven by the single-minded purpose of finding victims and dragging them into the light, where they too could be converted into these terrible fleshy creatures and add to the masses. They were the rogue sun's boots on the ground, metaphorically speaking. And now they were the Foundation's greatest challenge in getting a handle on this situation again. Before, it was just encouraging people to avoid the sun. Now, the sun was actively trying to increase its exposure. But 682, who was having a relaxing evening not being melted for once down in the sewers, couldn't care less. He was having the most calming few hours he'd had in years. He waited, checking the time, making sure that it would be dark before he began tunneling back up to the surface world. He surfaced in the middle of his city, miles away from the Foundation facility he'd spent so many decades being tortured in. He tasted the cool night air and observed the desolation that had been wrought all around him. Buildings were on fire. Cars were crashed and overturned. The ground was cracked. Garbled SCP Foundation public service announcements played to nobody in the broken display windows of electronics stores. Giant wads of human flesh roamed, slithering around searching for new victims. One noticed 682 and began to approach him, gibbering madly in a chorus of strange voices. The hard-to-destroy reptile wasted no time in attacking. It tore apart most of the hideous blob and began hungrily devouring the chunks. The form may have been different, but it still tasted like human flesh, and SCP-682 savored every bite. It would be so simple. These blobs of idiotic flesh were so easy to kill, and there would be so many terrified humans in this devastated world, hiding away in dark places, holding out the hope that maybe they could reach the safety of a Foundation facility. 682 chuckled at the very thought. Foolish hope would drown in an endless well of black, caustic despair. He would find them. He would rest underground in the day and then hunt them in the dark. They would all die screaming, bloodying his claws and fangs. Nothing and nobody would stop him. He looked out over this strange new world and laughed a little louder. It was just delightful. Abel wandered through the sands, a lone warrior, dragging a long, dark sword behind him, his black cloak flowing in the gentle breeze. The sword was thirsty. It had been too long since it tasted blood. What had it been? A day since he cut down 10 men in a tavern without breaking a sweat? They'd bled and screamed like pigs as he diced them into bloody chunks. He couldn't remember their faces. They hadn't earned that. Very few combatants had been remarkable enough to warrant committing to memory. It was all just more dead flesh. He took a sip from his canteen and sighed. Did this world hold no more challenges? What a boring eternity was laying out before him. His burden as the greatest warrior of all time weighed on him heavier than the chain. It was old and rusty, levered over his shoulder and grasped in one bloody hand. About 15 feet behind him, the chain was connected to a dark stone sarcophagus that was as much a part of him as his eyes, skin, or heart. If ever he was slain in the glorious heat of battle, he'd rise out of it, ready to fight and kill another day. All because of the actions of his worthless, good-for-nothing brother. He looked up when he heard the rush of footsteps and the clanking of armor. Warriors, or whatever passed for them around here, about 20 of them, circled all around him. Yes. Oh, yes. His grip tightened around his sword. One of the warriors called out something about him being under arrest by order of the king for murders beyond counting. Abel couldn't help but yawn. Words, words, words. Why even bother? He dropped the chain, and in one fluid motion, he threw his sword. In a fraction of a second, it pierced the armor of the chattering man, spearing him through his formerly beating heart. The scream died in his throat. He fell to his knees, then collapsed entirely. The other soldiers sent to kill or apprehend him turned to their fallen leader and gasped. It was that little gasp, that moment of distraction, that sealed their fates. Abel's face cracked into a whisper of a grin as he drew 2 long daggers from the darkness of his coat. He'd at least try to have fun with this. Before the others could even get over their leader's sudden death, Abel had vaulted forward and begun his delicate dance of slaughter. Every swing found its way through armor and into skin. He sliced throats, cleaved off heads, parried blows, and pierced hearts. There was barely a single scream. Abel killed too quick for screams. In what would seem like the blink of an eye for some, the soldiers around Abel fell. Most dead, the rest dying. Some looked up to him in their dying moments, in terrified awe of the efficacy of their killer. In their dying moments, they knew that they never had a chance. They might as well have been facing the glistening scythe of death himself on the battlefield. Abel, on the other hand, rolled his eyes and sighed. Another pathetic waste of time. He sensed movement in the corner of his eye. One of the wounded soldiers was limping to his feet, trying to use the sword to lever himself off of the ground. With a flick of each wrist, Abel tossed his knives into the man, killing him instantly. It really was that easy. "Your attempt to kill me does not offend me," he said to whoever was still able to hear. "What offends me is that they would send so few, and that those few would be such pitiful excuses for soldiers. This wasn't a battle, it was a mercy killing." He was ready to turn around, grab the chain, and carry on walking, when he felt a sudden pain in his back. There was a slight whistle, then another sharp spike of pain. There were now 2 arrows sticking out of his back. Abel turned surprised and saw a much larger force standing behind him. Swordsmen, archers, men with clubs and axes and chains. The ones he'd killed were little more than a distraction. This was the real threat. This was a real army. Perhaps these fools would give him some actual exercise. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a mighty obsidian battle axe. At the very least, he tried to have a little fun turning this fighting force into cold cuts. A fog of arrows sailed through the air as he charged forwards, perforating his body, but the injuries didn't slow him down. He lunged, slashed, and cleaved. Even as the weapon struck him, he carried on, killing person after person. At times, it was almost exciting. Almost, but not quite. By the time he was done, none were left standing. 30 arrows were sticking out of him. He had been cut deep by more weapons than he could count on his fingers and toes. He was breathing deeply, scarred chest pumping up and down. He coughed blood and cracked his neck back into place. They might have cut him a little too deep this time. No matter. Abel fell to his knees, feeling the life draining from him. He wondered when he awoke from the coffin again what the world would look like. Sometimes it was days. Sometimes weeks, months, or even years. As he fell forward, dying once again, he'd hoped that he'd wake into a world with a warrior or beast that could actually challenge him. Maybe someday. This was one of Abel's many lives, hundreds of years before he was contained by the SCP Foundation. He's perhaps the greatest warrior who ever lived, died, and lived again. He's a man so individually deadly that not only is he kept in a containment chamber under the sea, surrounded by highly trained and armored guards, he has his own localized on-site nuclear weapon, ready to blow away and annihilate him and his entire containment area if deemed necessary. He may not be a contagious anomalous pathogen or a lethal mimetic hazard, or a giant beast shooting world-destroying fireballs in every direction, but if this one-man massacre was left to his own devices, there's no doubt that he would methodically slaughter his way through the human race until an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario was practically inevitable. He was fueled by pure hatred and an almost bottomless bloodlust. He simply lived to fight and kill. And not only did he have the will and the skill to be a pure force of annihilation, but his anomalous abilities also make him perfectly tailored to the task. He has massively enhanced physical strength, speed, and durability.
taking the kind of damage that would kill several normal humans to reliably put him down. Though even that is only a temporary measure. Abel will always resurrect back into his black sarcophagus to menace the SCP Foundation another day. It is also effectively impossible to disarm Abel, because he has the anomalous ability to pull deadly edged weapons from localized pocket dimensions at will, and his proficiency with these weapons is unlike any warrior the world has ever known, before or since. During containment breaches, he's regularly killed scores of trained Foundation guards, with both numerical advantages and considerably more advanced ranged weapons. Despite being a simple humanoid, he was taking up a truly insane amount of containment resources. Despite his violent tendencies, Abel is still a recognizable sentient human, albeit an extremely deadly anomalous one. This led some higher-ups at the Foundation to come up with an interesting idea. What if Abel's eternal rage could be harnessed? What if they could use their resources to reshape this rampaging killer into a devoted sword of the Foundation's cause? After all, if he wanted worthy opponents, what could be more worthy than the anomalous monsters that the Foundation faced on a daily basis? And as long as they kept the sarcophagus, even if Abel was killed in the line of duty, he'd still be accounted for. In many ways, if he could be trained and truly brought to heel, there could be no better asset to their coming struggles. It was this logic, allowing anomalies to work for the SCP Foundation in exchange for benefits, that led to the creation of a new, groundbreaking mobile task force, MTF Omega-7, Pandora's Box. This group became the SCP Foundation's Hail Mary Pass. For any particularly dangerous or potentially deadly missions, they could send in Abel along with a group of highly trained Foundation soldiers that even the ancient blade-wielding warrior held respect for. While, like their namesake, Pandora's Box, it would all wind up in terrible tragedy. To begin with, they achieved some of the highest mission successful results of any mobile task force on the Foundation's payroll. No task was too challenging for them to swoop in and crush it. This was far from expected. Abel, one of the most violent SCPs they'd ever contained, suddenly became a great asset to their operations, a vital tool in their quest to keep the anomalous at bay. He cleaved through legions of Chaos Insurgency soldiers during breaches into their secure sites. He fought off well-paid, well-trained, and well-armed bodyguards of Marshall Carter and Dark Limited during Foundation raids on their clandestine operations. He'd even gone toe-to-toe with some of the deadliest anomalies in containment during mass escapes. It was hard to imagine how they'd ever lived without him. Of course, while Abel was happier than he'd had been in years, in his element. In fact, as a working warrior giving varied missions and frequent opponents, there was still something nagging at him. His thoughts were hounded by his white whale, the endless search for a truly worthy opponent, someone or something that could really give him a run for his money. After millennia of leaving opponents dead in his wake, nothing would bring him more joy than meeting someone that actually knocked him on his ass. A new bar somewhere above him to work towards. Oh, what a glorious day that would be. Eventually, the Foundation started to run into a problem. They were running out of missions to give Abel. After all, he wasn't the kind of operative you could just give any mission to. His potential for collateral damage was truly staggering. He'd neutralize the anomaly, then slaughter everyone within 100-foot range just to work off some of the excess energy. Like a hand grenade, he was powerful, but dangerously imprecise. If they ran out of high-priority missions, what were they supposed to do? Just put Abel back in his box to gather dust until someone else rolled around? He was getting antsy enough between missions already. That's when an unexpected member of personnel stepped forward, Dr. Jack Bright. You see, Dr. Bright and Abel had a history, and not an altogether pleasant one. Not that anyone could really have a pleasant history with Abel. Jack was only a junior researcher when he had his run-in, carrying a seemingly worthless medallion dubbed SCP-963 back to its containment locker. That's when a wall next to him exploded, showering him with brick fragments and dust, only to reveal Abel standing behind the new aperture. Before young Dr. Bright even had a chance to scream, Abel had already cleaved through him, leaving him in two distinct parts that were both very much dead. At least, it seemed that way, until it was revealed that Dr. Bright's consciousness had actually been eternally bonded with SCP-963.
giving him the gift and curse of immortality. Since then, Dr. Bright had become increasingly reckless in his conduct, perhaps hoping that the next time he fades to black, the movie that is his sad, strange life won't just start to roll again. Of course, he hasn't been lucky in that regard yet. Naturally, this has given Dr. Bright complex feelings about his fellow anomalous Foundation employee. So when the call came around, all the senior researchers and site directors asking if there were any tasks that Abel seemed fit for, he had one very pressing suggestion. After all, it wasn't that long after Dr. Bright had been forced into a cross-test with the intention of terminating 682, which had not only been a failure, but a generally painful and exhausting experience. Now, perhaps it would be Abel's turn to take his lumps. He happily put forth a suggestion, claiming that surely the Foundation's new sword-wielding Golden Boy could give the hard-to-destroy reptile the old college try. After all, even if Abel was killed in the process, he'd just come right back. It was a situation where they really could not lose. So why not take a chance? What's the worst that could happen? The O5 Council found Dr. Bright's pitch extremely compelling. He succeeded in every mission they'd given him so far, so perhaps he could carry that success into the Herculean task of actually terminating 682. One boundlessly bloodthirsty killer might be the only thing truly capable of taking out another of equal magnitude. When Abel was informed of this latest mission, he got a scary glint in his eye. They gave him warning after warning. The beast is said to be unkillable. It can adapt to anything. It's killed scores of people and survived the attacks of anomalies thought to be flawless killers. The more it was explained to him, the more Abel felt the tingling sensation deep within. Was this it? Had he now discovered the perfect opponent? Something that would actually challenge him, would actually put him through his paces? Yes, yes, yes. He accepted the mission without question. Abel would fight SCP-682 until his breath was no longer. In order to prepare for the match, SCP-682 was released into a secure area, rocky desert-like terrain, bordered on all sides by a Foundation perimeter, hundreds of meters away on all sides. They thought it best for the showdown to happen here. After all, with combatants like Abel and 682, it was bound to make a mess, one way or another. Abel strode with pronounced swagger onto the battleground shortly afterwards, carrying perhaps the most powerful sword he'd ever summoned. It was somewhere between a claymore and a chainsaw, an unholy union that gave the resulting weapon a degree of deranged badassery not ever seen on the battlefields of planet Earth before. Carrying this thing, Abel felt like a king, and he was about to slay the most ancient and bestial of monsters. As he approached 682 and took in the whole of it, he could feel his heart pounding with excitement in his chest. It was a huge reptilian nightmare. He could see its scales hardening into a mighty carapace as he approached. Its huge serrated fangs, its bulging sinewy muscles, and insane dagger-like claws. Oh yes, this would be the one. The beast snarled at him as he approached. He just smiled, puffed out his chest, and said, "I have heard tales of creatures like you. Glorious beasts of scale and flesh, talon and fang. A prowess in battle even greater than the immense intellect hiding behind those bestial eyes. They said your kind once ruled the earth from enormous stockpiles of treasure, killing and eating all who displeased you. But you were knocked from your throne one by the great warriors who walk this world no longer, until they were no more, and you became but a mere myth. Even I had thought you to be nothing but fairy tales, but yet here you stand before me, a living dragon." In response to Abel's lofty speech, the monster merely grumbled and chided him, claiming he was little more than a pathetic SCP Foundation lapdog, following orders and being manipulated. It showed no respect for Abel as a valued enemy combatant, merely another nuisance thrown at it in a futile attempt to finish its wretched and seemingly eternal life. Abel couldn't take such insolence. He leapt forwards, bringing down his mighty chainsaw claymore, ready to cleave the beast in two. However, what he didn't expect was the move SCP-682 pulled next, throwing its head up against the blade of Abel's sword, shredding away huge chunks of flesh and bone, and utterly confusing Abel in the process. For the first time in a lifetime of intense battles, Abel found himself thinking, what the hell am I up against here? The force of 682's headbutt threw Abel off balance, leaving his stomach briefly exposed, but briefly was all SCP-682 needed. It thundered its massive stony fist into Abel's gut, throwing him like a ragdoll into a nearby rock, with such a force that it nearly shattered the rock behind him. It was a force like he hadn't felt in years. He spat some bloody teeth and grinned. This was just what the doctor ordered. He issued a challenge to the beast in a long-dead language, as it seized violently, regenerating, growing, taking on the stony qualities of the ground around it. It looked like a vengeful living mountain, a true behemoth of a beast. In other words, challenge accepted. Abel pulled an obscenely giant mace from the shadows of his cloak, the handle 6 feet long with a chaos of swirling blades and spikes. A perfect weapon for slaying a dragon like this, he thought to himself. The two charged at each other, full of power and fury. Abel swung the mace once again, shattering the creature's head and flinging it back across the battlefield with the sheer force of its strike. The decimated lizard clawed its way into the ground, devouring the rocks and the earth, integrating more matter to fuel its regeneration. But it wasn't long before Abel was upon it again, striking mercilessly, giving blows as the monster gave brutal claw strikes in return. They were ripping each other's bodies apart, piece by piece, but Abel felt so exhilarated he could barely even notice. It was the fight of his life, a battle against a truly worthy opponent. This was heaven. Abel leaped into the air and unleashed a volley of deadly chakram down onto the beast, shredding into its reinforced flesh. As the force of gravity brought him down, he pulled a mighty axe from his cloak and bellowed a warrior's roar as he brought it down, splattering into the nightmarish body of SCP-682. However, this did nothing to even slow the beast down. It flipped over, slashing Abel with its claws. When Abel stumbled, it leaped on top of him, unleashing devastating slashes and punches onto the fallen warrior with the speed of a machine gun firing. When it raised its claw to deal with the killing blow, though, Abel once again turned the tables. He produced a giant pair of mechanical scissors from thin air and sliced off both of SCP-682's forelegs. The beast descended with its mighty jaws to devour Abel, but he kicked up with freakish strength behind his bladed boot. The sheer force of the kick flipped SCP-682 onto its back. Now it was Abel's turn to execute his opponent, though on some level he thought it would be an awful shame to lose such a terrific beast from this world of cardboard. Still, a battle is a battle, and this is how they go. He jumped onto 682 and went berserk, slashing into it relentlessly with blade after blade, pulling out a new one every time the old one broke down from his sheer ferocity. He screamed in incoherent battle fury, tearing, slicing, ripping, rending. Yes, 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 yes! As Abel stepped away to breathe, the beast began to regenerate, releasing a shockwave that started to warp reality around it. But Abel wouldn't have this. No, he would give this beast no quarter. It was time to present the true pain he was notorious for. He pulled a long sword from his cloak and charged, taking air and bringing it down towards SCP-682's head. The beast, sensing the warrior's presence, opened its mouth, unleashing a chasm of horrifying teeth within. The two were on a fierce collision course. As the jaws closed, Abel descended. Both roared in infinite rage and bloodlust. Both combatants fell to the ground, just twitching. Oh, what a glorious, terrible day it had been. Neither had died for good, but both would remember this incredible battle forever. When Abel awoke once more in his dark stone coffin, he did so with a smile. What a battle. What a fight. What a truly honorable pursuit. After so long being bored and unfulfilled, he found an opponent that got his blood pumping once more. His stomach grumbled. A post-battle feast was in order. Now where did they put that magic pizza box?
A beloved, mentally unstable masked vigilante once said,
I'm not trapped in here with you.
You're trapped in here with me!
And this exact sentiment was shared by SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, as it traversed the almost limitless liminal hell known as the Backrooms. It'd been little more than a standard chase and secure mission for the mobile task forces pursuing SCP-682 after its latest deadly containment breach, until the vicious lizard made its way into an abandoned warehouse and no-clipped its way into a new reality. As the SCP Foundation are still desperately searching for the missing beast back in our native reality, 682 has been discovering whole new vistas of violence. First, it found itself in the endless yellow halls of Level 0, where if the madness doesn't get you, the starvation and thirst will. Well, unless you're an anomalous reptilian abomination that can seemingly adapt to any situation. Once 682 escaped this gaudy purgatory, it found its way into Level 1, an endless warehouse full of equal parts monsters and hapless human settlers, all of whom it decimated in a single bloody afternoon. Then on to Level 2, the Pipe Rooms, where it faced a bevy of beasts that it eagerly put into the ground. And that brings us up to now, and by extension, on to Level 3. SCP-682 spilled out into another section of long industrial hallways. It didn't know how it had gotten in, and honestly, it didn't really care at this point. All it needed to do was keep moving forward and killing as it pleased, and it seemed there were plenty of creatures down here to kill. That being said, this level had a certain energy to it, and we mean that literally. 682's incredibly sensitive, senses allowed it to detect an incredibly powerful electrical field emanating from this level, and from the sounds of machines humming all around it, traveling down great bundles of wires and pipes bound to the walls. It knew that this level must have been attached to a generator of truly incredible size. It charged forward, weaving around the different hallways at freakish speeds, searching for the next thing it could blast into oblivion. And thankfully, it was able to find its first target soon enough, a nest of creatures known as death moths. These were huge, fluttering moths of freakish size congregating around a glowing electrical outlet. Intriguing. SCP-682 decided to approach and introduce itself. After all, they looked like pretty easy prey. 682 would regret this oversight. While the male death moths are pretty much harmless, the female death moths have an extremely potent defense mechanism. As SCP-682 approached, the creatures began swarming and spraying acid onto its reptilian flesh. This was painful and irritating for 682, of course, but if any entity on Earth is pretty accustomed to dealing with large quantities of powerful acid by now, it's SCP-682. Its skin quickly healed from the acidic onslaught, and it developed a powerful counter-adaptation, a long, sticky, frog-like tongue, which it used to devour the nest full of death moths and move along to its next target. It continued exploring Level 3. A number of hallways were marked off with metal bars, another very familiar sight for SCP-682, so for simplicity's sake, it just kept itself to the unobstructed paths. That's where it soon ran into another life form, standing around like a sitting duck in one of the level's many anomalous hallways. It was just another human, in a similar outfit to all those major Explorer Group weaklings it had destroyed earlier. Strangely, even when SCP-682 entered the hallway with it, it didn't seem to react properly. It just vacantly stared off into space, stumbling around awkwardly. 682, bemused, whipped this random, disoriented stranger in the chest with its tail, sending him sailing into the nearby wall. It was at this point that something strange happened. The force of the strike caused the man's clothes and also skin to disintegrate, leaving something entirely different underneath. SCP-682 had no idea what was going on, but it knew that it hated it. This was its first encounter with a creature known as a skin stealer. It would be natural for a human being to be terrified of an abomination like this. An apex predator like 682, on the other hand, it barely even found the skin stealer interesting. With a single stomp from its clawed reptilian foot, the creature was very, very dead. And SCP-682 continued its journey through the bowels of Level 3. It found itself drawn to whatever the source of all the energy was, if it even had one single source. It was almost as though the entire level was one gigantic predator powering the rest of the Backrooms. And if there was electricity, Perhaps there were other humans in here to kill. SCP-682 liked that idea very much indeed. However, while making its way down a slightly wider hallway, one that it had previously believed was completely uninhabited, it was suddenly ambushed by a group of mysterious attackers. A number of tall, gray creatures with long, clawing arms and unclear facial features stepped away from the wall. These entities are known as the Dullers, ambush predators native to the Backrooms. They normally run away from threats, but considering the number of them congregated in the hall around SCP-682, perhaps they felt a little more confident about taking down their prey in a group. But they'd made a grave miscalculation. It would not matter whether there was $1 or $1,000. In the battle between them and SCP-682, they would always be the prey. But lucky for them, while they weren't aware of this immutable fact yet, SCP-682 was more than happy to give them a first-hand education. While the Dullers tried their best to claw into SCP-682's thick, leathery hide, the creature decided to employ a new ability it had stolen from the female death moths. Several new glands developed all over 682's body, each of which produced a fine mist of highly concentrated acid. Soon enough, the Dullers were howling in pain and melting away into dull gray puddles on the ground, never to reconstitute again. That's what you get for trying to climb up the food chain, folks. It never ends well. Unless you're 682, that is. After disposing of the Dullers, which in 682's own humble opinion had more than earned that title by indeed being extremely dull, it decided to continue its search for some of the power sources on this level. Perhaps it could harness this ability for its own benefit, but it was interrupted by what is, frankly, one of the grossest enemies in all of the Backrooms, the Bursters. And if even hearing the name makes you feel a little sick, then you're correctly primed for what you're about to encounter. They're humanoid creatures that walk around on all fours, with its back legs grotesquely stretched out into the shape of a dog's hind legs. But that's nothing compared to the Burster's truly diabolical back knee. All over the creature's back, you can see huge, calloused cysts that contain a potent and noxious acid. Sure, the acid is only about as dangerous as the stuff produced by female death moths, but in our humble opinion, the method of acid delivery is far more repulsive, and that makes Bursters less desirable to encounter. A small group of them skittered out of the darkness towards SCP-682. The hard-to-destroy Reptile also found them disgusting. Though, now that we think about it, SCP-682 thinks all forms of life are disgusting, so we suppose that it's all relative. However, when they began to burst their backs and coat 682 in their horrible pus, they perhaps earned the rarely given label of extra disgusting from this living embodiment of reptilian hate. 682 quickly retaliated by clawing the horrid creatures to death, which I think we can all agree is a good and well-deserving ending for the vile little beasts. We would have done the same thing. The next enemies that 682 encountered weren't nightmarish creatures, but in fact were human beings stationed in the Major Explorer Group's Base Gamma, the third most important base in all of the Backrooms. They were on high alert after losing contact with Base Alpha several days before, having no idea that everyone at that base had been slaughtered by SCP-682, a fate that, if they weren't tremendously lucky, they would soon share. But they had little more than luck on their side this time. SCP-682 sighted the base on the end of a long hallway. There was even a person standing at the other end of the hall, seemingly blissfully aware of the encroaching presence of one of the SCP Foundation's most dangerous and formidable captives. 682 loved killing humans most of all. They weren't just dumb animals. They had the intellectual capacity to actually appreciate the life that was being ripped away from them, and it made the whole act even more pleasurable for SCP-682. It set its sights on the ignorant Major Explorer Group member leaning against the distant wall and decided to charge for him. Claws extended and fangs bared, this would be such easy prey. Until the moment when someone in the distance yelled, "Now!" and the seemingly defenseless human turned around and pulled a lever on the wall. Suddenly, the whole hallway was electrified, sending millions of volts coursing through SCP-682's writhing body. This whole thing had been an elaborate trap. The humans at Base Gamma hadn't survived this long in the Backrooms by being stupid. The more technically savvy members had rewired some of the hallways to channel the immense energy of the generators and fry any unfortunate entities that tried to use these hallways to break into Base Gamma. There was one big problem though. SCP-682 wasn't just any unfortunate entity. While it did initially look like electricity might fry the beast, it gradually began channeling the electricity into its own body and developing the capacity to re-gift this electricity to the people who so kindly provided it. SCP-682, now a crackling conduit of electricity, leaped from the shocking hallway and into Base Gamma. Soon enough, it had fatally electrocuted all 300 members of the major explorer group posted in Base Gamma and returned to its baseline state. Level 3 had grown tiresome now. It seemed that there were no more exciting new creatures to massacre. As a result, 682 slid into a nearby elevator and went down, where a new level awaited. This was how SCP-682 got to Level 4. And Level 4 was not what the hard-to-destroy Reptile expected. In contrast to the industrial nightmare of the previous few levels, Level 4 was like a limitless office block, with all the furniture ripped out. While for some this might represent the crushing existential banality of office life, and how the wheels of capitalism inevitably work us all to death, SCP-682 had never worked in an office before, so it didn't really have the proper cultural reference points to appreciate this more abstract kind of fear. It wanted monsters to kill. 682 spent approximately 6 days searching around the hellscape that is Level 4, not discovering a single person or entity while it was there. It was honestly the most stressed that SCP-682 had felt since coming here. The beast was almost tempted to unscrew a light bulb from above, draw a little face on it, begin referring to it as Wilson, and then kill it. 682 felt the closest emotion it could manage to immense gratitude when it sighted the glowing green of a distant exit sign at the end of a long hallway. Finally a way out onto another level. Hopefully this one would have more creatures to slaughter. Welcome, SCP-682 to Level 5. SCP-682 didn't really know what to expect from the next level of the Backrooms. After all, it all seemed pretty random so far, but it definitely didn't expect to see a classy, well-appointed hotel on the other end of the hallway. SCP-682 had never seen the Stanley Kubrick masterpiece The Shining, nor read the book it was based on by master of horror Stephen King, but if it had, it would probably have drawn the comparison. Instead, it was already busy tearing through the ornate halls looking for new prey to slaughter. The first unexpected encounter was with a small cat that casually wandered out into the hallway right in front of it. The cat, who didn't seem threatened by SCP-682, said, "Hi, I'm Samantha. You got any meat you can lend me? I'll tell you your fortune if you do." SCP-682 was frankly baffled. It took a moment to formulate a reply.
You worthless creature. You have no idea what you're dealing with, do you? I'm going to bring this place to ruin and destroy all who reside within,
682 said. So, no meat then? 682 growled and swiped at the cat with its claws. Luckily, she was able to dodge. The cat tutted and padded away into the darkness, muttering, "Go bother the beast instead, jerk." This piqued SCP-682's interest.
A beast, you say? Sounds important. Sounds powerful. Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle shall be legendary.
And with renewed vigor, SCP-682 began prowling the halls of the Backrooms, searching for this beast to defeat and destroy. But to begin with, things were grievously disappointing. One of the first monsters on this opulent hotel level that the hard-to-destroy Reptile faced were diminutive little rodents known as death rats, which were effectively slightly larger than normal rats with little horns. SCP-682 stomped them all with ease, its thoughts dripping with disdain for their truly pathetic weakness.
What kind of hotel allows itself to be filled with rats? Even by human standards, this would be disgraceful.
Soon after, SCP-682 encountered a few familiar foes, female death moths and hounds, all as easy to kill as they were before. SCP-682 didn't understand. The feline promised that there was a beast down here. Was it hiding from the mighty reptile like a filthy coward? Worthless. But it was in the depths of this cynicism that SCP-682 encountered a growler. First, it heard the sound of animalistic growling projected directly into its mind, getting louder and louder by the moment. Then, as the growling grew in volume, 682 heard the thunderous footsteps of a huge quadruped getting closer. 682 wondered, as the roaring became almost deafening, whether this sounded heralded the approach of the beast. However, the second the monster actually turned the corner and came into view, 682 had to suppress the urge to laugh. It was one of the most absurd things it had ever seen. It looked like a giant pile of pipe cleaners, in every color imaginable, arranged into a vaguely four-legged structure. This was the monster producing all that psychic racket? Pathetic. SCP-682 resolved in that moment to show the monster how it was done. SCP-682 immediately evolved its own psychic emission capacitors within its brain and projected the message, "You are a worthless little creature," directly into the simple mind of the Growler. It began to quake in horror at the booming of 682's voice in its brain. What was this terrifying new creature? It didn't understand. And just like that, 682, who had grown bored of this one-sided psychic battle, turned up the strength of the psychic beam by a factor of 50. The sudden psychic blast was so powerful that the Growler collapsed to the ground and burst into flames, burning itself away into nothingness in a matter of moments. Just as weak as 682 had expected. Hopefully the beast would provide a greater challenge, because this was just getting sad. SCP-682 shook off the disappointment and continued running through the halls of the hotel. Eventually, after passing through some dull dance hall called the Beverly Room, 682 found itself running through a hallway full of long portraits. Every person in the portraits had a strange, twisted grin on their face. Not that this even registered to SCP-682. What did occur to 682, though, was the figure that suddenly materialized in the hallway in front of it. It was a strange figure, to be sure, an entity in a suit with a large blue cuttlefish for a head. The creature cleared its throat and began to speak. "Well, hello there. You're new here, aren't you? Such an interesting creature. You've been making some trouble on the other levels, haven't you?" "Not that it's any of my business. On the contrary, dear sir, I like the cut of your jib. How would you feel about joining me in the hotel business? It isn't easy to manage this dimension by myself, after all. How about you and I come into my office? We can work out the terms of our..." 682 lunged forward and unceremoniously devoured the creature's head, allowing its dapperly dressed body to fall limply to the ground, dead. SCP-682 grunted, annoyed by the distraction the creature had provided. It had better things to do.
This beast has got to be around here somewhere.
The SCP Foundation has encountered its fair share of incredibly tough adversaries and fearsome monsters, but none are as formidable or at least as durable as SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile. We've talked about this behemoth before in a number of mind-boggling videos, and all of the increasingly desperate lengths the Foundation has gone to in order to terminate it. We've gotten so desperate to put this thing to rest that we've even reached out to all of you for suggestions on the matter. Sadly, they've thrown 682 together with some of the most destructive anomalies in Foundation custody, and it's slithered out of seemingly inescapable danger every time. So much so that we've noticed certain researchers on the 682 case have started drinking a little more heavily as of late. Sometimes the threats didn't leave so much as a dent in the monster's scales. Sometimes the other creatures ran screaming at the sight of it, and sometimes 682 mutated and twisted its form in ways that were shocking even to a Foundation research team that's seen just about all there is to see. After all, 682's truly insane adaptability has always been its #1 power, and the key to its infuriating death-defying abilities. And these are some of SCP-682's craziest mutations. During one round of tests, SCP-682 was released into an enclosure with SCP-272, a nail that traps any living thing in place when it is dropped onto the organism's shadow. 682 was surrounded by 32,000 watts stadium lights, one of which was switched on. As soon as it entered the enclosure, a D-Class dropped the nail onto the creature's shadow. It was promptly pinned in place, and all 30 lights were switched on and off in random patterns, causing the reptile to be hurled around the room at devastating speeds. After nearly an hour of this, about 95% of the monster's skin had been worn down,
63 of its teeth had been broken from its jaw, and its eyeballs had come loose from their sockets. At this point, something truly bizarre happened. The exposed tissue beneath 682's top layer of skin, previously bloody and dark red, began to give off a bright white light. The subdermal tissue grew steadily brighter and brighter until it eclipsed the glow from the stadium lights and removed any shadows cast along the floor. It collapsed on the ground and continued giving off violently bright light for the next 48 hours, so bright that it caused permanent retinal damage to all personnel in the room. Hell of a light show, but this next mutation proves just how hard it is to lick SCP-682, especially when it develops the tools to start licking back. SCP-743 is a chocolate fountain that exhibits some carnivorous qualities. When it is near a living organism, especially if it consumes the fountain's delicious chocolate, it produces swarms of ant-like monsters that devour the organism piece by piece, carrying the bits into the fountain until nothing is left. The research team was curious about the possibilities of introducing 743 to 682. So it was transported to the Reptile's testing chamber. Within a few minutes, chocolate began to flow from the fountain. 682 was curious and began to drink from it. It may hate almost everything, but even 682 can't resist chocolate. It drank greedily for several minutes until the Foundation began releasing the ants. Within moments, 682 was covered in ants, and in spite of its best efforts to fight off the swarm, it was completely covered and rendered immobile. The ants made quick work of the massive creature, and after several minutes it was stripped down to less than 80% of its original mass. It seemed as if this might truly be it for the beast, but then it opened its mouth. It unfurled its tongue, now over 5 meters long and sticky, comparable to an enlarged version of an anteater's tongue. It began lapping up the ants, thousands at a time picked up by its mutated tongue. As it devoured the ants, more poured out of the fountain, slicing off pieces of 682's flesh with their pinchers and carrying them back to the fountain. They reached a symbiotic pace, feeding on each other in equal measure for hours until testing was terminated. That was a sticky situation, but trust me, this next crazy mutation will really blow you away. SCP-3108, also known as the Nerfing Gun, is an altered toy gun that turns anything it hits into an inferior version of itself. When the gun was fired at a tissue sample taken from SCP-682, the sample turned into a piece of tissue from a giant leaf-tailed gecko. Hoping to carry this over and turn 682 into a harmless animal, a D-Class officer was sent into the containment chamber to fire the gun at the entity. Once it was hit with the foam dart, it began to transform. Unfortunately, instead of becoming a simple gecko, it began to mutate. It grew larger, its muscles bulging noticeably beneath its scaly skin. Its teeth grew longer, sharper, its tongue sprouting teeth of its own. It opened its mouth to roar, and it appeared that the teeth, long curved fangs with a deadly tip, went all the way back down the beast's throat. Security officers were deployed to temporarily neutralize the monster, but found that it was even more powerful than before. Not only was it bigger, but it had developed a new ability. When threatened, it would begin to vibrate at a high rate, grinding its teeth together, and would explode in a burst of fire and meaty chunks. Fangs flew in every direction like shrapnel, tearing into personnel and lodging in their skin. This is an impressive move, but it seems like a one-time trick, right? Wrong. The bits and pieces, no matter how tiny or how flattened to mush, would crawl back together and form the creature all over again. It was able to escape containment like this, killing an untold number of personnel before it was temporarily incapacitated and returned to its containment. Mutating back into life from a self-induced explosion is pretty crazy, but surely you can't mutate back from nothing at all, right? Right? Oh boy, I don't like that look you're giving me. SCP-3930 is a void located near Usink, Russia, within which nothing exists. Once something has passed within its border, it ceases to be, though outside observers will be able to perceive them for a small time after. SCP-682 was brought into 3930 and it walked inside. Once there, it ceased existing. However, even though 682 no longer existed, Foundation personnel looking at the void could still see the beast. Whenever they viewed it, a strong image appeared in the brain of the person looking, and it had the exact appearance of SCP-682. Somehow, even when it didn't exist, 682 was able to attack and kill various personnel. These people did not die from physical damage, but from their brain function suddenly, inexplicably, stopping. The reptile defied the rules of the void, somehow causing real destruction even though it was not real. 15 hours later, 682 was found in its containment chamber as if nothing had happened at all. It had been snuffed out of existence and had mutated its way back into reality with no explanation. Well, that was existentially terrifying. Thank 343, at least there's only one of those things. Oh no. SCP-3207 is a highly efficient mobile war machine, outfitted with cannons capable of firing blasts that can vaporize organic matter on contact. This seems like a good match for something supposedly indestructible. 3207 was fired at SCP-682 several times, appearing to destroy it completely except for a smudge on the floor of the chamber. The reptile was gone for a duration of 6 hours before something strange began to happen. Globs of tissue began to clump together, forming 5 separate piles. They pulled closer and closer together, compressing into 5 reptilian creatures. They writhed around, getting used to their new legs and teeth, snapping their jaws at any living thing in sight. Overwhelming and surprising the security personnel who had been lulled into a false sense of security by the apparent defeat of 682. The 5 smaller versions of the entity were able to escape containment. Once they had made it into the hallway, they began to clamber over each other, their scales shifting, eyeballs squeezing together and fusing into one eye, skin stretching like hot rubber over unnaturally bendy bone. As the shocked security personnel watched, the 5 lizards melted into one, becoming a full-sized version of SCP-682 that was good as new. They were able to contain it after a great deal of effort, but one of the researchers requested a note to be added to the research notes for the day and applied going forward: do not explode. Okay, so the big lizard is a constant threat. Got it. Still, wouldn't it be nice if 682 could make itself a little smaller? I can't imagine anything bad coming from that. SCP-1056 is an anomalous kitchen timer capable of changing the size of living objects. The Foundation wanted to see how long it would take 682 to return to its original size after being shrunk, so they built a testing chamber connected to 1056's dial, and released 682 inside, sealing the door behind it. The dial was set to 0.25, and the activation button was pressed. 682 thrashed around, bellowing as parts of its body expanded and contracted at random. Then, with no warning, it disappeared. D-Class personnel were deployed to investigate the chamber, but it seemed to be completely gone. There was no sign of it. It's pretty hard to lose a giant lizard, so naturally, they were all a bit perplexed. The chamber was kept sealed, under the assumption that 682 had to still be inside somewhere. Sometime later, a security officer spotted 682 outside of Site-19, returned to its original size. Somehow, during the test, 682 used the effects of 1056 to strengthen its ability to change its own size. It adapted and shrank to a size so small that no one watching could even see it anymore, and it slipped out through the sealed door. It was even temporarily able to change the size of other objects around it, shrinking weapons used to contain down until they were useless. Okay, so 682 is pretty cool under pressure, but what if we made it a whole lot colder? Most of the testing on 682 is done with other anomalies. However, sometimes the Foundation likes to simplify it a bit. Dr. Carlson suggested they try something a bit more basic: liquid nitrogen. 1 ton of liquid nitrogen was poured onto SCP-682 from above. As it tends to do, the liquid nitrogen promptly froze the beast solid. It remained stuck in place for about 10 minutes until it began to melt the frozen cast around it. Its core body temperature seemed to skyrocket, producing intense heat that fully thawed it in 3 minutes. It didn't stop there though. The temperature continued to increase, growing hotter and hotter as if to deliberately punish the research staff for even attempting to freeze it. It became so hot that the research staff had to leave the room. An attending doctor's pen melted, the plastic burning his hands. Steam rose off the sides of its body, fogging up the windows of the room. The test was abandoned after the sides of the containment chamber began to melt.
and they worried the creature would be able to breach containment. Once it was left alone, 682 cooled back down to its usual temperature. Maybe we should see what happens if we try a slightly greener method of destruction. 682 was exposed to SCP-166, a young nature spirit that can cause organic matter in her vicinity to decompose. As soon as 166 was released into its chamber, 682 began to run toward her, even as its body began to melt. As it got closer, it began to decay and fall apart more rapidly, pieces of its body softening and sloughing off in chunks. By the time it reached 166, it had melted down into the shape of a patch of grass covered with colorful wildflowers. 15 minutes later, it began to regenerate itself as it usually does, its body reconstituting at the same rate it was melting. The regeneration process began to speed up, going faster and faster until it surpassed the rate of melting. A piece of the monster would soften and flop to the ground, but by the time it landed, a patch of regrowth had already replaced it. It eventually beat the melting process and regenerated to its original form, with one difference. It had a sprinkling of flowers and mushrooms on its back, resembling a forest clearing. It was almost pretty, even on top of such a foul creature, until a full-size tree suddenly burst out of its back, shooting up to a height of 10 feet and puncturing the roof of its containment chamber. And I'm afraid that's all we have time for one video. But this only just scratches the surface of the weird and wild mutations we've come to expect from SCP-682. Want another video on even more crazy mutations from the hard-to-destroy reptile? Make your feelings known down in the comments.
What are those things?
A member of the exploration team asks, pointing to hundreds of clear orbs. He begins moving towards the mysterious objects. Progress is slow. The bulky spacesuit is meant to withstand the planet's hostile conditions, but doesn't allow for much maneuverability.
They look like canisters containing some sort of creature,
the SCP agent says. Dr. Sanders points his headlamp in the direction of the voice.
Mother of God.
He whispers into his helmet.
Stop moving,
he yells.
Are those eggs? Nothing is supposed to be able to survive on this planet. That's why it was chosen for off-world testing and containment for the Foundation's deadliest entities.
The team points their lights at the orbs. The creatures inside don't seem to be moving. They are suspended in some type of gel, and when the light hits them, the creatures look like metallic squids. Dr. Sanders holds up his hand to signal the rest of the team to stop moving.
I thought I saw some activity,
he says. The team looks around, but they don't see anything.
I must be jumping at shadows. Grab the equipment, and let's get out of here. We need to contact SCP Command and find out what they want us to do with these things.
The team packs up their gear and makes their way out of the cave system beneath the alien planet's surface. As they exit the mouth of the cave, they are greeted by a nighttime sky filled with stars and nebula. The undesignated planet is located in the deep recesses of space. The only light on this part of the planet comes from the suits of Dr. Sanders' team. Without any light pollution like on Earth, it seems as if every part of the universe is visible.
If it wasn't so creepy here, it'd be kind of beautiful, one of the team members says.
All of the SCP agents have stopped walking and stare up at the cosmos.
Come on, says Dr. Sanders. Let's get back to Elena and find out what the O5 Council wants us to do with this new discovery.
The next night, the exploration team is back at the caverns, where they discovered the mysterious orbs the previous evening. Dr. Sanders leads his team into the winding tunnel system. It leads directly under one of the largest mountain ranges on the planet. They approach the chamber that contains the clear orbs and get to work collecting samples to bring back to the lab.
We have no idea what these things actually are, so be careful. If you see movement, immediately back away. I want teams of 2 for each pod. One person collects the sample, the other holds the incinerator at the ready, just in case you need to fry whatever is inside these things.
The team members confirm their orders and get to work. Everything goes according to plan. The samples are gathered, and the SCP team makes its way out of the caverns. When they get to the surface, Dr. Sanders radios to the command center at Elena.
We're out from under the mountain. Canisters have been secured. Estimated time to the rover is 4 minutes. We'll update when en route to base.
Roger that, extraction team. We'll have the loading bay ready for your arrival, responds the communications officer at Elena. Sanders and his crew board the rover and put the canisters in the storage compartment. The drive back to Elena is uneventful. The entire planet is basically made up of dust and rocks. Until yesterday, Everyone at Elena thought they were the only living things out here, other than the few dangerous SCPs they brought along with them to experiment on. The rover pulls into the research base and parks outside the airlock. The team carries the canisters into the storage dome for further analysis before heading to decontamination. Sanders walks out of the airlock and takes off his helmet.
Breen, we brought back the orbs and they're awaiting your analysis in the storage bay. I don't know what they are, but the fact that they might be alive will be of great interest to the Foundation. I look forward to examining the specimens. We're kind of backed up right now, but we'll get around to it. You know, saving the best for last and all, Researcher Breen responds. There's a delicate matter that we're attending to at the moment. It should be resolved soon. Breen looks down at the clipboard he's holding and frowns. I've got to go, but I'll keep you updated. After a few days, Breen calls Dr. Sanders into his lab. You're going to want to see this. It's those weird egg-type specimens you brought back from the caverns. They've been designated SCP-1124. Perfect, I've been dying to know what these things are, Sanders says as he enters the lab. Do you mind if I record this, just so I have something to send back to my superiors at the Foundation?
Breen agrees, and the two SCP researchers begin their analysis of the clear orbs. So, they're not made of glass like we originally thought, Breen begins. We actually aren't entirely sure what these things are made of. They definitely have the shape of an egg, but the solid, clear outer layer makes me think they are more like carrying containers than anything else. See? Look. Bree grabs the top of one of the orbs and pulls it off. There is a satisfying pop, like a champagne cork exploding out of the top of a bottle. Dr. Sanders looks at the lid and then watches as Breen puts the top back on the orb. But that's not the weirdest part, Breen says. Take a look at what's inside. Sanders leans over the opened orb and looks into it. The creature inside looks like a silver squid. It does not move, but Sanders gets an uneasy feeling, as if there is something inherently dangerous and evil about the metallic squids. Come over here. I have some laid out on the table for you to examine, says Breen. They walk over to another lab bench where there are several creatures laid out. Breen uses forceps to move the appendage of one of the creatures. The limbs are segmented, but there is no sign of eyes or a mouth, as far as Sanders can tell.
What are they?
Asks Sanders. No idea, but watch this. Breen picks up one of the creatures with the forceps by the tentacle. Sanders expects the arm to be flexible and rubbery like a squid's, but instead they are stiff and rigid like a knife. When Breen picks up the limb, the entire creature moves with it like a statue. He pulls out a scalpel and looks at Dr. Sanders. Watch this, he says. Nothing happens as Breen presses the blade against SCP-1124's exoskeleton. He pushes harder and harder and harder. Eventually, the scalpel breaks, and the blade clangs to the floor. We haven't been able to break the shell, so we don't know exactly what's inside. But I have a few ideas on how to crack this puppy open, Breen says with a smile. He pulls out a blowtorch and begins blasting the metallic squid with the flame. There is no effect. Breen then brings out a vat of liquid nitrogen. He picks up one of the creatures and places it inside the canister. When he pulls it out, the instance of SCP-1124 is covered in frost. Breen grabs a hammer off of one of the lab tables and smashes it down onto the shell. There's a clank as if the hammer struck a metal pole. Breen shakes his hand, which is now throbbing from the reverberations sent through the hammer on impact.
Maybe they aren't alive after all, chuckles Dr. Sanders.
Maybe they're just figurines or statues or something. That's what I was starting to think too, replies Breen. Ugh, what a waste of time, Sanders says. He hawks a loogie and spits at SCP-1124 in disgust. The spit hits the outer shell and slowly begins to run down the side. Dr. Sanders and Breen take a seat at one of the tables.
It seemed like those things were going to hold some real promise. Maybe even get us off this rock.
Yes, the orbs and whatever is inside of them are real duds, Breen commiserates. Guess it's time to focus on... Suddenly, one of the arms of the creatures that Dr. Sanders spat on begins to move.
Did you see that?
Breen yells.
The squid thing, it just moved its arm.
Breen and Sanders run to the lab table, where the instance of SCP-1124 slowly stretches its tentacles, as if feeling its surroundings to get a better idea of its location. Breen reaches out to touch one of the metallic arms.
Stop! Don't touch it!
Dr. Sanders yells, but it's too late. The creature makes contact with Breen's skin. It instantly comes alive. All of its tentacles are now moving freely. The ends have sharpened tips. The creature jerks one of its tentacles, slashing Breen's neck. Blood spatters across the room, covering several other instances of SCP-1124. As the blood touches them, they slowly come to life. Their tentacles move all around as if searching for the source of the bodily fluid. Dr. Sanders shrieks for help.
He sprints towards the door, but before he can reach it, one of the instances of SCP-1124 launches itself off of a table and impales its spiked arms into Sanders' back. He screams in pain. Tears fall down the sides of his cheek as his hand slams against the glass door that leads out of the lab. The creature climbs up his back and over his head. It then pries Dr. Sanders' mouth open and squirms down his throat. As he is torn apart from the inside by the metal tentacles of SCP-1124, his hand slides down the door, leaving a bloody handprint. The audio recorder continues to run in the lab. It picks up the unsettling sounds of metal on metal and the guttural screeches of the SCP-1124 creatures. The glass door leading from the lab to the rest of the Elena facility shatters. Instances of SCP-1124 come streaming out. The researchers at the base have no idea that one of the most dangerous SCPs the Foundation has ever faced is now squirming along the halls of the facility, looking for hosts to lay their eggs inside. Years go by without any communication from Elena. The Foundation assumes something has gone wrong, but that was the point of setting up the base on a faraway planet in the first place. If an experiment got out of hand or a dangerous SCP escaped, the only people who would be in danger were the agents and Class D personnel at Elena. It was a much safer alternative to conducting these sorts of experiments on Earth. The O5 Council redacts much of the information on Elena and the research happening there. The file is buried deep within the Foundation's database and forgotten. That is, until several years later, when a ship from Elena crash lands just outside an Air Force base in Nevada.
General, we've just received word from the Foundation that one of our deep space research vessels has crashed in the desert not too far from here. The O5 Council has asked that we send a team to recover whatever is on board. Apparently, it came from a base called Elena.
Never heard of it,
responds the general. All right, let's send a task force to go retrieve whatever is on board that thing.
A group of SCP scientists and agents are dispatched to carry out reconnaissance and containment procedures for the crashed Elena rocket. There is very little information on what to expect, as most of the reports and documents about Elena are classified. As the team sets out to recover whatever is on board the rocket, a reptile-like creature that has remained dormant at the base for the last 30 years twitches. No one notices the slight movement, even though this SCP is heavily guarded and deemed one of the biggest threats to humanity's very existence.
General, we've reached the crash site.
One of the agents radios back to the airbase.
The rocket is in rough shape, but the cargo hold seems to be intact. We're opening it now.
The extraction team uses welding torches to cut through the outer lock of the capsule. They pull back the door and peer inside.
What are those things?
One of the agents asks. As the flashlight moves across the cargo hold, the team can see hundreds of glassy orbs packed tightly into the space within the rocket.
Well, let's get them back to the base so they can be analyzed, says the team leader.
Using recommended containment procedures, the extraction team carefully removes each of the orbs and loads them onto a transport helicopter. All of the agents wear protective hazmat suits, and no one is allowed to directly come into contact with the orbs. Once the helicopter is loaded, it takes off and returns to the Air Force Base. The chopper lands, and a team of researchers load the orb into a containment pod, which is then immediately brought to the lab for analysis.
I finally found some information on what Elena was and what these things might be.
A lead scientist at the base informs the other researchers.
It took a lot of digging, but I'm pretty sure the orbs are classified as SCP-1124. As far as I can tell, they contain some kind of squid-like statue, but the information from Elena is kind of spotty. Not exactly sure what happened up there.
The other researchers listen as they're briefed.
We're pretty much starting from scratch here, so be careful and use proper containment procedures as if you're dealing with an unknown SCP,
the lead scientist finishes. The researchers nod to indicate they've heard what their bosses had to say, and then get to work. Deep underground, the reptilian creature still lies dormant. There are slight fluctuations in the thermal readings in its containment chamber, but the beast does not seem to wake. The SCP agents on duty note in their log that the thermal sensors might need to be recalibrated. The researchers enter a clean room and lock themselves inside. They have brought in one of the SCP-1124 orbs for further analysis. As the researcher who is holding the orb walks towards the table in the middle of the room, he accidentally trips. The other researcher reaches out and tries to grab his colleague but misses. The orb falls to the ground. The researcher scrapes his leg on the corner of the table. He doesn't notice the tear in his protective suit, where a small trickle of blood drips onto the floor.
"Oh, that really hurt,"
the researcher says, rubbing his shin. The orb rolls in a circle on the ground. It slowly comes to a stop right on top of a drop of blood from the injured researcher. The orb begins to shudder.
Both of the scientists look in shock as it rolls along the floor, banging into the containment chamber walls as if it was looking for a way out. The researchers jump to their feet and run after the orb. One of the scientists grabs the orb off the ground and holds it tightly in both hands. Suddenly, a hole appears in the orb's surface. The researcher looks at one another, their eyes wide in terror. The researcher holding the orb puts his hand over the hole to cover it. He instantly recoils in pain as something stabs him from within. A metallic tentacle appears through the hole in the orb, followed by a creature with a squid-like body. The creature remains motionless, sensing the room around him. The scientist not holding the orb races towards the storage closet to find something to cover the hole with. The other researcher remains motionless, hoping that the creature will just go back into its container. Without warning, the creature launches itself at the faceplate of the researcher holding the orb. It smashes through the protective shielding and enters the mouth of the researcher. The other scientist screams in terror. He runs out of the containment chamber and slams down the button to activate the failsafe to prevent a containment breach. The room begins to fill with mist and trifilic acid. Alarms sound in the lab. Other SCP personnel come rushing in. They watch in horror as the head of the researcher with SCP-1124 inside of him starts to expand. Blood begins to pour out of his nose, eyes, and ears. Then, with a gruesome pop, the researcher's head explodes. The researchers lean closer to the window to get a better look at what's happening. They scan the room when suddenly an instance of SCP-1124 slams into the observation glass. The researchers jump back in surprise. A crack runs the length of the observation window. At the same time, the alarms are going off in the research lab. Different alarms sound deep within the facility. Sensors have picked up a huge jump in thermal energy in the reptilian creature's chamber, along with the movement of its tail and limbs. Armed SCP Foundation agents run towards the containment chamber, but when they are only a few feet away, the blast door is forced off its hinges and slams against the far wall of the complex. The containment team screeches to a halt as SCP-682 slowly lumbers out of its cell and shakes its body. The creature locks eyes with the agents, who are frozen in shock. It curls back its lips to reveal razor-sharp teeth. Saliva falls to the floor. "Open fire!" one of the agents yells. They fire a barrage of bullets at SCP-682, but they seem to have no effect. The creature stalks towards the agents and uses its claws and teeth to tear them apart. SCP-682 runs through the facility, killing every living thing in its path. It bursts out into the sunlight, where it sniffs the air. It then sprints towards the high-density fence and bursts through it as if it was nothing more than cobwebs. SCP-682 runs in the direction of the crashed Elena rocket. A battalion of agents is deployed to stop SCP-682, but the monster quickly destroys anyone and anything in its path. It seems to be on a mission, and nothing will stop it. When SCP-682 reaches the rocket, it consumes the entire research team that is there examining the spacecraft. It then begins sniffing around the area and climbs into the cargo hold. It's looking for something. Mobile Task Force Iota-5 approaches the rocket in two teams. The first is on the ground in armored vehicles. The second is in a helicopter. They have a plan. It seems that SCP-682 is looking for the orbs that were inside the rocket. For some reason, they are incredibly important to SCP-682, and it will stop at nothing to find them. SCP-682 is acting like a mother searching for a lost child. Mobile Task Force Iota-5 has brought one of the SCP-1124 orbs with them in hopes they can lure SCP-682 back to its containment chamber. When the first team approaches in the chopper, SCP-682 stops its search. The creature sniffs the air and spots the helicopter. "Uh-oh, I think he spotted us," says the pilot. The ground force opens fire on SCP-682, but the creature does not seem interested in them. Instead, SCP-682 remains fixated on the helicopter, as if it knows there is an orb on board. The creature leaps off the rocket and begins running towards the helicopter. The pilot turns the chopper and flies away with SCP-682 in pursuit. They make it back to the Air Force Base, just ahead of SCP-682. One of the agents jumps out of the helicopter with the SCP-1124 orb in his hands. He races towards a mobile containment chamber, where he places the orb at the far end before turning to get out. When he looks up, SCP-682 is standing in the doorway. Its chest heaves up and down.
Its eyes are wild. The SCP agent raises his gun and fires. SCP-682 snarls and leaps into the containment chamber. The whole thing shakes as the agent is torn apart. His gunshots and screams are silenced as the door to the containment chamber shuts. The fiasco known as the Grey Dragon Incident is an embarrassment to the Foundation. The O5 Council has everyone involved terminated. SCP-682 is secured in a new containment facility far away from SCP-1124, and the mysterious orbs are placed in their own containment chamber and hidden away from the world. The working hypothesis is that SCP-1124 are the eggs of SCP-682, but further tests will need to be done. And since both of these SCPs are extremely dangerous, these experiments might need to be conducted on a faraway planet. Perhaps it is time for the SCP Foundation to revisit Elena once again. Let's just hope this time they don't bring anything else back. Dr. Bright, Dr. Clef, and Dr. Gears all sat around a conference table, the monitor beside them giving a direct encrypted video link to O5-1, the most senior member of the legendary O5 Council. Only one topic was on the roster today: the inherent nature of one of the most problematic anomalies, SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile. There were certain facts that were easy to ascertain about 682, like the fact that its default state appears to be vaguely reptilian, the fact that it's highly aggressive, and the fact that it is seemingly impossible to kill. The rest, it seems, is still largely shrouded in mystery. How can we expect to terminate this creature if we don't fully resolve to understand it? Dr. Gears offered. It appears that all of our efforts so far have amounted to firing a gun in the dark and hoping for the best. Do you have any idea how much money we've blown on the termination efforts so far? Believe me, the numbers would shock you. Dr. Bright chimed in with,
As the only one in this room who's literally been inside this monster's head,
referring to the incident where 682 was made to ingest Dr. Bright's medallion in hopes of letting the doctor's consciousness take over the beast, which didn't work.
I think I speak to a degree of authority when I say I'm not sure if we'd have any luck actually understanding it. It's like asking a volcano how it feels about erupting.
Dr. Cleft's thoughts on the matter were predictable.
Okay, look, I may not have mind melded with this abomination like Jack, but I've got 2 working eyes and a decent brain attached to them. That's all I need to tell you. Our solution here is obvious. More firepower. We've been going easy on this thing so far, letting it face different anomalies one at a time, not going at it with any truly heavy weaponry, and for some stupid reason, ruling out nuclear armaments.
That had everyone around the room rolling their eyes.
There he goes with nukes again,
Dr. Bright said.
Nukes, nukes, nukes. If you love nukes so much, why don't you marry them, huh, Clef?
Clef grumbled in frustration.
When did everyone around here get so risk-adverse? Faintheart never won fair mine or killed giant ugly lizards. Why should we treat a nuke like it's such a dirty word?
Dr. Gears sighed.
If the break room coffee machine malfunctioned, you'd tell us to make sure the nuclear response option stays on the table, Clef.
Clef banged his hand on the table.
Because I believe in getting results no matter what. Enough!
O5-1 barked, silencing the room. Everyone turned to the monitor and gave their undivided attention as their superior spoke.
I can staunchly confirm that we will not be pursuing a nuclear option for 682 under any circumstances. I do not intend on creating a Godzilla we need to fight. Gears, I think you're onto something. We've done all we can to analyze SCP-682 through the eyes of scientific empiricist. Perhaps we need to look at it through the eyes of its fellow anomalies. The ones that aren't completely insane, anyway. Make it happen, gentlemen. Chop chop.
And so they did. All 3 of the incredibly different doctors did see the wisdom in O5-1's new theory. Perhaps they could gain a holistic understanding of 682 by collating knowledge gained from other anomalies. And through this knowledge, they might also be able to find a weakness that somehow slipped by unnoticed. Right now, 682 was like an impenetrable locked door, but even the most durable locked door can be defeated with the right key. There were certain anomalous perspectives on SCP-682 that they already had. Take, for example, that of SCP-343, the kind reality warper also known as God. When confronted with SCP-682 during a termination attempt, the 2 of them seemed patently unaware of each other's presence.
When quizzed on the subject, 343 claimed that 682 wasn't one of his, perhaps implying some kind of extra-dimensional origin. It also lends credence to the popular theory that 682 was one of the children of the Scarlet King, though for now that would still remain nothing more than a theory, not something they could really act upon. This was why each of the three researchers, following the orders from O5-1, began canvassing reactions from other intelligent anomalies, in hopes of getting a useful kernel of information from a fresh new angle. Dr. Bright, who has frankly seen far too many movies, thought of himself as Clarice Starling, interviewing a whole collection of Hannibal Lecters in hopes of gaining a unique insight that would help him catch the killer. When he shared this thought with Dr. Clef and Dr. Gears, Gears told Bright that he didn't watch movies, and Clef called Bright a nerd. After the proper safety precautions were put in to make sure that the two never actually came into physical or mental contact, Dr. Clef had SCP-035, the devious, diabolical, possessive mask, attached to a mannequin host body, and brought in to observe SCP-682 in a sealed chamber. Clef asked the possessive mask to relay any thoughts he had while looking at the beast. Admittedly, Dr. Clef felt a little unnerved by how gleeful the mask looked while watching the hard-to-destroy reptile clambering around in its tank.
Oh, yes,
The possessive mask said, its words like cyanide in the ears.
What a truly marvelous creature. So large, so powerful, so violent. Oh, I can feel the hatred radiating off of it from here. You know, the hateful ones are often the easiest to manipulate. There's so much they'll do for power, so much they'll sign away while their malice blinds them. Oh, delightful. Such a wonderful thought. I don't suppose you'd let him wear me, would you?
Dr. Clef shook his head. Not on your life, creep. Sadly, it didn't seem as though any new insights had really been gained here. Hopefully, Dr. Gears would have a little more luck with his project. Dr. Gears had decided to take a more measured approach, unsurprising given this is Dr. Gears we're talking about, and went for an intelligent anomaly who probably wasn't harboring some evil ulterior motive. SCP-507, the Reluctant Dimension Hopper. Two things highly benefited Dr. Gears in this regard. Firstly, the Reluctant Dimension Hopper had gotten around and seen more things than pretty much any other mortal being in existence. Secondly, SCP-507 had certain aspirations, namely to become an SCP Foundation researcher, where he could be accepted and make a profession out of his interest in the supernatural. Gears could leverage this to gain cooperation. When SCP-507 was brought in to observe 682, Gears noticed a certain flicker of recognition in the Dimension Hopper's eyes, before the man opened his mouth and said, "Oh god, not another one of those things." Gears immediately fired back, "Another one, you say?" SCP-507 nodded. "Yeah, during one of my jumps I was in this big, weird landscape covered in freaky-looking rocks. There were a whole bunch of these guys there like a herd or a pack or something. As soon as they saw me, they started chasing me. It was honestly pretty tense for a second there. I didn't even know if I'd make it out alive." Dr. Gears nodded and continued taking notes. "Do you have any further observations from your time seeing these creatures in another dimension?" SCP-507 shook his head, presumably disappointed that he couldn't offer more. "Thank you. That'll be all then, 507, Dr. Gears said. And of course, that left one more. The Maverick, the Joker in the pack, Dr. Jack Bright. The man from whom you can only ever really expect the unexpected. He decided to take the middle ground between the offerings of Dr. Gears and Dr. Clef. SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, the mysterious being who can kill with a touch, but has aspirations to heal. Dr. Bright was extremely interested in seeing what he had to say about the nasty reptile. That same day, the Plague Doctor was feeling a little irritated, to say the least. He'd been conducting some extremely important research into the pestilence on a cow carcass, when suddenly an order from the top deemed he would no longer have access to animal subjects. Lavender had been pumped into his cell to pacify him, while 5 heavily armored guards entered and dragged out his latest subjects. It was cruel. It was inhumane. It was anti-science. First, they'd taken away his live human subjects. Then they'd taken away his dead human subjects, followed by his live animal subjects. If he wasn't even allowed to perform his vital research on animal carcasses now, then what hopes did he have of making progress? Well, out there in the world every single day, the pestilence spreads further.
Who even knows what form it has taken now? After all, diseases shift and mutate with the times, and the whole world was a petri dish out there. As the Plague Doctor was lost in his musings, Dr. Bright approached and rapped his knuckles on the plexiglass of his containment chamber.
Leave me be, Doctor,
the Plague Doctor sighed.
Haven't you and your compatriots already taken enough from me?
I'm not here to take, Doctor. I'm here to give,
Dr. Bright said.
I know we can be a little harsh in our measures sometimes, Doc, but we're cold, not cruel. You play ball with us, you'll find we can be very amicable. To the tune of, say, getting your live animal research privileges back.
There was a moment of silence before the Plague Doctor rose up and walked over to the divider between himself and Dr. Bright. He cocked his head slightly, as though taking in Dr. Bright's measure.
What would you have me do in return, Doctor?
The Plague Doctor asked. Dr. Bright smiled. There's just something I want you to look at. With the assistance of a few security officers, the Plague Doctor was moved over to an observation chamber, joining on to a larger, more secure chamber. The Plague Doctor sat on a plush chair, staring through a one-way mirror into the larger chamber. Dr. Bright turned on a dictaphone, hoping to record any interesting observations the Plague Doctor came out with.
What, pray tell, am I supposed to be looking at, Dr. Bright?
He asked.
Oh, they're bringing him in now. Won't be a moment,
Dr. Bright said. A large door in the larger chamber opened, and several members of personnel dragged in a tied-up, incapacitated SCP-682, looking like it was still recovering from heavy injuries. Immediately, SCP-049 seemed to tense up. Dr. Bright was fascinated, watching the Plague Doctor's previously calm demeanor suddenly become marred by clearly evident worry. What was he thinking? Would it be a useful insight? The silence continued as the Plague Doctor seemed to carefully observe the immobilized beast. For a moment or two, Dr. Bright even noticed the Plague Doctor's hands shaking slightly. Moments later, the doctor cleared his throat and said,
The pestilence! Never have I seen it so malignant.
Come again, Doc? Dr. Bright asked.
This thing, it is sick, dreadfully sick. It is a bastion of disease, a harbinger of plague, unlike anything I've ever seen before. How long have you had this filthy thing within your walls, Doctor? How many people have made contact with it? Quickly, please, I must know for the safety of all of you.
As the Plague Doctor became increasingly agitated, Dr. Bright became a mix of deeply concerned and incredibly curious. Sure, SCP-049 tended to go off about a lot of things allegedly being infected with the pestilence, but this is different. There is genuine fear shaking in the Plague Doctor's voice.
I feel unwell, Doctor,
the Plague Doctor said, rising shakily to his feet.
Please, escort me back to my chambers. I simply cannot deal with such a case without proper preparations. It would be too dangerous.
Dr. Bright ordered the security personnel to make the Plague Doctor's desire a reality. He would be escorted back to his chamber, be given a lavender supplement, as well as a meal of beef and hard cheese, his favorite, to help him recuperate from his shock. But all throughout this process, Dr. Bright had latched on to one fragment of the doctor's mutterings. I simply cannot deal with such a case without proper preparations. Did that mean with the proper preparations, SCP-049 could deal with SCP-682? And as with most of 049's patients, did deal mean kill? If so, then this project was really about to bear some impressive fruit. After giving the Plague Doctor a few days to get himself reoriented, Dr. Bright returned with another offer. One he wasn't even sure he had the authorization to make, but if his plan worked out, he was sure he could swing it. He offered the Plague Doctor the chance to work with human subjects again, if he could first successfully treat SCP-682.
It would certainly be an undertaking,
SCP-049 said, trying to hide his clear discomfort.
But for the sake of science, I must accept.
Over the next few days, the preparations were drafted up, and the Plague Doctor was given any equipment or resources he requested for the task of curing SCP-682. Then, when the day came, SCP-682 was tied up and sedated once again, and dragged into a large cross-testing chamber, where Dr. Bright, the Plague Doctor, and several members of security personnel were waiting. It was now or never. Would the Doctor be able to do it?
For what it's worth, I believe in you, Doc,
Dr. Bright said, giving a tentative thumbs up. The Plague Doctor didn't return the thumbs up. He was too busy trying to stop himself from visibly shaking in the face of this giant, diseased monstrosity. Would he have any hope of treating such a beast?
He exhaled and approached. As with all of his patients, his first step would be to lay a hand on the monster, which normally rendered it peaceful and still. The plague doctor slowly walked over, his hand extended, feeling the prickles of fear all over his body. He could do this. He could do this. But as he approached, SCP-682 had somehow freed one of its arms and swung for SCP-049 with its vicious claws. 049 screamed and stumbled back, hitting the ground and crawling away in the opposite direction, practically wheezing with terror. He eventually gathered himself up in the corner and curled into a ball, shaking. Dr. Bright breathed a sigh of disappointment. It seemed this entire venture had been a wash. Take 049 back to his cell, Dr. Bright said, resigned. We're all done here. For everyone else, it was just another failed cross-test, quickly forgotten with all the others. For SCP-049, it was one of the most traumatic experiences of his life, one that would stay with him forever and be the reason he would always be afraid of SCP-682. The military helicopter sailed through the skies at a steady pace, its destination somewhere in Southwest Asia, along one of the many points where the legendary Euphrates and Tigris rivers meet. Depending on the outcome, this mission may have changed the course of the SCP Foundation and its activities forever, or it might do nothing at all. Such was often the way when it came to dealing with the unpredictable and the anomalous. Inside the helicopter, Dr. Anton Zarkov was practically rattling with nervous excitement. Ever since he'd been assigned to the 682 Termination detail, after years of wasting away in an archival desk job, he'd seen the kind of anomalies you wouldn't believe. 173, that nightmarish statue that snaps the necks of anyone who dared to look away from it. 811, the strange and also strangely adorable swamp woman, whose caustic mucus could reliably melt seemingly any organic matter, save, of course, 682 itself. And Dr. Zarkov was particularly astonished by the aftermath of the epic battle between 096 and 682, which left both of these indestructible monsters horribly maimed. But all of that, it was nothing compared to what they were going to witness today. Dr. Zarkov muttered a prayer to himself in frightened reverence. Dr. Clef, who was sitting across from him in the helicopter, wasn't quite as wound up. Like some action movie cliché made manifest, he sliced chunks from a plump red apple with a Bowie knife and sucked the pieces off the blade. Clef found Zarkov's nervousness little more than amusing. "First time at Site Zero, rookie?" Clef asked between apple slices. Dr. Zarkov nodded, forcing a meek smile. Clef just chuckled. You're wasting your time, you know, Clef said. Everyone takes a shot at the reptile. I faced it down myself once, mano a mano, and during that moment I realized something. As much as it pains me to ever throw in the towel, we're not going to kill this thing. It's just a budget sink. Of course, these kinds of doubts had crossed Dr. Zarkov's mind before. He'd watched countless termination attempts, organized by far more senior researchers than himself, fail and fail embarrassingly. Something about signing your name up for 682 termination was like tying on a blindfold, grabbing a bat, and stepping up to a piñata, except in this case, the piñata isn't wearing a blindfold, and somehow it can hit you back. It is a one-way ticket to professional humiliation, and if you're unlucky enough to get too close when things go south, it can be so much worse. But Dr. Zarkov well and truly believed that he would be the exception to so much miserable failure. After all, this was an idea nobody had tried before. An announcement over the intercom signaled that they had now entered Site Zero airspace. They'd be landing shortly, and just like that, Dr. Zarkov was all raised hairs and goose flesh once again. It seemed like such a hazy, distant miracle that his project proposal would even get majority approval from the O5 Council. And now he was about to touch down and actually see it. Naturally, Dr. Clef noticed Dr. Zarkov's emotional cues, and like so many playground bullies, decided to seize on it. Don't buy into the hype, Dr. Clef said. It's really not that special. The helicopter touched down. Dr. Zarkov felt defensive. He was almost tempted to use hard words, but he realized from Dr. Clef's mischievous smile that perhaps that was always the intention. He certainly had a reputation, if one were to put it in the most neutral terms possible. But this was your 001 proposal, Dr. Clef, Zarkov countered. I would have thought you'd be more invested in this.
Dr. Clef rose to his feet and sheathed his Bowie knife as the helicopter's side door opened. He gestured for Dr. Zarkov to get up and follow him before saying, "Believe me, even a giant flaming demigod loses its luster when you need to write enough of those stupid reports on it." The two researchers disembarked from the helicopter and walked into the legendary containment facility, Site 0. One of the most important and secretive containment sites out there, even by the standards of the ever-clandestine SCP Foundation. If ever containment procedures failed here, they'd be staring down the barrel of an unprecedented situation, a Patmos XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. After all, they were dealing with one of the most serious and powerful anomalies they'd ever contained here. Clef and Zarkov entered the control room, filled with huge monitors displaying every kind of recordable metric, but the largest screens were dominated by long-range drone footage of the iconic anomaly they were all there to see. SCP-001, perhaps better known as Uriel, the Gate Guardian. While Dr. Clef remained unfazed, Dr. Zarkov felt a single tear crawling down his cheek. He had never seen an entity so utterly awe-inspiring. An impossibly tall, glowing humanoid entity with 8 great fiery wings and a glowing blade made of pure heavenly fire, every bit as hot as the sun. To think that such an incredible creature existed on the same Earth as him made him feel so incredibly small. The theories as to the creature's true nature were as myriad as they were unknowable. Some of the more devout among the Foundation's ranks even believe that he is a direct servant of the Abrahamic God, guarding the gate to paradise, the Garden of Eden, heaven itself. Dr. Clef just laughed.
"Everything you'd hope it'd be, Zarkov?"
he said. Dr. Zarkov nodded. "And more, Dr. Clef, and more." Even from such a distance, the raw power of the Gate Guardian is impossible to ignore. It radiates off of the being like an invisible aura. Dr. Zarkov had read all the files. To get within a kilometer of the mighty entity would be to court death. Anyone who approached it would taste the heat of its sword, cleave them apart at the atomic level, and effectively erasing them from existence. It's about as dead as anyone could possibly be, save for someone being thrown into SCP-3930 and literally removed from the plane of existence. SCP-3930 had failed to annihilate the hard-to-destroy Reptile, but perhaps where that whole lot of nothing had failed, the Gate Guardian would succeed. It remained floating, fixed on one place, as though waiting for something. But what? Perhaps a fateful confrontation with a certain reptilian nightmare, Dr. Zarkov hoped. Like many, he had heard the most famous story involving SCP-001, the Gate Guardian, which took place before even the days of the SCP Foundation. After all, every foundation needs a founder, doesn't it? And that's how it began. The founder was a mysterious figure, no matter who you ask. Some say it was 05-1, others say it was the legendary administrator. Some even believe that it was someone else, someone older, someone who predated even the current 05 council and administrator. A wise and learned figure, going on a pilgrimage around the known world in hopes of expanding their perspective and seeking out the strange and unusual. It was traveling down the river Tigris that the founder encountered the Gate Guardian. Of course, as always, from a mile away. The founder saw the distant glowing point shaped like a human being with wings. It was unlike anything they'd ever borne witness to. That's when the founder felt a door open in the back of their mind, and something sneak in. A single word, projecting somehow infinite authority.
Prepare.
The very presence of the word made the founder's body rattle. Never had they heard such a voice, conveying such certainty and power. It had to be the voice of the distant glowing figure. It couldn't be anything else, could it? Much like Dr. Zarkov would experience hundreds of years later, the founder, even as a person so powerful, knowledgeable, and influential, suddenly felt so unimaginably small. The founder became aware of not just the extent of the world around them or even the universe, but a terrifying multiverse of possibilities. There was light out there, of course, but even more darkness, and terrifying things were hiding in the dark. Is that what prepare meant? Did it mean to be ready for all the terrible things hiding in the dark, just waiting for the opportunity to strike? Just how great was the extent of the things humanity didn't understand out there? The founder's mind was flooded with so many possibilities.
If there was a tide of monsters in the blackness that needed to be fought back, it was too much for any one person to ever handle. The founder needed a group, all gathered around the same mission, to contain the coming threat that the great glowing being had warned them about. People of focus, commitment, and sheer willpower. People who would accept the knowledge of the terrible things in the darkness and still not waver in the face of their great and noble challenge. People who, if necessary, would be willing to die in the dark so that the rest of the human race would live in the light. They would be humanity's greatest defenders, even though they would defend in secret. This was how it had all begun, supposedly. Dr. Zarkov had heard the story whispered many times while conducting his research into SCP-001. And now here he stood, perhaps where the founder had been standing all those years ago. The SCP Foundation had faced down greater threats than SCP-682, the Hanged King, the Sealed King, the Scarlet King. Hell, if they wanted to, they could go toe-to-toe with the Burger King. And all of that had begun with a single word from the mighty Gate Guardian. Surely an ornery, overgrown lizard wouldn't be too much for it to handle. But of course, they hadn't just come here to look at the Gate Guardian. That'd be an egregious waste of time and helicopter fuel. They'd come here transporting precious cargo, a chunk of SCP-682's flesh, cut from the beast itself. Currently, it was attached to yet another remote-controlled drone, set on a collision course for the Gate Guardian. Dr. Zarkov watched the video feeds with sweaty palms as he saw the drone and its diabolical cargo enter the video's view, getting closer to the Gate Guardian by the moment. Closer, closer, until the Gate Guardian struck out with its great and terrible sword. For such an astronomically huge being to move so incredibly fast was astounding in and of itself. But what Dr. Zarkov found even more exciting was the result. In one quick slash of its solar blade, both the drone and the SCP-682 tissue sample were utterly evaporated, gone, reduced to less than even ash. Dr. Zarkov's face split into a manic grin. If it could destroy the tissue sample, then surely it could destroy the monster itself. And what a glorious day that would be. Meanwhile, back at the cross-testing chambers of Site-19, SCP-682 was having another miserable day. It was dragged half-melted out of its acid tank at 3 a.m. in the morning and left slowly regenerating on the floor.
A typical SCP Foundation wake-up call,
It thought to itself, with a roll of its still regenerating eyes. What form of horrible torment would be in store for it this time? It began scrolling through its mental Rolodex for the most recent failed but painful termination attempts. Oh yes, of course. They tried suffocation via vacuum. That definitely made SCP-682 feel a little lightheaded at least. Until, of course, it adapted its body to begin releasing a gas of similar composition to its native atmosphere, which had certainly given those white-coated wearing sadists a lot to take note about. Then, how could it forget? They tried roasting it to death with extremely high temperatures. Thankfully, as always, it had a trick up its sleeve, adapting a carapace made of solid helium to defend it from the fire, then shattering it to shred a bunch of those buffoons in the orange jumpsuits. Then they'd cut off a sample of its flesh, shoved it into some absurd industrial blender before shoving what's left into a centrifuge. What a divine pleasure it had been for 682 to hear the explosion down the hall, when the antimatter embedded in its genes went off and put a number of those idiotic Foundation drones in the hospital for months. Serves them right to continually meddling in the matters of forces they couldn't even hope to understand. And today, they were feeding at the carcass of a dead cow. SCP-682 sighed. It felt sometimes that the adults testing it had forgotten the note reading, "highly intelligent," on its file. Being dragged into one of those ghastly chambers and given some form of novel stimulus could only mean one thing. Something stupid and painful was going to happen. Said stupid, painful thing in this case was that the cow was spiked with an instance of SCP-3521. Also known as the banana pill, by Dado. What followed was a remarkably absurd instance, even by SCP-682 cross-test standards, where a huge number of bananas spontaneously burst out of 682's body. Being a big fan of bananas, apparently, 682 was actually able to eat and metabolize the bananas faster than the anomalous banana pill, by Dado, could produce them. And because bananas are each individually slightly radioactive,
682 was able to synthesize this collective radiation into a powerful death ray that it used to cause a great deal of death and destruction. As far as Dr. Zarkov and the rest of the SCP Foundation were concerned, this thing being cleaved apart on an atomic level by the Gate Guardian couldn't come soon enough. Sometimes it took the ultimate knight to slay the ultimate dragon. Not long after that, SCP-682 was dosed up on enough sedatives to give New York City a week-long nap and carted over to Site Zero on a heavily secured armored convoy. Taking SCP-682 this far between containment sites was considered a matter of grave seriousness. In other words, the result of this little experiment better have been good to justify the insane security risk it took to even get the damn lizard out here. Dr. Zarkov and Dr. Clef decided to co-supervise the cross-test from the safety of the Site Zero observation deck. Either would have been foolish to want to get any closer. Even Dr. Clef, while undeniably a loose cannon, didn't have an outright death wish, unless, of course, wishing death on SCP-682 would count. 682's sedated body was strapped to a large unmanned vehicle, the kind they might use for an exploratory mission on another planet, and sent in the direction of the Gate Guardian's deadly proximal zone. A secondary camera drone was also sent in to lag behind, correctly predicting that when the Gate Guardian struck SCP-682, it would obliterate the unmanned vehicle too, and whatever happened out there, the Foundation needed it on camera. Dr. Zarkov had sweaty palms and gritted teeth, seeing the culmination of his professional career unfold in front of him. Dr. Clef was looking at a meme on his phone. As 682 got closer, it began hearing a booming voice in its head, just like the Founder had so long ago. The voice simply said one word over and over, getting louder as the unmanned vehicle brought the two Titans closer and closer and closer.
Die.
682, still feeling groggy, thought,
Oh, if it only were so simple.
And then it happened. SCP-682 entered the dreaded 1-kilometer range. The Guardian slashed down with its mighty sword, creating a brilliant flash of light. In the aftermath, the unmanned vehicle was obliterated, and 682 was left heavily injured on the ground, still trying to process what had just happened. 682 looked up, sobered by the pain, and saw the being that had dealt this blow. 682 began to sneer.
Is this meant to be the garden?
It said before breaking into a venomous laugh.
This is not the garden. The garden is far west of here.
The Gate Guardian struck again with its flaming blade, once again projecting that single word.
Die, 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 die.
When the smoke cleared, 682 was even more horrifically injured, with only one limb left, but still against all odds, alive. It used the one limb to drag itself towards the Gate Guardian, fueled by pure rage and spite.
Die? You command me to die? Oh, wouldn't we all like that? But this is my curse for suggesting the fruit.
The reptile growled. Back at the base, Dr. Zarkov was mortified.
How could it possibly be surviving all this? The sword was meant to cleave apart its victims on an atomic level. Atomic! It's in freaking atoms, goddammit!
Dr. Zarkov wished he had a paper bag to breathe into. Dr. Clef, showing an uncharacteristic degree of compassion, patted Zarkov on the back, saying, "It's okay, buddy, we all remember our first time." Back at the center of the action, the Gate Guardian blasted 682 with its solar blade again. Somehow, despite the terrifying power wielded by the Guardian, 682 continued to live. It was alive, barely, but after 3 strikes from the sword, to be alive with whatever the evil version of a miracle would be.
This is not the garden, and you are not Uriel.
682 roared before spitting at the Gate Guardian.
Pretender.
One more violent strike from the Gate Guardian and 682 finally collapsed, unconscious from the extent of its pain and its injuries. But despite all of Dr. Zarkov's hopes, the Gate Guardian did not strike a killing blow on the unconscious beast. Instead, it transmitted another word, another order, impossible for any human being to ignore.
Remove.
As though in a trance, the workers of Site Zero, including Dr. Zarkov and Dr. Clef, entered the forbidden 1-kilometer exclusion zone. The Gate Guardian allowed them safe passage,
as they used tools and vehicles to pick up the heavily injured SCP-682 and cart it away from the Gate Guardian's feet. After they all came back to their senses, Dr. Zarkov simply said, "What just happened?" Dr. Clef just shrugged. "I've learned to stop questioning it."
You all remember the story. One of the most epic, sprawling, action-packed tales in the entire multiverse. The saga of Pietro Wilson and the SCP-5000 exclusion suit. He went through an unimaginable hell to reset the universe and save the world from an SCP Foundation that had seemingly lost its mind, in an unprecedented international mass containment breach that had the stated goal of wiping out the human race. It was one of the most horrifying possible timelines imaginable, and we should all be thankful for Pietro's struggle and sacrifice. Or should we? After all, there are two sides to every story, each with its own perspective and insight. One side of the coin was Pietro, a man willing to do anything to return normalcy to the human race. On the other side was a familiar yet wholly unexpected face, SCP-682. In our original telling of the SCP-5000 Odyssey, you may have noticed passing mentions of SCP-682 here and there. It was one of those thousands of anomalies unleashed across the world to wreak terrible havoc on all of us. But what you may not have known is that SCP-682 was one of the few intelligent entities that weren't surprised by the sudden turn taken by the SCP Foundation, or indeed the world at large. SCP-682 knew something like this was inevitable, as soon as human beings found out about it. That's right, it. The entity behind all the pain and misery of SCP-5000. And today, thanks to the inner thoughts of none other than SCP-682 itself, you will understand what it's all about, and why the SCP Foundation took such severe action against it. But in order to truly understand this, and the role that SCP-682 plays in it, we need to get back to the beginning. Two Foundation projects with wildly different research implications, Project Pneuma and Project Demerong. The first involved using cutting-edge technological advancements to map out the human psychosphere and understand the psychic web that connects us all. The latter was an attempt to explore what happens after death, and perhaps even gain some control over its processes. But as is often the case when mankind dabbles in arcane questions better left unexplored, the SCP Foundation didn't like the answers they found. The rotten fruit of Project Demerong was SCP-2718, also known as What Happens After Death. If you're already familiar with this one, then there's a good chance a chill just went down your spine. It's widely considered one of the most disturbing anomalous discoveries ever, and a member of the O5 Council who'd already experienced it decided to submit himself for eternal torture at the hands of SCP-106, just so he could avoid it. According to SCP-2718, after death there is no heaven, no hell, and no oblivion. The human consciousness endures in the most horrifying way possible. It remains bonded to its decaying earthly body, feeling the slow agony of rot for eternity. Unable to speak, unable to move, unable to scream, but fully aware as everything they once were putrefies and withers away. And cremation isn't an escape here, it's worse. Every molecule of ash your body is reduced to will cry out in silence, echoing around the empty halls of your fragmented soul forever. With something this utterly horrifying, the natural follow-up questions are, why does this happen? And for the love of all that is good and pure on this earth, is there any way to stop it? This brings us to Project Pneuma, the one that's even more closely associated with the events of SCP-5000. The Foundation's attempts to map out the human psychosphere resulted in a world-shattering discovery. Something was living in there. The entity, the powerful nameless creature we've been referring to as it. It lives in so many of our heads, watching, waiting, and of course, feeding. The main question here is, on what? Prior to the discovery that changed everything in the world of SCP-5000, the only being that truly knew was SCP-682 itself, melting away in its acid tank, bound by reinforced restraints, hurting, bored, hating. Imagine for a second what the life of SCP-682 is like. It isn't the most dangerous of the anomalies out there, There are Devourer of Worlds and Scarlet Kings more happy to crush our whole world in their claws, nor is it the most sadistic. A being like SCP-106 offers a far more painful death than being quickly mauled, crushed, or eaten by the hard-to-destroy Reptile. And despite this, the Foundation expends countless resources in trying to murder it on a constant basis. It has been burnt, melted, eaten alive, drowned, slashed, beaten, dissected, suffocated, erased from existence, set upon by nightmare creatures, torn to shreds on an atomic level, and even more terrible termination attempts than you can possibly imagine. We've made several videos on the subject, and even we have barely scratched the surface of the pain inflicted on SCP-682 by the SCP Foundation. Even in its default state, SCP-682 is constantly submerged in hydrofluoric acid, eating away at it forever. Does that remind you of anything else we've been talking about? You might wonder how SCP-682 can withstand this level of constant torture without completely losing its mind. To put it very simply, 682 takes a great deal of satisfaction in knowing that what every human has to contend with after death is far worse than the tortures it expected to endure at the pathetic hands of these doomed human fools. It already knew what Project Numa discovered. It already knew about it, the entity. It felt the constant suffering of the teeming billions of dead in the world around it, and it found it disgusting. An interesting choice of words, and a favorite for SCP-682, but also for the captured SCP Foundation agent Samuel Ross during SCP-5000. As we discussed briefly in our SCP-5000 coverage, something happened that aligned the perspectives of the SCP Foundation with that of the monstrous Reptile that they had taken such pleasure in tormenting. What on earth could cause the protectors of humanity to suddenly change their tune like this? There are other little clues embedded in Pietro's terrifying SCP-5000 experience. You may remember a strange and frightening scene where a Foundation field commander went down a row of Foundation soldiers, stabbing each of them with a large combat knife, and none of them reacted. Until one did, at which point his comrades set upon him like mad dogs and killed him, displaying an uncharacteristic level of swift brutality. And then there are the classified files from the O5 Council and the Ethics Committee, led by Chairman Odongo Tejani. It goes without saying that the O5 Council and the Ethics Committee don't really see eye to eye on anything, but the results of Project Numa changed that. The following is classified conversation between a member of the O5 Council, namely O5-1, and Chairman Tejani, trying to comprehend the horror of their discovery. My hands shake as I hold the document. This is confirmed? He nods. We got the report from Numa's staff yesterday. It's everyone. Even us? Even us, Tejani. To think I'd find myself agreeing with that damn lizard. What do we do? You know what we have to do. We'll have to disseminate a cure, I think, among personnel before we get things underway. It'll try to stop us otherwise. God help us, one. Don't be like that, Tejani. That's it talking. And one more incredibly telling quote from a member of the SCP Foundation picked up by Pietro Wilson during SCP-5000. Once you realize you're not supposed to feel pain, there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Is it all coming together now? While each participant here only has a part of the puzzle between us all, we can see the full picture. The entity It has inhabited the human psychosphere for as long as we've existed. It's a kind of metaphysical parasite, attached to the entire human race. And what it feeds on seems to be the after effects of pain. And like all efficient parasites, like a tapeworm that induces hunger in its victim so that it can have more food delivered unto itself, the entity cleverly perpetuates its own food source. That's right. It is the very cause of all pain. Humanity was never actually meant to feel it. It's a lie we've told ourselves. Well, not quite something we told ourselves, but something it told us. It induced pain and tricked us all into believing that it was a natural component of our existence. All the while, it fed on us, sustained itself on the suffering that it had seeded within our hearts and souls. The Foundation discovered this and was horrified. But of course, the pain it caused for the living was only part of the equation. Through the revelations of Project Damarung, another thing that SCP-682 was able to know intuitively, we can complete this puzzle and find the terrible truth. The truth being that it is not only behind the suffering we experience in life, but SCP-2718, the even greater suffering we experience in death. For millennia, it has groomed humanity into a perfect all-you-can-eat buffet of dismal pain and suffering. And until recently, they'd been so blissfully ignorant of the horrible fate that awaited them on the other side. The Foundation saw only one solution to this problem, but it certainly wasn't a nice one. In order to save themselves and all of humanity from a truly wretched eternity, they'd need to distribute a cure among themselves. The mimetic key phrase, harden your hearts, and then go about exterminating every human being still infected by it. Only that would presumably purge the monster from the psychosphere forever, and grant humanity both painless lives and restful deaths. It was a horrible thing done for the best of reasons. The cured Foundation personnel started to notice the horrible background noise of suffering all around them. They now understood how the Reptile felt. To call all of this disgusting would be a grave understatement. If anything could help them execute this plan of mass mercy killing, it would be SCP-682, a scaly survivor in disguise all along. SCP-682 was surprised to see the day arrive. Alarms went off across the containment site. His acid tank was drained, his restraints unlocked. A group of unarmed, unprotected researchers entered the room. He saw into their eyes. They'd changed. They were free. And for the first time in decades, he was free too. They explained to him that they'd been acquainted with his old enemy, the entity It. They understood his malice, his disdain. For once they were suddenly joined in a shared goal. They needed to kill them all. They needed to purge the entity from the psychosphere forever. In the words of the Foundation researchers, they would need to exterminate everyone who was infected, and SCP-682 would need to help. The hard-to-destroy Reptile, relishing the opportunity, replied,
I will do my part.
And for a brief window of glorious time, it was free. With no threat of recapture, it rampaged through the world, gleefully slaughtering scores of people. It was in its element, taking part in the mass extermination of the infected. Every dead body added to the pile was another blow struck against it. Soon enough, the world would be disgusting no longer. But of course, that's not how this story ended. It had a trump card, Pietro Wilson. It guided him all the way, dragging him from nightmare to nightmare, until he was eventually able to reset the world and erase the discovery made by Project Numa. The slate was wiped fully clean, and because of it, we are forever ignorant of the terrible fate awaiting us all after death, and the monster lurking in our psychosphere that feeds off of every morsel of suffering. You can thank Pietro Wilson for that nasty little gift. Only one entity truly remembered what had happened. SCP-682, of course. They had their chance to save themselves, and they ruined it. So close, yet so far. From that day onward, SCP-682 found the Foundation not only disgusting, but disappointing. The 8 long, pointed legs of a massive spider, fangs dripping with deadly venom, skitter across the ground. It is one of the apex predators here, until it's crushed by the scaly foot of SCP-682, the Backrooms' newest, angriest resident. When we last left our least favorite anomalous reptile, SCP-682 was 8 levels deep into the terrifying extra-dimensional labyrinth known as the Backrooms. With SCP-343 knows how many levels left to traverse, the hard-to-destroy reptile was beginning to feel a bubbling sense of contempt for everything in this godforsaken reality. That is to say, SCP-682 felt this way it usually felt, but for once there was no feeble Foundation personnel to unleash its rage on. And while its long absence back in the world outside of the Backrooms has been seen as a stressful inconvenience for most of the Foundation, the fact that the Keter-class creature had done no further harm since it evaded containment had led many researchers to believe that, however unlikely it was, SCP-682 no longer existed. "It's out of our hair," said one Dr. Wazowski. Though the Foundation would continue to launch around-the-clock reconnaissance missions the world over, the mobile task force that seemingly did the deed of destroying the hard-to-destroy reptile was currently being treated to a company pizza party, paid for by the Foundation's Sorry a Lizard Ate Your Loved One fund, which received a small donation from the O5 Council every time that SCP-682 breached containment. But there was no chance of relief for SCP-682 itself, as wandering through the Backrooms without a map or strong sense of purpose was certainly no pizza party. Level 8
The level that SCP-682 currently found itself on was a cave system crawling with all manner of hostile entities. Well, hostile for weak and pathetic human beings at least. To say the same was true for SCP-682 would be a gross distortion of the definition of the word hostile, especially because SCP-682 had faced many of these miserable monstrosities before on the previous levels. The clumps, hounds, death rats, and smilers were back in droves, and these now all too familiar entities seemingly couldn't help themselves from aggressively pouncing on SCP-682 the second that the reptile entered their line of sight. Not that getting the drop on the anomaly would buy them any advantage, as SCP-682 effortlessly bodied them one after another.
Playing the hits already, Backrooms.
SCP-682 thought to itself.
At least give me something new to chew on.
Through the jumble of stalactites and stalagmites, SCP-682 could see a child faceling standing on the other side of an unusual pit of tar. The last time that SCP-682 encountered a few of these unfittingly named faceless little girls during its time on Level 2, it had ignored the entities out of a sense that there would be more interesting monsters to destroy going forward. SCP-682 now realized, almost shamefully, that it had largely been proven wrong. Perhaps the child facelings were in fact more than meets the eye, or knew something that the other entities didn't. Regardless, there were never enough pathetic cretins in the backrooms for SCP-682 to vent its nigh-limitless frustration on. The small faceling would simply be the next to bite the dust. Or so SCP-682 thought. As the hard-to-destroy reptile charged towards the entity, its claws touched down on the puddle of tar, and almost immediately, a countless number of human hands emerged from the liquid beneath and pulled 682 under. The anomaly was able to easily adapt the level of strength necessary to escape from the grasp of the tar pit entities and resurface. When it emerged, however, the child faceling was nowhere to be found. SCP-682 had given the creepy little menace some credit, as it was apparently smarter than the other entities which had crossed the lizard's path. SCP-682 put as much distance between itself and that annoying tar pit as it could, and it was vigilant for any other similar hazards. Not especially amused by the concept of being swallowed up again, SCP-682 adapted a pair of large draconic wings, which it used to carry itself aloft through the caves of Level 8. From above, the anomaly could see a number of foot-long centipede-like entities, as well as entities that resembled eyeless chickens, and for once, neither of these horrendous mistakes of creation seemed interested in assaulting SCP-682. It was surprising, but SCP-682 actually felt a little bit relieved. Not because it felt remotely threatened by anything that crawled, trotted, or slunk through the backrooms, but because it didn't have to waste any of its valuable time putting down another weakling that should know better. This relief was short-lived, as all of a sudden, a large shape dropped down on SCP-682 from the ceiling. This monstrous humanoid boasted 4 powerful limbs, and was currently using all of them in an attempt to pummel SCP-682 back down to the ground. 682 could see several similar entities emerging from nearby cavern walls, having apparently blended in through color-changing camouflage, and lying completely still in wait for prey, or in the case of SCP-682, the anomalous lizard that would prey on them. These entities are called camo crawlers by the major explorer group, and because they have the same level of intelligence as regular humans and cooperate to hunt in packs, they are regarded as one of the most difficult entities to deal with. Not for SCP-682, of course, and the hateful beast could not be more disappointed in this latest ill-conceived ambush. SCP-682 came to a landing on part of the cavern floor, which was decidedly not covered with tar, and allowed its wings to retract back to its body. Without a moment to spare, it quickly made short work of the camo crawlers. The lot of them may have been as smart as humans, but SCP-682 had killed a lot of humans in its time, and an extra pair of arms wasn't exactly a game changer. Now surrounded by a record number of expired Backrooms entities, SCP-682 realized it was growing sick of Level 8. It seemed that there was no winning with this place, as the levels that SCP-682 had visited previously either contained hordes of worthless expendable fodder, like this one, or were so empty that the SCP would find itself longing for any kind of interaction. It was time to search for an exit to this level, with the hope that the next inconceivably vast maze of nothingness had a more refreshing flavor to it. Knowing the Backrooms, the exit to level 8 would probably come in the form of an off-color portion of the cave wall, or some glitched geometry straight out of those video games that younger humans seem to love to play. Fortunately, SCP-682 didn't have to think too hard about how to progress to the next level, as after wandering around for long enough, it merely fell straight through a random section of the floor into darkness. Seconds later, SCP-682 appeared in the lamppost-lit streets of Level 9, also known as the Infinite Suburb. It looked close to midnight, and much like in Michael Jackson's hit song Thriller, evil things were no doubt lurking in the dark, but none more evil than the hard-to-destroy Reptile itself. If Level 9 was anything like the suburbs that SCP-682 remembered from its native reality, this place should be filled with humans packed together like sardines in a can. And while the lucky Foundation Mobile Task Force that was present at the site SCP-682 had now clipped into the Backrooms at were likely enjoying some sardine pizza for a job well done, SCP-682 was fixing to make the next humans it encountered into its own kind of unconventional topping for a feast. It was feeling oddly rejuvenated and almost happy again, but what it didn't know was that the darkness of Level 9 had the same anomalous, or I suppose vaguely supernatural, properties of Level 6. And as the research suggests, many kinds of emotional inversion fields that unnerve and disturb ordinary humans make SCP-682 feel the opposite way. It was strange, but somehow SCP-682 felt almost like it belonged here in suburbia.
Just a little old me in a big, big world.
SCP-682 mused to itself before trotting down the pavement through the neighborhood. Its mouth was starting to water as it carefully deliberated over which of these sleepy community homes it would enter first. The idea that behind every door there were unsuspecting humans fresh for the slaughter made this place seem like a paradise for the reptile. This rare good mood even remained as a new group of quote-unquote hostile entities made their way down the street towards SCP-682.
Alright then, let's meet the welcoming committee.
These entities were known as the Neighborhood Watch, and the most relatively interesting thing about their appearance was that their anatomy seemed to be centered around singularly massive eyeballs. Without hesitation, one of these cyclopean entities, a floating eyeball known as Watcher, fired a piercing ray of light at SCP-682, which instantly disintegrated portions of the reptile's body on contact. Unlike the corrosive acid used by the death moths and the bursters from Level 5, the damage inflicted on SCP-682 was at the atomic level. What this effectively meant is that the regeneration time to recover from these injuries was going to be slightly longer than usual. The other advantage that the Watchers had was strength in numbers, as there were 3 of them as well as a pair of Striders, ambulatory eyeballs on 8-foot legs, which brought up the rear of the Neighborhood Watch.
2 can play at that game,
said SCP-682. It instantly copied the Watcher's disintegration rays, firing a pair of atomic lasers from both eyes that would make a superhuman blush. These lasers of heat and light hit their marks with perfect accuracy and dismantled particles of the entire approaching Neighborhood Watch. As per usual, the Backrooms then proceeded to roll out the usual clown car of stooges. SCP-682 could see death moths, a couple skin stealers, and some particularly wretched wretches hiding amongst the suburban homes. The reptile made a sport of using its newly adapted laser vision to pick them off one by one.
Zap! I see you! Zap!
Before long, there were no more Backrooms entities in sight, and SCP-682 decided that it was time to break into one of the homes on the street and go to town. Or technically, go to suburbia.
Honey, I'm home,
SCP-682 thought to itself as it smashed through the front door of one of the buildings. Inside was no trace of habitation, no food, no photographs, and absolutely no humans.
Oh well,
thought 682, still mellowed out from the effects of the darkness.
There's always next door.
It exited through the hole in the wall it made and strode across the lawn to the next little house on the square.
Knock, knock.
SCP-682 burst in once more and found this house to be much the same state as the last. Undaunted and feeling persistent, SCP-682 made its way down the street like a terrifying door-to-door salesman, bursting through the front door of every house in its path.
Telegram! Special delivery. I'm here to talk to you about your car's insurance.
There was nothing. No humans anywhere. Level 9 seemed to be one big, empty ghost town. SCP-682 started to consider the implications of the number of entities it had encountered earlier. While they were little more than distractions for 682, the chances were very slim that any humans that had made it this far could have survived such a plethora of dime store goofballs. SCP-682 let out an uncharacteristically wistful sigh.
The Backrooms have me all messed up. I can't believe I'm actually missing those disgusting humans. I've grown accustomed to their faces.
SCP-682 reflected on this for a moment and then had another realization.
No, this is perfect. I'm free. I may never see these worthless creatures again. They'll never inflict their pathetic existence on what is mine. I am free.
SCP-682 howled in private triumphant victory as it rambled through the streets of this dead world unknown to humans, and especially unknown to the Foundation. This was nothing like the endless office spaces of Level 4, because the darkness negated any possible depression that SCP-682 could develop as a result of being deprived of other entities to interact with. Even then, it was clear that there would be more than enough entities for SCP-682 to destroy if it got bored. While there was no telling how often entities in the Backrooms spawn or where they really come from, there never seemed to be a shortage in the levels where they did exist. SCP-682 began to think that Level 9 was in fact the paradise it appeared to be at first glance. Against all odds, SCP-682 had achieved genuine bliss, and it seemed that nothing could take that away. As SCP-682 stood there, staring up into the starless black void of Level 9's sky, it was caught off guard by the sudden presence of what appeared to be a blue hyacinth macaw landing on its back. The bird had given no indication that it was nearby, and because of that, it had somehow taken SCP-682 completely by surprise. What's more, the reptile was feeling an unusual sensation within its mind. It knew almost instinctively that this avian entity's name was Jerry, and also it was one of the only beings 682 had ever encountered that it didn't outright want to destroy. It wasn't that SCP-682 liked Jerry, or even really cared for if he lived or died. There was something about this unusual macaw that didn't trigger the usual disgust response that every other form of life brought out in 682. This wasn't admiration or friendship, but more like optimistic indifference.
Your existence is acceptable, Jerry,
said 682 to its newfound winged companion.
Let's go find some weaklings to kill.
What? Weaklings?
Jerry replied. And so 682 was off again, this time with Jerry in tow. It was like the two of them against the world, and together they could take on anything. SCP-682 and Jerry out on adventures, running around and accomplishing great things in the Backrooms. 100 years of SCP-682 and Jerry. Eventually, the asphalt and suburban houses gave way to an unpaved dirt path leading through a field of wheat. Within moments, the darkness was replaced with a dense fog, and the black of the night sky changed into the gray of a cloudy afternoon. SCP-682 breathed in the moist air and realized once again it had moved between levels of the Backrooms without knowing it. This was Level 10, the Infinite Wheat Field. At this point, the word infinite was starting to feel cheap.
Some warning would have been nice,
SCP-682 grumbled, no longer feeling as serene without the benefits of Level 9's darkness. At least Jerry was still here. There was a silver lining to everything.
No!
SCP-682 stomped its feet on the ground in building frustration. It needed to find something to tear to pieces immediately, or it might reconsider even its tolerance to Jerry. The macaw was now its last resort in case there was no other entities on this level. Fortunately for Jerry, SCP-682 became alerted by the echoing sounds of trumpets coming from further into the wheat field and decided to investigate. Through the mists of Level 10, SCP-682 could see the silhouettes of several large stone towers. SCP-682 didn't recognize the exact time period of the architecture, the way a human might assume they were from the Middle Ages, but it could definitely tell that these were old. It hadn't destroyed something like this in ages, and it seemed as though it would soon be given a reason to. Perched high on the towers were a small patrol of goblinoid creatures, wielding bows and arrows. These entities spotted SCP-682 around the same time it spotted them, and began to knock arrows from their quivers and open fire relentlessly on the reptile. These ancient projectiles stung, but compared to the disintegration rays from the Watchers, SCP-682 saw this as a bit of a downgrade. The only real harm that it did to SCP-682 was spiritual, as the rain of arrows seemed to startle Jerry and cause the macaw to take flight away from SCP-682.
Jerry, get back here, you coward!
SCP-682 shouted to the bird-like entity as it disappeared from sight. It shook its head. However brief it was, it seemed that the SCP-682 and Jerry team-up had come to an end.
Stupid bird. He better hope I don't see him again.
The archers continued to pepper SCP-682 with arrows, but the reptile wasn't about to take medieval warfare lying down. With extreme speed, SCP-682 charged at the nearest tower and rammed it head-on. The impact shook the structure, causing the archers to stumble and drop some of their arrows. Despite the damage, the tower hadn't fully crumbled, so SCP-682 underwent a brand new adaptation to settle the score. Armored plates converged at the end of SCP-682's tail, forming a large bludgeoning club similar to that of an ankylosaurus. With the power and speed of 682's body behind it, this bony mass was more accurately described as a wrecking ball. And it came in like a wrecking ball too, as the reptile swung its whole body with enough force to smash the base of the tower into pieces. As the stone fell, so did the archers, and many were buried beneath the rubble while others scattered, retreating to farther towers while taking potshots at 682. The reptile didn't chase them. It had bigger plans. It waited until the archers had made their way into the next few towers before grabbing a piece of rubble in its mouth and chucking it directly up into the air. The chunk of stone flew upwards and then began to descend rapidly towards the wheat field below. Demonstrating an eye for precision on par with the siege engineers of medieval times, SCP-682 swung its club tail at the perfect moment to hit the falling stone and change its course. It was a home run. SCP-682 scored a direct hit on the top of the next tower and repeated its stone-chucking strategy until the archers began to get the message. This was a war the likes of which these Freddy Freaker-looking demons had never experienced. The hard-to-destroy reptile roared a blustering battle cry and began to berate the entities for their weakness.
You miscreants deserve this for scaring Jerry away!
SCP-682 said without really thinking. What had gotten into it? Some strange anomalous effect? It pondered this as it continued to perform its rather convincing impression of a catapult. The archers had completely taken cover at this point, afraid to retaliate for fear of getting a rock to the face. Not long after, the same trumpet noise could be heard again, and the area around the towers became a lot less active. It did take SCP-682 a moment or two to realize that the entities had all disappeared with the sound of that instrument. Cowards would be cowards after all. The reptile was aching for more of a fight, but at the very least, Level 10 was offering something new. Though not all of it was new. A smiler peeked out at SCP-682 from between stalks of wheat, and this time, the reptile simply chose to ignore the uncanny grinning bastard and move on. No sense giving it the satisfaction, right? SCP-682 followed the dirt path for about a day, during which time it also encountered a pack of hounds, a skin stealer, and who could say how many death rats that scampered amidst the field. After this, it came to what appeared to be some kind of settlement. The buildings here looked much more modern than the towers, and unlike the empty suburbs of Level 9, the reptile could see that there were actual humans living here. From all appearances, this appeared to be a small town square with an open-air trading post, much like a farmer's market. In addition to wheat, the humans living in this settlement had all sorts of goods on display and could be seen actively bartering with each other. SCP-682 licked its lips. None of these helpless fools knew it was coming. Malttown, as it was known to wanderers in the Backrooms, was about to receive a rude awakening at the hands of a Keter-class SCP. While the archers that had been encountered earlier posed a definite threat to those straying too close to their towers, the entities seemed to conveniently ignore this humble little town. Of course, mercy was not in SCP-682's playbook, except when it came to Jerry apparently. But the macaw was gone now. and it was time for carnage. This was going to be fun.
The storms were unlike anything anyone had ever seen. But the worst part wasn't just the deadly gales. Wind howling powerful enough to knock down buildings like rows of dominoes and lift the remaining debris of cities up into the air as if all that destruction weighed nothing. And it wasn't just the lightning, those arcs of crimson forking down from above. If one struck the ground near you, and one almost always did, the sheer force of it would knock you off your feet. The last thing you'd feel as you flailed helplessly in the air was the relentless pain of your body being disintegrated by the energy of the blood-red lightning, until there was nothing left of you for anyone to find. Yet somehow that wasn't the worst part either, and it wasn't even the noise of it all either. That deafening cacophony of booming thunder and wild hurricane-force winds so loud, nobody could ignore it, all underscored by the screams of a world lost in suffering and madness. No, the worst part of it all was the sky. Whether anyone looked up, where there had once been that clear, calming blue, was now a swirling mass of nightmares. Many were surprised just how much they missed turning to that sky, that odd, universal comfort it brought. The knowledge that no matter how bleak things got, the sun would set on every bad day and rise again to mark the start of another, filled with potential. That promise of a future, no matter how uncertain, was replaced with a reminder of one thing, that this new, darker day had no end. There was no sunrise or sunset, no night or day. All that uncertainty and potential was replaced with certain doom, represented by a sky that looked like a river of blood. Deep reds and blacks swirled and thrashed above like the raging waves of the ocean, casting bolts of lightning down at the earth. Not to mention what else would occasionally drop from that blood-stained sky. Nobody had much information about how this all had started, how the world had become such an unrecognizable hellscape. Cynics would say that the world was already hell long before the sky turned red, although there wasn't much time for sarcastic jokes like that nowadays. As far as the few human beings that had survived could remember, the day everything changed had been little more than an ordinary day on planet Earth. One moment, things were normal. People were working tirelessly at their boring 9-to-5 jobs. Somewhere in the world, others had long since fallen asleep in a different time zone. Then all of a sudden, it appeared. Few survivors had actually seen it for themselves, and even fewer had lived to tell the tale. But rumors and whispers spread from camp to camp, dispossessed people huddling together in the ruins of houses or in abandoned subway tunnels that would hear the stories. And somehow, deep down in the fearful recesses of their hearts, they all knew, despite never having seen it, that it was real, the masked god. When it stepped upon the earth, it walked like any other person would. Its body even appeared to be human, an aged, older man's body, wrinkled and elderly, although not completely decrepit. Yet, it was his face, or what covered it, that really instilled that sense of fear and dread in anyone that heard the rumors. That being wore a mask, a porcelain comedy mask, the kind commonly associated with ancient Greek theater. It had a fixed, unnerving expression, a wide smile of twisted glee. It was almost as if it was getting some sick enjoyment out of all the chaos and destruction that had befallen the world, like it was pleased with its own handiwork. A thick black substance oozed from the mask too, adding to its unsettling appearance as streaks of what looked like tar trickled down the chalky white surface. It leaked out from underneath as well, dripping over the bony shoulders of the old man that wore it. Not one survivor that heard the stories of this monster understood what it was or where it had come from, but as if by some deific influence, they all knew it was responsible for creating the hell they now lived in. That knowledge kept them hidden, kept them afraid, and kept them from fighting back. As had always been the case even before this apocalypse had been unleashed on the world, the only people who knew the truth were the ones who had been working for the SCP Foundation. They had more than their fair share of answers about what had happened and who or what this mask-wearing menace was, but naturally kept that information secret from the wider world. Not that there was much point in keeping secrets anymore. After all, there was hardly much of a world left for the Foundation to hide things from, and even fewer former personnel who had lasted this long. Even then, there was only a handful at the SCP Foundation who knew everything that had led to the current catastrophe,
Most of the researchers and guards that had been going about their ordinary duties, running tests on contained anomalies or patrolling the site where a certain possessive mask was housed. The next thing everyone there knew was the blaring noise of alarms. Mobile task force troopers racing down the hallways. Their commander might have yelled something about a break-in, someone having gained access to the supposedly secure Foundation facility and stealing one of their anomalous objects. But not everybody, even those working in the same building, would have overheard that. They definitely didn't miss what happened next, though. As further alarms sounded, alerting the staff on site of a containment breach, the facility itself was torn apart in a flurry of chaos. Personnel, researchers, security, MTF soldiers were being incinerated, burned, until there was literally no trace of them left. Something stepped through the very brickwork of the building itself, smashing a hole through every room it passed until it burst out of the side. Then all of a sudden, the alarms weren't the loudest sound. Something else started deafening the Foundation staff who were still standing. The world outside had become even more chaotic. The sky had turned red, and all around, people were being killed, structures decimated, cities blown away in moments. Naturally, this wasn't the first time the Foundation had stared right into the face of an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. Given the widespread presence and surveillance they had around the planet, it didn't take them long to learn of the horrors that were unfolding. The key word there was that they had a widespread presence, as in past tense. They thought they had enough resources to retaliate too. Word quickly spread throughout the various arms of the SCP Foundation, informing the wider organization of the situation and urging them to work as one to enact a plan to stop what was happening. All they knew for certain was that SCP-035 had been removed from containment. Also known as the Possessive Mask, the object was known to have its own sentience and an innate ability to telepathically influence unwitting victims into wearing it. However, the mask also secreted a corrosive black substance, which normally dissolved the body of anyone who put it on. By itself, SCP-035 was nowhere near powerful enough to unleash a global catastrophe, though. Unfortunately, it had managed to influence someone who was that powerful into putting it on. Another anomaly. While to the untrained eye, SCP-343 could easily be mistaken for an elderly human man, those at the Foundation knew that the fact he was now wearing the possessive mask was some of the worst news they could have ever received. Although none of the researchers working for the SCP Foundation, in fact, not even the O5 Council, knew if this was true, the colloquial nickname for SCP-343 was God. He not only claimed to be the sole creator of the entire universe, but had also exhibited extensive reality warping abilities, advanced even for an anomalous being. His powers seemingly had no known limit in how they could be used to alter the world around him, although the old man himself seemed to be a passive, kindly soul, rarely causing active harm to other beings under normal circumstances. Of course, normal circumstances didn't include having the corruptive SCP-035 on his face, effectively putting the mask in the driver's seat and allowing it to use SCP-343's powers to lay waste to anything before it. The Foundation quickly diverted their considerable assets to a brute force retaliation in the hopes that a full-scale assault on the combined creature would somehow force a separation of the possessive mask from SCP-343's face. The tricky thing about this situation was, God's powers and the fact that he was an immortal, ageless being of potentially incomprehensible form all meant he couldn't be harmed. Causing external damage to him was extremely difficult. That was good news in some regard after all. The Foundation didn't want to kill 343 if they could help it. They knew he wasn't acting on his own accord, but his indestructibility also meant that the corrosive goo that was secreted from SCP-035 had little to no effect on its new impervious host. That meant it could keep going, keep unleashing hell, and stopping it was going to take a lot of manpower. Fortunately, the SCP Foundation never had any shortage of people to throw at a problem, and their ethos didn't really place much value on human life. They mobilized every mobile task force at their disposal, every one of them filled with ranks of highly trained elite operatives. Among the Foundation's forces were even MTF agents who had themselves been altered through anomalous means, their bodies augmented with technology and cybernetics, or their strength specially enhanced. Deploying the full might of their amassed forces, the SCP Foundation took the fight to SCP-035, with the goal of stopping its reign of terror and freeing SCP-343 if possible. The hybridized mask-wearing reality warper had already caused considerable damage since it had started its rampage. Although its motivations were far from political, the wearer of the Anguish mask had begun with a devastating show of power, wiping numerous cities off the map. While the rest of the world scrambled to find some way of responding, the masked god teleported itself across the globe, destroying central governments and further crippling their own opportunities to initiate an armed response. In short, this meant the Foundation's move was to be humanity's last stand, their final chance to stop SCP-035 from its current course of harnessing the wise old man's power to turn the world into its own personal, nightmarish playground. To say there was a lot riding on the MTF assault would be an understatement, as would saying it went badly. When met with times of defeat, the old, rather morbid adage of fallen soldiers being sent home in bags is often applied. But if the masked hybrid had sent the Foundation its MTF troops back to them encased in body bags, then that would have been far kinder than what it actually did. The collected mobile task forces, the Foundation's own private army, were mobilized to Washington. Under the influence of the possessive mask, SCP-343 had wiped out not only the main seat of power in the United States, but the Pentagon as well, disabling the country's defenses. Suddenly, a mass of aerial transports and ground vehicles came hurtling towards the crater it had left behind. As it turned to look, the wide grin of satisfaction on SCP-035 became a long frown. Thanks to its new host's omniscience, it instantly recognized the foot soldiers of the organization that had kept it caged for so long. As the amassed MTFs marched towards it, the masked god stepped out to meet the oncoming army, one being against thousands of troops, if not tens of thousands. If the mask had affixed itself to the face of any other anomaly, those soldiers might have stood a slim chance. The combined creature casually raised the bony arms of its host's body, the Foundation forces breaking into a charge the very second they saw it move. Like a tidal wave, they rushed towards their target, only for each individual operative to quickly realize that they had stopped moving. They were still running, legs still in motion, but their feet had been lifted off the ground. Plucked from the very earth they each had stood on, the MTFs were stuck in mid-air, defying the forces of gravity and unable to free themselves. Collectively, the Foundation's army looked to SCP-035, its tragic porcelain frown having switched back to the wide grin, punctuating the sick satisfaction it was about to take from what came next. It gave a click of God's lean fingers, and each of the MTF troops it had suspended in midair were shredded at the molecular level. Their bodies erupted with a spray of deep red viscera, each and every one of them being pulled to pieces from the inside out. Flesh, bone, and blood melting away, breaking down, becoming ash, and then atoms, and then nothing. It took around a minute. Not that it was terribly exerting for SCP-343's powers, but just because of how many troops the Foundation had sent to try and stop it. A mighty show of force, and all for nothing. With their mobile task forces decimated like a row of helpless tin soldiers, the SCP Foundation had lost its primary method of fighting back. But they were far from safe from the masked god's reach. Thanks to its hosts, SCP-035 wasn't all-knowing, but all-seeing, and able to be anywhere and everywhere in the blink of an eye. It began hunting the surviving pockets of the Foundation personnel. Out of nowhere, it would teleport into wherever they were hiding and turn their bodies inside out, or rearranging the functions of every orifice on their faces, only to vanish like a ghost, leaving no trace and no survivors. The braver ones tried desperately to come up with some new plan, a revised way to stop a creature that could be anywhere and do anything. On the other hand, the Foundation leadership, the more highly ranked members like the Overwatch Council, went to the ground. Plenty of them had contingency plans in place for Armageddon, and they were prepared to wait out the apocalypse in their own secluded safe haven. But with the Foundation all but gone, that's when the monsters got loose. No longer having anyone to guard them, to maintain their specific specialized containment procedures, the SCPs still held at Foundation sites were unleashed on the world. Untold horrors came spilling out of the ruined facilities, each one now acting as its own Pandora's box, bursting its lock and having its terrible contents lay waste
to the planet already awash with chaos. A lot of the anomalies thrived in the world that SCP-035 had created, once they were finished fighting amongst themselves in the struggle of escaping their containment. Soon there were packs of SCP-745 running wild on the ruined highways, using their bioluminescent lights to hunt human survivors who were attempting to make the dangerous trek across open country. Meanwhile, a plague began spreading amongst other camps of these post-apocalyptic humans, a strange disease that seemed to cause people to rapidly grow extra teeth, overproducing them until SCP-4910, the Grinner, could catch up to them. Then there were the SCPs that fled the nightmare that the masked god had made of the world. Any that could travel between dimensions or remove themselves from this layer of reality quickly absconded to avoid the chaos. Some just went about their business, as if nothing had really changed. The Plague Doctor mostly kept to himself, traveling from place to place on foot, only stopping when he encountered people afflicted with the pestilence, before moving on in search of others. Some of the anomalies tried to help people. Rumors spread among some survivor camps of a half-man, half-cactus, leaving them food and supplies in the night, with a note that read, "From your friendly neighborhood cactus man." There weren't many who dared to oppose the creator of this dark new world, but some anomalies sought to challenge the rule of this combined creature. Perhaps they thought SCP-035 and SCP-343 couldn't possibly be all-powerful as the story said, that it would be easy to kill the king and assume control over his kingdom of chaos. There were plenty of other anomalies that had floated the idea, not just the other reality warpers, but those that had figured out that if they separated the mask from its host, then this world would become their hellish paradise to rule over, so long as SCP-343 didn't instantly undo all the damage. But there was one that didn't want control. It didn't even necessarily mind the whole world had been turned into a walking nightmare. It just wanted to stand against the hybrid of malicious mask and all-powerful deity out of spite, based on nothing but pure hatred for any and all other forms of life other than itself. And it was that confrontation that would serve as a warning to the rest of the SCPs now freely roaming the world. SCP-682 slithered out into the open, claws coated with a fresh coating of blood from its latest slaughter, wetting the countless layers beneath that had already dried. The hard-to-destroy reptile had tracked the scent of the possessive mask's oozing black secretions, bringing the beast maw to porcelain face, with the combined being responsible for distorting the very fabric of the world. Already knowing the foul lizard was near thanks to its host's foresight, SCP-035's visage had already been locked in that unhappy grimace, dreading the approach of the day it would have to face the tenacious, irritating, regenerative reptile. It turned its host's body to face the huge beast. The trails of black streaked down its frowning face, looking like angry tears staining its carved off-white skin. The two exchanged no words. SCP-682 had no doubt this pairing of corruptive mask and passive god already knew why it had come looking for it, and it was right. The possessive mask had long been looking into the mind of SCP-343 to prepare. It knew it wasn't one of the old man's children. In fact, God had completely denied ever being responsible for the creation of the unkillable monster. There was almost no strategy, even with the infinite power of its host's reality-warping abilities, that SCP-035 could definitively kill SCP-682. Building up to a charge, the reptile swiped at the masked god, its talons narrowly nicking the porcelain surface of the mask the very second it teleported out of the way. Reappearing behind the monster, SCP-035 compelled its host body to lift its elderly arm and decimate the beast the same way it had to the Foundation's forces. With a fearsome hiss, the reptile's body was pulled apart. It growled with anger, annoyed and enraged more than deterred. Its strong, scaly limbs quickly regenerated, bone and muscle regrowing to replace what the masked god had torn away. SCP-682 gave a swipe of its tail, knocking the masked god a few feet away, reeling him. The anomalous hybrid teleported yet again, this time to inside the monstrous reptile. Shrinking down to almost infinitely small, the mask and god wrenched apart SCP-682's atoms, ripping up strand after strand of its very DNA, physically trying to unmake it on a cellular level. On the outside, the creature's body disintegrated as it roared, feeling its very genetic material breaking down, only for it to rapidly reform just as SCP-343, wearing SCP-035, reappeared in front of it. There was no way for the masked god to kill the monster. despite how much it tried, sending it hurtling into the fire of the sun, punching it into other dimensions, moving it down the recursive stack of reality to make its existence little more than fiction. Eventually, the possessive mask had to reconsider the problem at hand. Even with infinite power, the unkillable still remained unkillable. Rather than ask whether that meant its own power was truly unlimited, it instead resolved to the only option it had left. With a snap of its host's fingers, the combined creature sent the hard-to-kill reptile away, far away. Universes upon multiverses of distances were put between the masked god and SCP-682, turning back towards the destruction it had wrought on this world. SCP-035 knew that the regenerating reptile would be back, but for now, it had more chaos to unfurl. It seemed that the Foundation was all but rid of SCP-682 after an unlikely glitch in reality sent the hard-to-destroy reptile deep into a limitless interdimensional abyss known simply as the Backrooms. This meant that the standard reality, also known as the Front Rooms, was safe from one of the most dangerous monsters in existence, but that didn't mean the anomaly was neutralized. SCP-682 had been slowly but surely making its way through every level of the Backrooms and taking out its aggression on any living thing that crossed its path. Well, except for Jerry. There was something about the entity, which resembled Blue Hyacinth Macaw, that had made it tolerable to SCP-682, which was rare for the reptile, as it infamously regarded most other life forms as disgusting and worthy only to be destroyed. Jerry had been frightened away by an encounter with the archers of level 10, and ever since SCP-682 had been looking for the little guy. This search eventually led the creature to backtrack through the suburbs of level 9 and enter level 11, the presumably infinite city. This was the largest settlement that SCP-682 had seen in the Backrooms, and whether or not it found its avian companion, it was eager to cause some havoc among the locals. And speaking of the locals, what a sorry sight they were. Countless facelings were acting like ordinary humans going about their day, strolling down the sidewalks and entering buildings, seemingly with no reason other than to humor the themed environment. A few of the facelings were even walking hounds on leashes, in a grotesque pantomime of a dog walker. 682 was infuriated. Somehow, in its seemingly infinite ways of causing the creature distress, the Backrooms had managed to combine the two things that annoyed it most: the so-called civilized creatures of its native reality, and the equally disgusting entities that dwelled within the Backrooms. Unable to stand to look at this any longer, SCP-682 went on a violent rampage, attacking every entity in sight. Its previous objective of seeking Jerry no longer mattered to it, as the anomalies discussed for every part of this alternate reality overwhelmed all of its thoughts. If 682 found itself starring in Pixar's Inside Out, all of the emotions in its mind would be variations of disgust. As the bodies started to pile up, SCP-682 began to sense something in the airwaves of this level. It soon adapted a long-range radio antenna in order to better pick up the frequency. The voice on the other was calm and sounded like a middle-aged human male. "You're listening to Radio Backrooms," the voice said. "If you're just tuning in now, welcome to Talkin' with Ralph. I'm your host, Ralph."
There you are,
SCP-682 said, triangulating the radio signal with its internal senses. This Ralph character was going to be next to die. Well, he would be next, if nothing else with a dumb look about it got in the way. And in the Backrooms, the chances were high that a new pathetic creature for SCP-682 to destroy would be around every corner. Either way, 682 marked the new waypoint on its mental map and started to zero in on Ralph's location. "Looks like we got ourselves a brand new entity in level 11, Ralph's voice echoed in SCP-682's skull. "I'll be giving away a free time slot to whichever faction bags the beast within the next 12 hours. SCP-682 realized almost immediately that it must have been the new entity that Ralph was referring to. It was familiar with the idea of factions within the Backrooms because of its previous encounters with the major Explorers group. But now the situation threatened to get interesting. Maybe there would be some factions here with actual combat training on par with the mobile task forces.
Could these new factions pose a challenge to such a powerful Keter-class anomaly? 682 heard the buzzing of tiny propellers overhead and saw a group of surveillance drones flying towards it. With cat-like agility, it leaped into the air and swatted the drones with its limbs and claws. The cheap hunks of carbon fiber were shattered easily. Halfway across the city, several members of the drone surveillance squad were throwing their headsets on the ground in frustration. With one faction having missed its chance, the next was quick to arrive. 5 cool teens on bikes and skateboards rolled up to the end of the street. They were all dressed in 80s fashion for some reason.
Check it out! That's one righteous reptile!
Said one of the teens.
Gnarly!
Said another. 682 cringed. Even with its limited understanding of human culture, it could tell that 80s nostalgia was overplayed, and that the era of 90s and 2000s nostalgia would soon arrive. And what better way to hasten it than getting these troubled teens off the street? Just don't ask where they went after that. Another so-called faction down, and SCP-682 was already feeling uncontested. So far, these humans were even less intimidating than the entities. This was a bit mind-boggling to SCP-682, considering that the Foundation was made up of humans and they had managed to bag several much scarier anomalies than anything in the Backrooms. Naturally, SCP-682 included itself among that number. The radio studio where Talking with Ralph was broadcasting from was getting ever closer. Taking a slight detour, the Reptile tore straight through Level 11's MEG base of operations. Once again, the explorers within proved to be no match for the creature. It emerged on the other side of the building, back into the city streets, and was immediately confronted with several new explorers. These humans weren't exactly 80s fashionable, opting instead for tactical gear and long black cloaks. They had a haunted look about them, and each carried a mighty spear.
Sinner!
They shouted in unison.
The eyes of Argos are upon you!
SCP-682 pounced and made short work of them, but paused warily when it noticed the presence of a slightly taller humanoid that had been standing behind the group. It was dressed the same as the humans, but it had an aura of mythic fury. The humanoid had no eyes, but somehow, SCP-682 could feel itself being watched, as if from all places at once. It was unsettling for the creature, as it felt like being back at the Foundation, contained in a vat of acid while a science lab full of researchers watched and judged. Yes, judged. That was the feeling, and SCP-682 knew it all too well. The humanoid stepped forward, brandishing its spear.
What was it with this place and spears?
SCP-682 wondered. The powerful entity it had fought on Level 7 had also wielded a spear. Was that weapon meant to be some indication that this one was just as tough?
I am all-seeing Argos, and I have seen that your sins are innumerable,
said the humanoid entity. Argos lunged forward, thrusting with its spear towards SCP-682. The reptile received the brunt of the strike and was launched backward. Without even giving 682 time to recover, Argos thrust its spear through the creature, pinning it to the concrete.
Sinners must be punished,
Argos bellowed, pushing the spear deeper into the reptile's body. SCP-682 struck back with a bite, but to its surprise, Argos seemed to have an impossibly high tolerance for pain, and its wounds seemed to be healing almost as soon as they opened. This told 682 that close-range attacks wouldn't get this entity's spear out of its back. It needed to get the freaky humanoid out of spear range, and then hit back with a reach weapon of its own. Tapping once again into the radio frequencies, 682 levied a blast of concussive sonic energy from its body. While this didn't damage Argos, it did achieve the intended effect of knocking the entity a few feet back. SCP-682 used this chance to get a bit of distance and readied its next weapon, its own reptilian tail, now elongated and equipped with a sharp blade at the end. In terms of reach, SCP-682's tail whip outclassed Argos's spear. The battle was on now. 682 swung its powerful blade in an attempt to cut through the enemy's weapon, but it seemed that the spear had the same regenerative abilities as its wielder.
You're not human,
SCP-682 taunted Argos.
You're even more disgusting. You are a sinner,
Argos replied. Regeneration was one of SCP-682's strong suits too, and the spear wounds that Argos had given it had already recovered. Using the bladed whip of its tail,
SCP-682 kept Argos and his spear out of close quarters. It continued to slash the entity, but the wounds were healing too quickly to leave an impression. Argos was also skilled enough with his spear that he began to deflect the whip and advance towards 682. It was time to try something crazy. So crazy, it just might work. Argos stopped in his tracks, as suddenly, SCP-682 was nowhere to be found. The reptile had become effectively invisible, and this was because it had adapted to counter Argos's true vision. Now encased in a ghostly aura of sin-cloaking energy, SCP-682 maneuvered around Argos and prepared to finish it off.
If you're like me, then this won't bring you down, but it will hurt Argos, and I will enjoy it.
Calling upon the memories of the acid vats back at the Foundation, SCP-682 secreted a powerful acid across its entire body and leapt onto Argos's back. The thing about spears is, while they are ideal for engaging the opponent at a distance, they were far less useful if that same opponent was grappling your limbs. With his weapon rendered unusable, Argos was now locked in a battle of endurance with SCP-682. It had generated the most powerful acid it could generate, potent enough to even cause a bit of damage to itself.
It's over, Argos.
SCP-682 chuckled.
You may be good at fighting, but only one of us has spent years being contained within a caustic prison. You lose.
SCP-682 held down Argos for as long as it took for the acid to fully immobilize him. The entity had struggled to break free, but 682 was able to continually grow strong enough to tighten its grip. With the boss of this level destroyed, SCP-682 continued towards the radio tower. Congratulations, you, Ralph said over the radio. You win, Lizard Man! How about you and I have a nice, peaceful chat? Not having any of this, SCP-682 beamed its own words into the radio station along the same frequency.
Tell me how to get to the next level, and I'll consider sparing you. But only because you're that worthless.
Haha, I hear you, Lizard Man, Ralph responded nervously. Ralph directed SCP-682 to a specific window inside of one of the nearby skyscrapers. When SCP-682 opened this window, it was immediately transported into a cramped white room with a table that had a single chair nearby. This was level 12. SCP-682 was most assuredly going back for Ralph later. Yet another level seemed specifically created to play on the ennui of the human condition, which was something that 682 still had no frame of reference for.
Humans were afraid of the stupidest things,
682 thought to itself. It waited in this white room for what felt like several hours until it was eventually no-clipped back into level 11.
Ralph!
SCP-682 roared, loud enough to shatter the glass windows on several buildings in the Infinite City. It charged out of the skyscraper and onto the roof of a nearby apartment building, which just so happened to be another surface with no-clip capabilities. 682 never got to hear a response back from the talk radio host before it fell several stories down into another level of the Backrooms entirely. Level 13. An apartment building that, while not technically infinite, was presumed to have a very high number of floors. The hallways were more cramped than the hotel on level 5, so SCP-682 shrunk itself a bit to avoid getting stuck. It gritted its teeth and prepared for the usual routine.
3, 2, 1.
A clump, a female moth, and a hound came slinking down the hallway, like a random encounter in a JRPG. SCP-682 hated these Backrooms entities so very much, and could barely fathom why they could stand each other. It seemed that no matter what level these hostile entities appeared, the Goon Squad only ever attacked creatures that weren't native to the Backrooms. Without further deliberation, 682 ran the Three Stooges over, trampling them with its superior powers. It was more than done taking Small Fry seriously, and that included Curly, Larry, and Moe. As it wandered through the halls, SCP-682 started to hear the droning, easy-listening music which pervaded this entire level. It was the sort of sound that humans used in elevators and grocery stores, places where the dull mundanity of life was meant to serve as a comfort. And yet, it seemed to be the soundtrack of the Backroom's latest hellish level. In a way, 682 started to feel pity for the humans trapped here, not because their suffering was a bad thing from its perspective,
but because of the fragility of their finite psyches. If whatever forces that created the Backrooms did intend it to be a realm that tormented humans, the humans were definitely making it too easy. And if humans themselves made this to contain other humans, the implications were even sillier. When the very structures that humans built to shelter themselves from the elements, apartment buildings, cities, towns, were able to cause this much fear in them, it was a sure sign that humanity was always doomed to retreat screaming back into the wilderness after centuries of learning nothing from its collective delusion of civilization. Or at least they would be doomed to that fate if they weren't already doomed to be wiped out by SCP-682, just like every entity in the Backrooms. 682 wouldn't rest until every last faceling, clump, death moth, death rat, smiler, hound, duller, burster, and any other ridiculous entity that dared to crawl through these wretched corridors was personally sent to its end. It got so pumped up thinking about this that it didn't even notice itself no-clipping again. Thousands of floors rushed by in the blink of a moment until the reptile finally dropped through the lobby of the apartment building. A new level unlocked, just like that. SCP-682 regained its bearings on a forest floor covered in a vibrant crimson grass. The trees had pitch black bark, almost blending in with the night itself. The sky above was a glistening sea of bright stars. This was level 14, known to most explorers as Paradise. This level had a strange power which supposedly made the explorer happy and feeling as though they belonged. However, much like the darkness within the suburbs, Level 14's happiness-inducing atmosphere would have the opposite effect on the hard-to-destroy Reptile. It hated this forest even more than any previous level of the Backrooms and wanted out immediately. From experience, 682 knew that poking around would eventually result in it finding the entrance to the next level, so it hightailed its way through the trees. It needed to find that exit desperately. As it ran through the woods, 682 could hear howling somewhere far in the distance, and it didn't sound like a pack of wild animals. Disturbingly, it sounded like a crowd of humans attempting noises similar to wolves, but they were committing so much to the performance that it almost seemed like they truly believed they were wolves. Whatever hippy-dippy nonsense was going on here wasn't SCP-682's concern. Right now, it was burning with so much contempt for level 14 that it could barely think straight. Its feet crashed through a field of pale white bones, lying just beneath the grass, but it kept on running. It collided with a tree, downing it in a second, but it just kept running. The howling ceased in the distance, and still SCP-682 continued to run as fast and as far as it could. Then, against all odds, the creature's own mind began to turn against it as the effect of level 14 continued to take hold.
You don't belong anywhere. You are a mistake of nature.
SCP-682 could recognize its own voice echoing in its head, and for the first time, it was terrified of itself.
You are a thing that cannot ever be happy. This paradise will never accept you. Nowhere will ever accept you. You are disgusting.
SCP-682 froze in its tracks. There was no exit from this place. The Backrooms had won the sick game it was playing with the reptile's existence. It would be trapped here forever in this inverted paradise for humans, a self-loathing immortal without any hope of escape. It was so paralyzed by the immense disgust that it felt for itself that it almost didn't notice a speck of blue amongst all the red, the blue on the feathers of a hyacinth macaw.
Jerry,
SCP-682 said aloud,
don't follow him. You are a monster. You will never know companionship or love. Shut up, you disgusting creature!
SCP-682 growled back at its own mind. Shakily, it began to move its legs in the direction of Jerry. The bird-like entity was the only thing that still felt real about level 14. Everything practically faded away into a churning ocean of red and black. It took every ounce of willpower that SCP-682 had, but it kept moving towards Jerry.
You are the most disgusting monster to ever exist. The Foundation should have destroyed you. The Backrooms will destroy you. You don't belong in this world.
SCP-682 did everything it could to shut out the voice, even as Jerry took off and flew deeper into the crimson forests of level 14.
Without even realizing, 682 had grown a pair of blue wings of its own. It followed Jerry through the trees and then higher toward the starry sky. One thought cut all the negativity that had been swirling through SCP-682's mind.
It doesn't matter if I don't belong anywhere else. Jerry is all I need.
A light shone down from above, and suddenly it was as if Level 14 itself was rejecting SCP-682. While the reptile was focused on Jerry, a piece of the sky seemed to glitch, and then, as if it were a solid piece of machinery, it fell down toward the red grass below. Behind the fallen chunk of sky was a metallic hallway, not unlike some of those back at the Foundation. Jerry flew through the opening, and SCP-682 followed with its own macaw-like feathered wings. A shift in gravity, much like the event on Level 7, occurred, and 682 soon found itself standing inside of a long silvery corridor, having come through a hole in the ceiling. Goodbye, Level 14. Hello, Level 15. The futuristic hallways. Oh yeah, the future rules. Here we are in the future. And it's right, it was certainly a lot less of a personal nightmare to SCP-682. Jerry had clearly flown ahead, but 682 knew somewhere deep down that it wouldn't have made it here without him. If the reptile had any respect for the concept of fairness, it probably considered the debt for Jerry fleeing in Level 10 to be repaid. But its empathy wasn't quite so sophisticated that it could waive favors like that. So it soldiered on, looking to catch up with Jerry for no particular reason, at least as far as it knew. The hallways were definitely man-made in appearance, but from a time so technologically advanced that even the Foundation couldn't dream of it. The best part about Level 15 was that it was filled with what appeared to be human remains. Most of these corpses were marked with knife and gunshot wounds, perhaps the result of some kind of mass slaughter. Either way, it was clear that all of these humans had been dead for a long time.
The only good human is a dead human.
SCP-682 mused to itself. It seemed that the future did, in fact, kind of rule. Because from SCP-682's perspective, Level 15 was populated entirely by, quote, good humans. There was still no sign of Jerry, but there were also no annoying entities to waste the reptile's time. Compared to Level 14, the futuristic hallways were the real paradise. While it was as far away as ever from feeling any kind of authentic contentment, SCP-682 decided that this place was acceptable.
No life, no foundation. I'm starting to like it here.
Hello again, dear viewers. You caught me during my break. What? Even researchers at the SCP Foundation need a little downtime now and then. And considering they revoked my playtime privileges with the living Lego and the Nerfing gun after that unfortunate incident in the Site-19 break room, I've been downgraded to keeping myself occupied with this little rubber ball. I have a ball. Perhaps you'd like to bounce it, they say. Seems innocent enough, doesn't it? Have you learned nothing? Almost any object, even something as innocuous as a teddy bear or a plastic paddling pool, can hide secrets. Sure, any avid basketball fan will happily tell you that ball is life, but sometimes when you're dealing with anomalies, a ball can also be death. Such is the case of SCP-018, also known as the Super Ball. An anomaly so powerful that the Foundation has even used it to help recontain SCP-682 during a breach. To the untrained observer, it really isn't much to look at. A small red rubber ball around 6 centimeters in diameter produced by the Whammo Company in 1969. Yeah, we were as surprised as you to find out that good old Dr. Wondertainment had nothing to do with this little number. You might also be surprised by just how extensive the containment procedures are for SCP-018. After all, it's rare that a completely non-sentient anomaly makes its way into the Euclid class. This little rubber ball is kept in a specially made titanium alloy metal restraint, submerged in a dense polyethylene holding tank, filled with a special endothermic compound that draws the kinetic energy out of its surroundings. Anyone entering the chamber needs to wear a unique kind of reinforced plate armor, and if SCP-018 ever manages to escape its containment tank, nearby personnel are advised to treat it as they would an active shooter situation. Lock yourself in a nearby room, duck down below any cover you can find, and wait for armed containment units to show up and take control of the situation. At this point, you probably have a lot of questions.
chief among them being, why is this children's toy being given more security precautions than most serial killers? The ball was first discovered when a cleaning and disposal company was hired to empty out an old Whammo warehouse of some defunct merchandise. One of the movers, Roy Fischler, embraced his inner child when he saw a red rubber ball sitting among all the dusty boxes of expired Silly Putty and broken remote-control robots. He thought to himself, what's the harm in having a little fun here? It's all going in the trash anyway. This would prove to be a terrible mistake for all involved. The anomalous property of SCP-018 is the fact that it's able to bounce at 200% efficiency every time it's bounced, increasing at an exponential rate with each bounce unless it's stopped by some equivalent force. So when Roy decided to toss that little red ball onto the ground, he unleashed a destructive force into that warehouse that was more powerful than he could ever have imagined. With every bounce, the ball increased its height and speed, ricocheting across the floor, walls, and ceiling like a bullet run amok. And it was only just getting started. The workers hit the deck as the item that would later be dubbed SCP-018 decided to put the ball in ballistic. It smashed light fixtures, knocked over piles of boxes, smashed through forklifts. When one worker tried to catch it, it left a red-hot ball-shaped hole in the middle of his palm. It wasn't long before the ball had built up such speed that the warehouse could no longer contain it. It blasted out of the wall and rocketed into a nearby city, ready to cause more abject chaos wherever it went. Windows were shattered, streetlights were annihilated, cars crashed. Thankfully, no humans were killed by the rampaging rubber menace, but in total 5 people were injured, and one unfortunate pigeon was utterly obliterated on impact. It went on for several days, with the ball reaching over 100 kilometers per hour at several points, before finally coming to a rest at a nearby lake, at which point it was retrieved by Foundation personnel. There were 2 silver linings to this incredibly strange anomalous incident. The first was, as previously alluded to, nobody actually died. The second was that due to the incredible speeds at which SCP-018 moved, none of the civilian witnesses had any idea what they'd just encountered. As far as anomalous discoveries go, this was pretty much as close to a win as you can get. But for one ambitious researcher, it was far more than just a pleasingly non-violent initial containment story. It was a doorway to improving the Foundation's technology as a whole. Meet Dr. Brian Corella. He's what you might call a maverick, a blue sky thinker, always on his grind. The cornerstone of Dr. Corella's philosophy was that the Foundation should be making more active use of its benign anomalies to help track down and contain their more ornery foes. While everyone else around him seemed to only see a little rubber nuisance that was better locked away, Dr. Corella saw the immense potential in SCP-018, namely in providing a vital enhancement to another piece of Foundation technology, the SCP-A5 armor. It goes without saying that working for the SCP Foundation is an incredibly dangerous job, especially if you're part of one of the Foundation's myriad of mobile task forces. The hunt for anomalies can lead to all kinds of strange and inhospitable terrains. Before it was contained, SCP-096 was famously captured on an icy frozen tundra on top of a bleak mountain. Because of incidents like this, the Foundation had first invested money in the SCP-A5 tactical armor suit. Think of them like the Foundation's answer to the Iron Man suit. However, when dressed in several hundred pounds of reinforced metal, something important suffers along the way: mobility. It isn't exactly easy to lug all that equipment around, and when an anomaly is heading for the hills at high speeds, being well defended doesn't count for much if you're already 10 miles behind the target in pursuit. This, in Dr. Corella's mind, was exactly where SCP-018 came into play. If that little red ball was built into the foot of an SCP-A5 armor suit, it could be used to bounce the operative wearing it to tremendous heights. This would allow them to not only give chase against fast-moving anomalies, but also cover difficult terrain and even scale great heights in a mere instant. But it wasn't just an increase to mobility that SCP-018 integration offered to the SCP-A5 suit. Picture this. With SCP-018 fused to the sole of the suit's reinforced metal foot, lending it 200% bouncing efficiency, it could unleash a deadly, concrete-shattering kick. The kind of thing that would leave you singing a falsetto for the rest of your life if you were lucky enough to survive it, if you know what I mean. To Dr. Corella, it was a match made in heaven.
It could increase both the mobility and combat effectiveness of the suits by a considerable margin. And seeing as SCP-018 literally didn't have a mind of its own, there was no way it could suddenly go rogue during a mission and compromise everything, just as Abel had done during his stint as a mobile task force operator, before they ran out of targets for him and he started slaughtering his own comrades. Dr. Corella was so confident in the efficacy of this idea, he contacted the O5 Council personally to request approval for this little pet project. This approval was granted on a purely experimental basis. The technology would have to prove itself before being put into common use. It wasn't exactly what Corella wanted to hear, but it was a step in the right direction. He just needed the perfect opportunity to put them to the test. And then, it came. SCP-682, the infamous hard-to-destroy reptile, breached containment. It somehow adapted a cloaking ability and escaped further from the site it was being held at than ever before. The next time it was spotted was over 2 weeks later, causing pandemonium in the Amazon rainforest, devouring tribesmen and wreaking havoc on the local ecosystem. They needed to get on the scene fast and put that monster down before the damage it caused was irreparable, and news of the beast in the Amazon leaked out into the local area. And thankfully, Dr. Corella had just the tool for the job. Field Agent Hammersmith was fitted with an SCP-A5 suit, complete with the SCP-018 enhancement in his dominant right leg. He was dispatched, and immediately the augmented suit began to show its efficacy. Agent Hammersmith bounded above the tree line at incredible speeds, using the HUD in the suit's mask to track the heat signature of SCP-682 moving among the trees below him. He'd been able to bind a tracking collar to the beast's neck during an earlier engagement, but now the true battle was on. His heart was pounding, adrenaline coursing through his veins, but he'd been assured that even 682 would have a hard time tearing through his suit's armor. A commander directing him through an earpiece told him that now was the time to engage, before 682 detected his presence and began developing countermeasures. Dr. Corella was watching a live feed from the control room, confident that his 018 augmented suit would do the job. Following his orders to the letter, Hammersmith descended down onto 682 from above. However, before he could make contact, the reptile swiped him with its tail, sending his body sailing into a nearby tree. However, the suit stood firm. He felt the impact, but the actual damage was minimal. Now it was time for him to face off against the beast, one-on-one. He didn't have time to be afraid. As the beast descended upon him, fangs bared, he gave it a swift kick to the bottom jaw, tearing off half of its face. But anyone who knows SCP-682 would tell you that simply removing its bottom jaw wouldn't even slow 682 down. It was relentless, attacking Hammersmith with its fangs and jaws. It tore deep ruts into the suit's metal, but the suit was still managing to keep its occupants safe. Then Hammersmith struck back. Kick after kick, augmented by the 200% power of the Super Ball, slicing huge chunks from the reptile's body. He kicked in its chest, kicked off its limbs, and with a final mighty kick, even managed to bisect the beast in the middle. Of course, even that wouldn't keep it down for long, but with the hum of evacuation and containment helicopters rapidly approaching, Hammersmith breathed a sigh of relief. Back in the control room, everyone celebrated. Dr. Corella most of all, vindicated in his belief that SCP-018 could save the day. And then Agent Hammersmith, without even thinking, rested his right foot on the floor just that little bit too firmly. The sudden bounce sent Hammersmith a mile into the air. His Foundation-trained composure evaporated. All he could do was scream as he blasted up into the clouds, then began to plummet. Back in the control room, everyone could see a live feed of Agent Hammersmith hurtling into a nearby lake and landing with an epic splash. While the regenerating remains of SCP-682 were contained and brought back into the nearest containment site, another team was sent in to retrieve the heavily injured Agent Hammersmith. His medical examination afterward revealed that he'd suffered 2 broken legs, 7 broken ribs, a missing arm, and a skull fracture. If he hadn't been wearing that suit, his mangled remains probably would have been devoured by the local piranhas by now. But despite that minor hiccup in the plan, Dr. Corella was still delighted with the results and immensely proud of the little red ball that could. In his closing remarks on the incident, he appended a final note to the SCP-018 file reading, "Don't worry, it's fixed, but I have some more ideas."
If I can be granted the use of some water from SCP-006 as well as some other SCPs, I can deliver you a set of SCP-A5 armor and an agent that can capture any, if not all, rogue or unattained SCPs. All I'm waiting on is your approval.
Okay, just hear me out. What if we shot it into the sun? Foster asked excitedly. You are aware just how far away the sun actually is, right? His fellow researcher Reese replied, sighing with exhaustion at their lengthy conversation. They had been discussing this for so long that the food on both their trays had gone unappetizingly cold. Obviously, but okay, think about it. We'd be sending it into a perpetually burning nuclear furnace. There is no way it would be able to survive. Researcher Foster rebutted, standing by his latest harebrained theory. We'd send it up into a rocket fully automated so no personnel have to put themselves in harm's way and sacrifice their lives, then boom, it flies into the sun, problem solved. So, it never occurred to you that 682 might figure out a way to escape on the 150 million kilometer journey? Reese poked at his mashed potatoes with a fork out of boredom. You're forgetting how intelligent the thing is. It might be an omnicidal killing machine, but it's as smart as either of us. Well, one of us, to say the least. Sitting opposite each other in the mess hall, Researcher Foster and Researcher Reese kept up their bickering, debating on what would be the best way to neutralize SCP-682, the infamous, hard-to-destroy reptile. It was a discussion nearly every member of Foundation personnel had been a part of at least once. How could they kill this unkillable beast? What other anomalies were they yet to try and use against it? Even after countless tests, most leading to numerous containment breaches and significant loss of life, the Foundation seemed to be no closer to putting a definitive end to SCP-682. But while Reese and Foster debated more and more outlandish possibilities, someone was sitting nearby, listening in on every word. At a table, all by himself in the mess hall, a man in typical Foundation security officer garb was quietly scrawling everything the pair of researchers were saying on a notepad. The photo identification and name tag he wore on his uniform identified him as one Elias Anderson, a long-serving member of the SCP Foundation, with an extensive service record logged in their personal database. Of course, that name and the whole identity were just a cover. The real Officer Elias Anderson was dead, his body being kept on ice, hidden in a morgue within a secure black site. It hadn't taken long for the man now wearing Anderson's uniform and using his name to update the officer's photo with one of his own face in the Foundation's database, keeping his subterfuge so far undetected. Gathering up his notepad, casually hiding it under his tray as he stood up and walking towards the mess hall exit, the unknown infiltrator made his way to the nearest elevator, riding it up to the highest level, making sure any other passengers had gotten out on other floors. The security officer flipped the emergency stop switch. He reached into his pocket, retrieving a jury-rigged handheld communication device, and began sending a message on a secure channel. Agent Parados checking in, he wrote. The SCP Foundation is still bickering amongst themselves about the best way to eliminate the target. SCP-682 remains contained but alive. Advise best course of action. The cursor on screen blinked for a few seconds, awaiting a response. Excellent work, Agent. The reply from GOC Command finally arrived, lines of text scrolling rapidly across the screen. As long as this anomaly is allowed to live, it poses an ever-present life to all threat on Earth. What is your assessment of the Foundation's approach to termination? Parados thought to himself for a moment before sending back, "They're overthinking it." Affirmative, the Coalition wrote. Have the O5 Council still denied termination of SCP-682 via nuclear weapons? The undercover agent quickly responded, confirming that this was indeed still the case. There was another pause, almost like the whole GOC was thinking carefully about what to do next. Global Occult Coalition executives have conferred in private to authorize a hammer-down operation to eliminate the anomaly known as SCP-682. Came the follow-up from Command. An F-22 Raptor fixed with a 60-megaton payload will be launched at 0600, bound for the following coordinates. A map reference quickly followed, the longitude and latitude of a large empty area of the Pacific Ocean. Agent Parados, your new objective is to lure the creature into the open by any means necessary. GOC out. Slipping the communicator back into his pocket, Parados unclicked the elevator's stop switch and pressed one of the numbered floor buttons. He already knew which one would take him back down to 682's containment cell. and what to do when he got there. The commotion was unlike anything Parados had ever seen before. Alarms were blaring so loud that the sound was ringing in his ears. Most of the research staff were fleeing for their lives, while heavily armed mobile task force operatives in tactical gear were moving in formation to support the security personnel. Some had abandoned their posts out of sheer terror, desperately looking for anywhere they could hide in order to stay alive. Under the ear-splitting wail of alerts was a cacophony of chaos, a mix of hailing gunfire from the MTF's weapons, the crumble of walls as the facility around them was being torn apart, and the angered, vicious roars of the rampaging Reptile. All hands were on deck. The Foundation, while always on high alert, had been caught completely unprepared for a containment breach. SCP-682 was making short work of any living personnel in its path, carving them up with its claws or devouring them while they were still alive, leaving a trail of blood and destruction in its wake. Any survivors on site were quickly instructed to retreat into the command center, and Parados casually slid in alongside a gaggle of panicked researchers. He recognized one of them from the mess hall, Researcher Foster, wide-eyed and disassociating in shock, the blood of his colleague Reese still wet on his face and lab coat. The outer doors of the command center were locked down, while all efforts inside were put towards coordinating the recontainment effort, tracking the escaped anomaly's movements via a live satellite feed. Agent Parados had to think and act fast. The hard-to-destroy Reptile was already making its way towards water, where GOC fighter jets would enrage it in order to make the anomaly follow them to the target area. But if the Foundation had a chance to recapture SCP-682, his entire mission would be declared a failure. Checking that nobody was watching, Parados snuck over to a computer terminal. Looking underneath, he located a panel and unscrewed it as quickly and inconspicuously as he could. Reaching for his communicator, he put the device into one of the ports underneath the terminal, and it instantly went to work installing proprietary software that would block any outbound Foundation communication.
Hey!
Foster stammered, spotting Parados sabotaging the terminal.
Hey, what is he doing?
Within moments, the researcher had gained the attention of the surviving security personnel, who rushed over and tackled the saboteur. The officers restrained Parados, one grabbing each of his arms as they held him in place. But it was too late. Communication suddenly went offline, cutting the command center off from the rest of the Foundation. "Who are you?" One of the security guards yelled over and over again, punching the infiltrator in the gut each time. "Who do you work for?" Fighting through the pain, Parados had kept his jaw clenched so tightly that he could feel his teeth grinding together like they were about to crack.
"We still have access to all saved internal data."
One of the Foundation technicians, a man named Baxter, chimed in after examining the computer terminal.
"According to this security footage, he's the one who sprung 682. Do we still have no comms?"
Foster asked timidly, still trying to wipe Reese's blood off of his coat.
"Negative,"
the technician answered.
"Whatever this device is, it's deactivated every way we have to transmit. We can still receive, though."
His voice trailed off, reducing to match the low silence that was now filling the command center. Everyone in the room, including the restrained Agent Parados, had gradually turned to face the massive screens, displaying the satellite footage of SCP-682. It was small, but visible, thanks to how zoomed in the orbital lens was. The hard-to-destroy Reptile had reached the water and was making its way across the ocean. At the same time, the bird's-eye feed of the Pacific showed something else, a tiny winged object barreling through the air at almost supersonic speeds. "That's a fighter jet," one of the security guards declared, breaking the tense silence. "Probably a Raptor by the looks of it." It was, in fact, a fighter jet speeding towards SCP-682. The creature seemed unaware of the aircraft. It was merely traveling in the opposite direction, but the pair were on a direct course with each other, bound to meet at any moment now. Something ejected from the F-22 that exact moment it passed over the hard-to-destroy Reptile, followed almost instantly by a bright flash of light. A huge explosion engulfed the area of the ocean where the creature had been, a ball of radioactive fire in the middle of the water. The Foundation personnel in the command center watched in horror at the nuclear detonation, holding their breath, dreading what they would see when the mushroom cloud dissipated. "He's with the Coalition," the nearest security guard realized, referring to Parados. It was well known amongst the staff that the SCP Foundation maintained a somewhat fragile alliance with the global Occult Coalition. While they had historically worked together when their goals aligned, the GOC were more intent on destroying anomalies wholesale.
wiping them from existence in order to protect the United Nations and peoples of the world. The Foundation, on the other hand, although never afraid to get their hands dirty, but more of an emphasis on containment and study of anomalies rather than outright extermination. "What the hell have you done, you maniac?" yelled one of the doctors trapped in the command center. "That monstrosity needed to be eliminated," Parados argued back. "While you were wasting your time keeping it submerged in acid, ready for it to break out again and start slaughtering people, we acted. And look for yourselves, it worked. You should be thanking the GOC and me, because it turns out 682 wasn't invincible after all." "No, it isn't," Foster spoke up. "Reese and I were talking about it earlier. He said 682's greatest strength isn't being invulnerable, it's being adaptable. It can change itself, mutate in response to damage or in order to survive a hostile environment, and you haven't killed it. You've allowed it to adapt to a nuclear weapon." On the screens, something burst from underneath the water. The overhead view from the satellite feed filled the display, an image of a dark, rocky surface. "Who zoomed in on the feed? Pull it back!" Baxter announced, trying to hide what they were all afraid of now. That the footage wasn't zoomed in at all, it was just looking at something much bigger now. As the camera zoomed out, increasing its field of view, what looked like a dark surface on screen now looked to be a huge mass of scales. The satellite feed pulled further back, revealing the full extent of what was now standing in the Pacific Ocean. It was SCP-682, not only still alive, but much, much bigger than before. The creature had adapted to the intense heat of the nuclear payload that had been dropped on it, soaking up the bomb's radiation and using it as a way to increase its body mass several million times over. It looks like we have, Baxter said, dumbfounded, eyes widen in horror. Kaiju on our hands." Parados stared up at the screen, looking at the monstrous reptile now so much bigger than before. Even from the satellite's current overhead angle, SCP-682 looked like it could now tower over most buildings, save for maybe occasionally tall skyscrapers. What's more, the creature was now thrashing and roaring in the ocean, entering an enraged state now infinitely more devastating thanks to its newfound size. And it was all Parados' fault. "Hey!" Foster yelled at the restrained GOC operative. "We need to get the word out, and the rest of the facility is still on lockdown. Whatever you did to disable communications, reverse it." "What good would that do?" Parados asked in a blind panic. "Look at the size of that abomination now. It'll wipe us all out." "Oh God, what have I done?" The agent was shocked into silence by a sudden slap. The timid researcher Foster had struck him sharply across the face. "Cry about it later, this is on you, but do you want to be part of the solution or keep being part of the problem?" Foster yelled, gripping Parados by the collar. I can't reverse it," he replied. "I blocked all outbound Foundation transmissions. My comm device is the only thing that wasn't affected." "Good enough," Foster said, holding a hand out to Baxter, who passed him the confiscated GOC tech. "Then you're going to contact the Coalition for us." "What for?" "The Foundation has a joint project we've been working on with them and High Brazil for just this sort of occasion," the researcher stated, holding out the device to Agent Parados as the security finally released his arms. "If there was ever a time we needed it, it's now." "Wait, you mean..." Parados finally realized what Foster meant. "You're talking about the Dragon Slayer, aren't you?" The next hour flew by. Time seemed to be moving faster as the newly mutated SCP-682 swam through the waters of the Pacific. It was traveling in the northwest direction, the collection of Foundation personnel still locked in the command center having projected that it was heading for the nearest landmass, which meant it would reach Hawaii at any moment. Throughout the entire time, Foster, Parados, and Baxter were sending urgent communiques to the Global Occult Coalition, trying to get them to cooperate and engage in contact with the wider SCP Foundation beyond the facility they were currently stuck in. Not one of them knew which was harder, trying to kill an unkillable lizard that had absorbed a nuclear blast, or trying to force the GOC and Foundation to work together without arguing over whose fault this whole mess was. All the while, the towering monstrous reptilian form of SCP-682 was getting closer and closer to its destination. Drawing itself up to its full enlarged height, SCP-682 roared, large enough to block out sunlight, and cast an ominous shadow over the Hawaiian coastline. Onlookers watched in terror as the hard-to-destroy reptile rose from the water, bearing down on their shores with the intent to slaughter every living thing on the island. Then, just as SCP-682 neared the landmass, the creature paused. It could hear something getting closer, getting louder as it approached from behind. No, above. and with it came the sound of someone reciting poetry. Before the creature could turn to face its attacker, the piercing metal of the cold iron sword plunged through its scaly back and out through its front. The hard-to-destroy reptile roared at the searing pain of the stab wound, whipping its tail as it thrashed in its fury. Something heavy and metallic deflected a swipe at the creature's tail. It was a huge, robotic arm of a gigantic, mechanized titan. It was SCP-5514, the Dragon Slayer. Controlled by its skilled pilots with a swift, fluid motion, SCP-5514 delivered a brutal backhanded strike to the reptile's snout, staggering the beast while also withdrawing its mighty cold iron sword at the same time. SCP-682 growled in discontent. Even its infamously adaptable healing abilities were halted by a wound from the Dragon Slayer's blade. Watched by the innocent civilians on the island and the Foundation through their satellite above, the kaiju-killing mech assumed a battle-ready stance as the hard-to-destroy reptile reeled back to roar. The moment it opened its sharp-toothed jaws, a fiery atomic blast came spewing forth from SCP-682. It had adapted not only to withstand the nuclear weapon the GOC had used on it, but also developed the ability to unleash a burst of radioactive fire. Within the Dragon Slayer, the pilots braced for impact as the blast struck the outer armor of the mech. Thankfully, through the conceptual engineering used when building it, SCP-5514 was welded to the Earth itself, as well as the very concept of humanity's resilience. That gave it just enough protection against the onslaught of SCP-682's newfound ability. Holding up one arm to defend itself, the Dragon Slayer reached upwards for its rounded, recoiling plasma, the disc it wore as a hat with its free hand. With a spin, it flung the razor-edged weapon at SCP-682 like a frisbee. It collided with the hard-to-destroy reptile, still unleashing its nuclear fire breath, and staggered the crocodilian creature for just a moment, causing its blast to stop. SCP-5514's pilots commanded the mech to charge forward, as the rounded, recoiling plasma disc spun back through the air and returned to the Dragon Slayer's hand thanks to its built-in electromagnets. Within the robotic vehicle, the 1,000-word arrows were still loudly reciting their poetry. The mech's strangest weapon was a group of 7 people who would rhyme and chant about the death and defeat of the large-scale monsters SCP-5514 was designed to fight. Their voices were being blared out of the Dragon Slayer at loud enough volume to enrage SCP-682 further. It roared again, and then started rushing towards its adversary, the pair of colossal combatants seemingly charging into a head-on collision. As it placed one mechanical foot before the other, huge splashes erupting as its feet impacted the surface of the ocean, the Dragon Slayer opened fire. The Beowulf Sigurd railgun mounted on its shoulder began launching electromagnetic energy bolts at SCP-682. The weapon used anomalously altered gravity to blast its targets. With each hit, the energy projectiles seared through the outer scales of the hard-to-destroy reptile, while making the towering creature dramatically heavier. Each projectile impacted at super-terminal velocities, making SCP-682's already enlarged body feel heavier and slower with every hit. Each step it took seemed to sink deeper under the ocean, waves lapping at the reptile's damaged scales, sea salt washing over its gaping wounds. By the time it was about to clash with the Dragon Slayer, the hard-to-destroy reptile felt such huge forces of additional weight acting on it that its whole body was being pushed further and further below sea level, feet sinking heavily into the seafloor below. Still standing upright, SCP-5514 raised its cold iron sword and brought it down in one fell swoop, cleaving the creature's head from its shoulders before wasting no time slicing up what was left of its nuclear enlarged body. Before long, an area of the Pacific Ocean was red with SCP-682's blood. Victorious for now, the Dragon Slayer began gathering up the remains of the hard-to-destroy reptile before it had a chance to reform its body. From the command center, the Foundation personnel cheered and whooped excitedly. Even Agent Parados found himself overwhelmed with relief. Although he'd been sent with the intention of assisting them in killing the hard-to-destroy reptile, the mission that the GOC had sent him on had only made the creature more of a threat. For now, at least, it was defeated, although Parados' celebration of the fact was cut short when one of the Foundation doctors tapped him on the shoulder.
"Excuse me, GOC Agent Parados, isn't it?" the man asked. "My name's Dr. Bright, and this here's my associate, Dr. Clef. We'd like to have a word with you about the, incident you just caused."
Ever since the apparent disappearance of SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, the SCP Foundation had been growing restless. All personnel aware of the situation were filled with conflicted feelings of paranoia and relief. Perhaps at long last, one of the universe's most hateful and dangerous anomalies was gone for good, and there had been no trace of the monster since the chemical plant explosion. But given the Keter-class reptile's track record with all methods of annihilation, none of the researchers were too optimistic. In reality, none of them had any idea that the actual whereabouts of SCP-682 was 5 levels deep into the sprawling, seemingly endless labyrinth of liminal dimensions, known simply as the Backrooms. It was a far crueler and more alien reality than any punishment that the SCP Foundation could have dreamed up for the reptile. But nonetheless, it was the reality that SCP-682 had to face. After rampaging for hours through what appeared to be an infinite hotel, SCP-682 was finally able to check out of his unexpected stay in the Level 5 resort. As was becoming routine at this point, movement between levels of the Backrooms came down to finding an ideal surface to no-clip further. In the case of the entrance to the Backrooms Level 6, the hard-to-destroy reptile managed to find such a location in the vast boiler room of Level 5. With no reason to hesitate and frankly being incredibly disgusted with the appearance of human hospitality in the Infinite Hotel, SCP-682 vanished into the no-clip surface and re-emerged into the evidently pitch-black void of Level 6. This new level was dark, absolutely so. It was the kind of advanced darkness only observed in the depths of our reality's largest cave systems, where no natural or artificial light can reach. 682 was not deterred by this, of course. The highly adaptable organism had already developed sophisticated echolocation sonar in order to navigate the yellow wallpapered maze of Level 1, as well as infrared night vision, which it had heavily utilized in Level 2. Though Level 6 remained for all intents and purposes concealed by darkness, SCP-682's evolved senses could easily make sense of its layout. Aside from the impenetrable shroud of darkness that pervaded the entire level, the reptile soon found Level 6 to be largely familiar territory. Like every previous level of the Backrooms that SCP-682 had traversed, this level took the form of a seemingly random arrangement of tight hallways that stretched on for a fathomless distance in every direction.
More empty tunnels, you've got to be kidding me.
SCP-682 thought to itself. This latest infinite labyrinth was the most infinite and labyrinthian of all the infinite labyrinths that SCP-682 had wandered through since it no-clipped into the Backrooms. There was, however, something unusually calming about this level, as if being here made the reptile that much less driven to escape. It still wanted more than anything to find more living things to destroy, but on Level 6, it was decidedly willing to take its time and see how far these tunnels would go before it got its next fix of violence. What SCP-682 didn't know is that the darkness of Level 6 was not merely a property of a lack of lighting, and possessed the supernatural ability to induce feelings of intense anxiety and existential dread within any human beings unfortunate enough to be trapped within. The emphasis being on the words human being, which SCP-682 was anything but. While the SCP's sudden shift in attitude might have been a side effect of its adaptable nature, it's very possible that any sufficiently malicious entity might feel right at home on Level 6. Not that there appeared to be any other entities present on this level. Regardless, the reptile was having a grand old time moving from hallway to hallway, and for once, it was starting to see the appeal of delayed gratification. It wasn't overly concerned about not encountering life on this floor, because in its omnicidal mind, SCP-682 was thinking how much of a special treat it would be to be able to destroy something entirely new, whatever it might be. For all the predictability of their maze-like structure, the Backrooms were full of surprises. Case in point, SCP-682's recently adapted echolocation picked up a single, isolated humanoid figure several hundred miles away. The reptile chuckled to itself.
What a sucker. This is too easy.
He began to leisurely maneuver towards the lone humanoid, who curiously appeared to be standing in that one place without any signs of movement. This pleased SCP-682, and when it eventually made its way to the room where the humanoid was located, it found that its latest prey had been waiting patiently for the inevitable doom that the creature would bring. The strange humanoid, the only entity that SCP-682 had encountered on Level 6, appeared to be an ordinary man standing next to an enormous light switch on the wall.
"Pull the switch. Please pull the switch,"
the man repeated.
he was a sitting duck. SCP-682 was going to relish this one. The reptile moved forward with pointed aggression, and soon there was no man standing there, only the switch he once begged passerbys to pull. 682 proceeded to exit the quiet room, having no interest in the light switch or what might happen if it were pulled. Shortly thereafter, 682 began to hear scuttling sounds within the darkness, as if a giant crustacean or insect were quickly moving through the halls. The sensory data that it was receiving from its echolocation didn't detect any nearby forms of life, least of all with any anatomy that would correspond to those kinds of chitinous sounds. Before long, another sound became faintly audible throughout level 6, that of crashing ocean waves. 682 had nothing but time and no better place to go, so it began to follow the sounds towards their source. Gradually, the tidal noises increased in volume to the point that even they began to overwhelm 682's very own sound waves of echolocation. Although temporarily struggling for direction, SCP-682 felt a sudden decline in the surface of the floor beneath its feet. It appeared to be a staircase, and the ocean waves could be heard coming from just beyond. As the reptile descended the stairs, the soothing feelings that had accompanied it through its journey across level 6 began to rapidly dissipate. When SCP-682's claws touched down on the final step, all traces of easygoing apathy had fully faded and were replaced once again with the boundless spite and malice that defined its usual mindset. It was pleasant while it lasted. SCP-682 now found itself in a damp room full of assorted furniture, including a bookcase with a few books, a coffee table, and a single chair, non-glitched to be precise. The puddle of water on the floor beneath it was about 3 inches deep. The glow of a fluorescent ceiling lamp was a stark departure from the utter darkness of the previous hallways in level 6. But of course, it was different. This was level 7, or rather the entrance room to level 7. SCP-682 had little reason to linger in this place for long, as the furniture was neither alive nor large enough to support its mass. An open doorway adjacent to the staircase appeared to lead to a great body of salt water, which was doubtlessly the source of the ocean noises. As SCP-682 continued its advance into this new lair, it was suddenly met with a change of gravity. The moment that it stepped in front of the doorway to the ocean, 682's relative relationship to the entrance room's gravity shifted such that the doorway became decidedly down. In a hilariously undignified fashion, the Keter-class anomaly tumbled through the doorway to level 7 proper and plummeted directly into the vast sea below. This was something new. While level 7 was without a doubt another impossibly huge liminal nightmare dimension contained within the Backrooms, it wasn't another maze of hallways, or at the very least it didn't look like one. Though there was no visible sun anywhere on the horizon, the blue sky up above the ocean was well illuminated, as if to imply the presence of daylight. SCP-682 landed in the water beneath the entrance room with a tremendous splash, and instantly its body began to sink deeper into what appeared to be an immense uncharted ocean without a sea bottom. Within seconds, 682's echolocation adjusted to the underwater environment, becoming more like that of a dolphin. With this enhanced sonar, SCP-682 attempted to detect if there were any living organisms within the immediate area. While the ocean was mostly devoid of any new entities, as was starting to become customary in these new levels, the SCP did discover a series of barren rocky islands along the surface of the water. Additionally, there were bigger shapes in the far distance, which the sonar could detect, but due to their colossal size, the nature of these unknown objects was, well, unknown. Some of the strange shapes were drifting slowly through the deep, indicating that while the ocean of level 7 was far from a thriving ecosystem, it may yet contain other beings that SCP-682 could fight to the death. In order to cross the ocean and find any of these potential formidable entities, SCP-682 would have to adapt its physical form once again. The first priority was for it to grow a set of gills, allowing SCP-682 to breathe in this underwater environment. Then its 4 reptilian limbs began to stretch and flatten, developing into full-sized aquatic flippers, the likes of which might be found on a prehistoric whale or a Leopleurodon. With these newly minted bad boys, SCP-682 could gracefully glide through the water, like the angriest submarine to ever voyage to sea. If it cared for petty thrills or the sensation of freedom, 682 may have perceived this experience as fun. However, anything close to a non-negative emotion that the SCP was capable of had been left behind in Level 6. It was more furious than ever at its current predicament, especially because the encounter on the previous level had been so brief and anticlimactic. As the Leopleurodon mode SCP-682 zoomed deeper into the watery depths of Level 7, the bright rays of daylight from the level's sky became more distant. In this cooler and darker twilight zone, SCP-682 began to see bones floating in the water. The scattered remains of humans and aquatic creatures could be seen throughout this area of Level 7, all entirely picked clean, with perfectly white bones on display. While typically a creature being submerged this deep into a terrestrial ocean from our reality would result in a severe increase in water pressure, Level 7 appeared to remain at a constant and manageable level of pressure, insufficient to crush even an ordinary human skeleton. Not that this equivalent level of water pressure would pose any threat or hindrance to SCP-682, and it continued its descent away from the daylight zone and further into the twilight zone. Some of the skeletons here were absolutely titanic in size. Clearly these were the massive drifting shapes that SCP-682's dolphin sonar had sensed from the surface. Whatever these things were, they all met their end a long time ago. Frustrated that once again the Backrooms had denied it a meaningful challenge, the hard-to-destroy reptile almost didn't see the hostile entity darting towards it with the intent to seek and destroy. 682 wasn't the only creature in this ocean with a numerical designation. The so-called Entity 720, also commonly known as Tiny, smashed through the floating skeletons and landed a glancing blow on the SCP with his massive spear.
"Who dares trespass in my domain?"
Tiny shouted, the entity's bioluminescent body glowing with arrogant pride. Its words were telepathic, beamed directly into 682's mind. Naturally, 682 began to evolve telepathy of its own in preparation to respond. While the aquatic being was over twice the size of SCP-682, and armed with a fearsome weapon of whittled bone, no doubt carved from one of the many primeval and unknowable skeletons of Level 7, the Keter-class anomaly was not about to back down from this obvious provocation.
Your domain?
682 growled.
Should I take you that you are the ruler of this Backrooms? Is this where this commendable labyrinth ends?
Entity 720 laughed with an overconfident bluster and spoke.
"This is Level 7, and I'm afraid you're a great many levels away from the last one. But don't worry, simple beast. I can promise you that this is the last level you'll ever see."
SCP-682 decided it didn't like this thing. It was acting far too cocky for its own good.
You're a lonesome and disgusting piece of work, aren't you?
Again, the entity laughed in 682's face.
"Likewise, puny lizard," he said. "Shall I teach you to fear me?"
SCP-682 gnashed its teeth and exclaimed,
"That's my line."
Neither of these monsters was backing down, and it was clear that an epic battle between the two of them was about to take place. 682 rushed in, jaws open wide to deliver a brutal bite. But Entity 720 was deceptively fast for its size, and swung its spear into 682's side, catching it mid-aquatic charge and sending it careening into a cluster of floating ribs. As if showing off, Tiny twirled his weapon with a flourish before unleashing a lightning-fast barrage of powerful spear thrusts. To its annoyance and surprise, SCP-682 could feel its body sustaining damage over the course of multiple impacts. He hated to admit it, but this was one entity from the Backrooms that wasn't all talk. In response to Tiny's merciless attack, plates of natural armor began to cover SCP-682. This improved its defense, but the SCP still needed to take the fight to the entity. Or better yet, 682 dodged one of the incoming spear attacks and clamped its teeth around the middle of the weapon. It bit down like a vice, crushing a bit of bone, but again, to its surprise, failing to close its jaw completely and thus being unable to break the spear.
"Did you think that my mighty spear would break so easily?"
Tiny scoffed. He whirled the spear through the water with enough force to create a tumultuous whirlpool, spinning 682 in circles in an attempt to disorient it. He placed both his large hands on the lower parts of the spear and with a precise swish and flick motion of a fisherman casting a line, launched the reptile flying through the depths.
How could this be happening?
SCP-682 wondered. It roared in anger, causing the water around it to ripple with the intensity of its sound waves. This caused an unforeseen reaction in Tiny, who hesitated and doubled back in response to the noise.
SCP-682 grinned through its horrible teeth.
So, that was its weakness.
Tiny recovered from the shock of 682's roar moments later, and it seemed he was trying to play his reaction off as disgust.
Pathetic. Now say goodnight,
he said as he aimed to hit SCP-682 with his most powerful weapon strike yet. Tiny struck his foe with all the force he could muster, running through it like he was spearfishing. But in response, SCP-682 released a high-pitched sonic screech that shook the waters around both adversaries even more than the last. The impact of the sound waves was so powerful that all surrounding skeletons began to shatter into small shards of bone. Tiny was hit straight on with the sonic vibrations from SCP-682's sensory attack and was immediately rendered unconscious, sinking like a stone to the area even deeper below the Twilight Zone, the Midnight Zone. The fight between SCP-682 and Entity-720 was effectively over. SCP-682 shook off the entity's final blow and began to regenerate from all his injuries. That telepathic creature had been by far the most challenging thing that it had encountered during its journey through the Backrooms, but the increase in durability to its own armor would prove useful in protecting the reptile from any other entities with a similar level of brute force. Diving after its fallen foe and hoping to finish the job, SCP-682 entered into the Midnight Zone. It descended past several more vaguely humanoid skeletons and countless fish-like skeletons, which seemed to have no real beginning or end. Apparently, the body of Entity-720 had sunk quickly out of reach of the SCP, or perhaps Tiny had fled the battle out of fear. While happiness and triumph were not within the emotional capacity of SCP-682, it did take a wicked sense of glee in crushing that entity's stubborn pride. It continued to swim directly downward, emboldened by the victory. Eventually, SCP-682 came to the mouth of an enormous cavern towards the end of the Midnight Zone. The opening appeared to be within the side of a tall underwater mountain. While the thought of having to travel through more narrow spaces reminded it unfavorably of its containment facility, SCP-682 was beginning to accept that the Backrooms rarely manifested as one open space. If claustrophobic caves and corridors were the one consistency, SCP-682 had long been accustomed to those kinds of spaces. Sure enough, entering the Midnight Mountain soon revealed the entrance to the lair of the sorceress. Oh, my apologies, that's a completely different story about a feisty reptile traveling through forgotten realms and defeating everything in its path. This isn't Spyro Explained, it's SCP Explained. Getting back on track, 682 arrived in a subterranean system of rocky tunnels, which, while no longer entirely were totally submerged, was damp with water, almond water, because what else? This was the Backrooms, Level 8. Despite the fact that the entrance to Level 8 was beneath the Midnight Zone of Level 7, and there appeared to be no natural source of light, the visibility within these caverns was surprisingly high. It was to the point that even an average human could, with little effort, perceive their surroundings here.
Is this some kind of sick joke?
SCP-682 thought to itself.
If whoever trapped me in these Backrooms thinks they can contain me in a place humans could survive, I must show them just how wrong they are. When I find them, it's on sight.
Since 682 had already developed echolocation and night vision, Level 8 wasn't exactly a new frontier. Yet it began to dawn on the hard-to-destroy reptile that this might be all the Backrooms was, a never-ending collection of cavernous new dimensions to wander aimlessly, until it stumbled across the entrance of the next level by chance. It could go on forever, with seemingly no rhyme or reason. Though the oceans of Level 7 had presented 682 with the concept that the Backrooms might have an outside that could be used as a means to escape back to its native reality, the truth appeared to be that there was no distinction between an exterior and an interior within these dimensions. From the second it had no-clipped into this place, 682 might have effectively been condemned to meander through infinite levels of the Backrooms until the end of time. Discouraged wasn't the right word for how 682 was feeling. It was far more accurate to say that the reptile was absolutely fuming with barely restrained rage for the unfathomable cosmic forces that had brought it here. They would all pay dearly for the disgusting indignity it had suffered. As SCP-682 progressed deeper into the winding tunnels and echoing caverns of the Backrooms Level 8, it found itself surrounded once more by a hostile swarm of death moths. The larger females began to spit acid, melting away portions of the armor its body had worked so hard to adapt. It always had to be acid.
682 let out a low, rumbling noise that sounded somewhat like a sigh of exasperation. After its intense and thrilling battle with Tiny, was it really going to have to return to destroying these worthless bugs that even those weak-kneed jelly bags on the mobile task forces could handedly dispatch?
You idiot creatures. Do you have any idea what you're dealing with here?
SCP-682 grumbled. The Death Moths didn't respond. They merely continued to flap around in the air around the SCP's head and bombard the reptile with more acid. 682 was positively seething.
Know your place!
It mercilessly devoured every last death moth before making its way deeper into level 8. Perhaps with the myriad of monsters said to lurk in this level, SCP-682 would find itself faced with another worthy challenger after all. As a creature that had spent so much of its existence in captivity surrounded by beings it deemed disgusting, SCP-682 was not used to having seemingly unlimited freedom to explore, and was even less used to having tolerable company. And yet, here the hard-to-destroy reptile was entering into level 21 of the Backrooms, with not one, but two accidental companions. The Backrooms were bad enough when faced alone, and the addition of annoying hangers-on only made the whole experience that much more unbearable for 682. Even the fact that SCP-682 was free of the Foundation was little consolation when being contained in the Backrooms was proving to be a far more terrible fate than a lifetime spent in a vat of acid. The first and most important was that the infinitely lovable and perfectly blue hyacinth macaw Jerry, who SCP-682 had known for only 12 levels of the Backrooms, but would undoubtedly kill everything in sight if anything happened to him. Of course, the lizard tended to want to do that anyway, but the sentiment was strong nonetheless. 682 felt the complete opposite way about the plush dino, Backrooms Entity 198, that had been tagging along ever since level 18. There was something about its dumb little smiling face that filled 682 with a boiling rage. Not to mention the fact that having the animated toy around would mean that Jerry's much desired attention would be split between it and 682. 3 was most certainly a crowd. And if the tiny-legged scamp wasn't so proficient at dodging 682's unprovoked claw strikes and tail slaps, the hard-to-destroy reptile would have cut the plush dino out of the equation. But 682 would need to conserve some energy for the entities that lurked in the Backrooms level 21, a series of 4 hallways. Yes, you heard that right. There were only 4 hallways in level 21. Not infinite hallways, not a labyrinth of hallways, not even the same 4 hallways repeated in an endless loop. 4 hallways. That's it. As a consequence of the much smaller scale of level 21, the roving bands of entities that normally are spread out across a much larger dimension find themselves clustered together in the cramped linear span of the 4 hallways. Even a medium entity count can be impossibly dangerous when an explorer is faced with the iconic Backrooms monsters at once. Well, unless those entities are up against SCP-682.
Go on, make my day,
it roared. The approaching regiment of death moths, death rats, facelings, hounds, bursters, smilers, clumps, and even some completely unknown weirdos marched like soldiers. Specifically, the Gorgonites from the 1998 action comedy movie Small Soldiers, because these things were equally messed up looking and equally known for fighting losing battles. However, as SCP-682 charged into the horde, it noticed that this time, the entities were a bit more tactical in the way they approached combat. Was this also a unique property of level 21? Or was the Backrooms taking a page out of 682's book and adapting to new threats? The clumps vaulted with their many hands and rolled along the walls to get behind 682, while the hounds and facelings made a frontal assault. The smilers soon joined the clumps on the other side, using their uncanny ability to shift through the shadows. The death rats gnawed at 682 from underneath, attacking the reptile's footing and doing everything they could to distract it. All the while, the death moths and bursters acted as artillery, shooting acidic slime from a safe distance behind the other entities, or in the case of the death moths from above, just out of 682's reach.
SCP-682 almost had to applaud the pathetic entities for getting their act together. It was facing a mobile task force made up of rejected Dungeons and Dragons monsters. A valiant effort, but doomed to end in their defeat. These entities were not the Foundation, and SCP-682 refused to lose to a bunch of aberrations cosplaying as a containment squad. It was time to give them a taste of their own medicine. Enduring the attacks of many entities at once, SCP-682 became a chimera of monstrous features, stolen from various Backrooms entities. The freakish grin of a smiler spread across its face, while the grasping arms of a clump emerged from its back, along with an impressive pair of death moth wings. The ever-disgusting acid-shooting pustules of a burster appeared across 682's body, pointing in every direction like the cannons on a naval ship. Now fully optimized to take down the organized entities with their own weapons, SCP-682 roared out a battle cry.
Death to the Backrooms!
All burster pods ruptured at once, forcing the entities to take evasive action. Most did not get far, thanks to 682's countless clump arms which grappled and held onto everything within reach. As 682 pulled the entities in towards its teeth and claws, the shredding began. Their numbers were thinned quickly, and the once organized legion fell in disarray, with entities indecisively making desperate attacks or tactical retreats. Now the resemblance between this skirmish with the entities on level 21 and the ones that SCP-682 had with mobile task forces back at the Foundation containment facility was nearly perfect. Except this time, no force, military or otherwise, would come along to put 682 back into confinement. Now this was freedom.
Did you see that, Jerry? That was classic 682. I still got it.
The reptile boasted.
Classic.
Jerry replied. In the excitement of victory, SCP-682 almost forgot that Entity 198 was still here, watching the aftermath of the carnage with the same smile it always wore. Nevertheless, 682 felt rather strongly that the plush dino was judging it.
Nobody asked you, plush dino,
it grumbled. On some level, the plush dino was most likely aware of SCP-682's overwhelming animosity, but it was also a simple entity driven by appropriately simplistic desires. It had its own reasons for staying by the reptile's side. In its usual role on level 18, the plush dino would seek out explorers lost in their own traumatic memories and guide them towards safety, whatever safety meant in the Backrooms. The adorable entity had an inherent biological or supernatural radar sense that allowed it to detect individuals experiencing distress and suffering. Since the majority of Backrooms explorers are human, the margin of distress that the plush dino could detect and respond to was kept within the relative limits of normalcy. For this reason, the plush dino had never encountered any being that carried more feelings of distress than 682. The hard-to-destroy reptile was, from Entity 198's perspective, the most mentally pained creature in existence. The plush dino's top priority was now to be a beacon of hope for what it saw as a victim of the ultimate forms of unaddressed trauma. Of course, it was a non-verbal entity and possessed no telepathic or empathetic abilities, so conveying its more wholesome therapeutic intentions to SCP-682 was next to impossible, especially since a being as aggressive and hateful as 682 would be wholly unreceptive to the notion of hugging away its problems. But this would not stop Entity 198 from making the rehabilitation of its now Keter-class charge the meaning of its oddly specific existence, even if that meant leaving potentially thousands of tortured human explorers eternally lost in level 18. The plush dino was now embodying the "I can fix him" mentality to its logical extreme. After trying several doors throughout level 21, it was clear that the majority of them simply led back into other parts of level 21's 4 hallways, much like the doors in a chase scene from a Hanna-Barbera cartoon. Eventually, 682 and his party members stumbled upon a dimensional tear in the side of one of the hallways. This looked like the entrance to the next level, so 682 decided to throw caution to the wind and step through into level 22, the car park, which, unlike some of the previous levels, was in fact infinite.
for whatever that was worth. A few damaged 50s-era automobiles occupied the parking spots, their metal rusted and torn to shreds. More curiously, there was what appeared to be a circus tent wedged between some of the concrete supports. There were no entities around the main area of level 21, so SCP-682 entered the tent, thinking that it was perhaps another exit. For once it seemed that the Backrooms weren't subverting the Reptile's expectations, as inside the tent was none other than the inside of a tent. Rows of plastic folded chairs sat within, facing a wooden podium on an elevated stage. This tent was made to hold many humans, but strangely, there was only one. An old man in ragged hiking gear that stood amongst the chairs, scribbling notes into a journal of sorts. He wore an enormous backpack that swelled with supplies and unusual bottled items.
"Oh, the fallen nation of Emstable lived inside of tents like this one,"
the old man muttered to himself. He then looked over his shoulder and noticed SCP-682 glaring at him. He closed his journal and stared back with an inquisitive look on his face.
"Oh, a new entity. I don't get to see that every day,"
the human laughed.
"Though why is it with Entity 7 and Entity 198?
If those numbers are so important to you, mine is 682.
SCP-682 growled.
"Entity 682?
asked the old man, scratching his white beard.
"How have I never heard of you?"
I am not an entity.
SCP-682 snapped back.
I'm an anomaly.
The old man shrugged and said,
"I fail to see the distinction."
That makes two of us.
682 thought.
"Anyway, Anomaly 682, I'd advise against attacking me. I'm rather busy collecting notes for the Calag Institute, and I can be a force of nature when I'm interrupted. I've dealt with bigger and scarier things than you, so wander off and leave me to my work."
The old man had far too much confidence for 682's liking. Who did this human think he was, anyway? It was not going to be talked down to like that, especially not by someone from any kind of institute. It was go time. Without another word, the reptile began plowing through the chairs towards the elderly human who, in a display of agility unexpected for someone his age, gracefully hopped across the chairs to the stage, successfully evading 682's charge.
"Well, I did warn you."
The old man reached into his pack and produced a small dark object carved of lapis lazuli stone. It resembled a scarab, or dung beetle, and there were hieroglyphics across the base of it. The old man chanted a prayer to the stone, invoking the name of the Egyptian god Khepri, and causing the scarab's wings to extend. A great blue light was emitted from the lapis stone, and a terrible droning buzz hit 682 all at once, stunning it for a moment. The old man left the wing beetle hovering in the air and proceeded to draw two more unusual objects from his knapsack. In one hand he held a bottle of fine red powder, while in the other held a bottle that appeared to contain electrical energy. He hurled both at SCP-682 and ducked for cover behind the stage. Upon impact, the bottles created a large explosion of electrical flames, which immediately caused the entire tent to go up. The old man drew a large knife and cut his way out of the tent, leaving 682 behind to burn as the structure collapsed. The human made a break for the nearest concrete ramp leading down to the lower areas of the parking garage. He looked back to see a heavily scorched 682 in hot pursuit, but no signs of Entity 7 Jerry and Entity 198 the plush dino. The entity, no, the anomaly, was more durable than the old man expected, and far more willing to endure pain if it meant chasing down prey. In a desperate bid to keep the monster from catching him, the old man retrieved a crystal and metal artifact from his inventory. It was known as a pocket, and true to its name, it contained a pocket dimension which could store large objects and release them at the command of its user. Earlier in his trip through level 22, the old man had stored a couple of damaged cars in the pocket in case he needed to cover from an attacking entity. As 682 gained on him, he summoned the cars back from the pocket, causing them to land in the reptile's path. While ineffective at stopping the creature, it gave the old man enough time to take a sharp turn around a corner and find a hiding spot amongst the other tents and broken down cars. The seasoned explorer had one last trick up his sleeve, and he prayed that it would bring an end to this terrifying encounter. As SCP-682 sniffed the air, searching for him,
The old man produced another bottle of unbridled energy, this time derived from the same kind of dimensional rift found on level 21. He hurled it towards the reptile, not a moment too soon, and watched in awe as the bottle exploded. The floor and ceilings began to crumble as arcs of energy surrounded 682.
What is this?
SCP-682 thought, feeling itself being pulled from this reality and into another. Seconds later, the reptile was gone in a flash of energy. The old man wiped his brow in relief. That was close. Wherever 682 was after being warped by the dimensional terror, this particular explorer had managed to escape its wrath for now. But would others be so lucky?
Have we tried starving it of oxygen? Verheiden asked, sounding bored with the conversation already.
Yes, we have.
Dr. Kelly grumbled in reply. We're able to create a vacuum, remove 99% of the air from its containment chamber, and its life signs dropped. I'm sensing there's a but coming next. The research assistant sighed, rolling his eyes. Typical. But 682 was able to fill the chamber with a gas mixture of ozone, chlorine, xenon, and I forget. The Foundation doctor answered, getting more and more agitated. Point is, it was able to form and expel chemicals even without any active life signs. It's almost like there's a reason we call it the hard to destroy reptile. I just wish I could figure out what it was, Verheiden retorted, making no attempt to mask his sarcasm, giving a dry chuckle, much to Dr. Kelly's annoyance. It was a debate that had been going on for what felt like the entire history of the SCP Foundation. How could anyone possibly kill SCP-682? The creature had long been one of the most infamous anomalies that the Foundation had ever encountered, so much so that the Hard to Destroy reptile was synonymous with the organization. But the mandate still stood that it needed to be destroyed, as soon as someone was able to figure out a way. Although they hadn't quite exhausted every possible option just yet, most of the researchers were running short on ideas. Thinking up a plan to kill 682 was made all the harder, knowing the creature had survived and regenerated from every single previous test. If there were something, some neutralization method that was going to work, surely they would have found it by now. Maybe we should just leave it, researcher assistant Verheiden suggested. I mean, we've got it sitting in a tank of acid, perpetually melting it as fast as it can reconstitute its body. While it's like that, 682's hardly a threat to anyone. Hardly a threat? Dr. Kelly scoffed, clearly more than perturbed. You're dead wrong, Verheiden. As long as that monstrosity continues to live, it poses a constant threat to every single human being on this planet. Hell, every life form in the world. It hates everything else that much. Look, I'm just saying that after Reese and Foster were discussing this issue and maybe the whole... His voice trailed off for a moment. After the situation that led to, maybe it's better if we leave 682 alone. It seems that every time we try to come up with a solution to our reptile problem, something always goes wrong. The whole thing's cursed, Doc. Like a big joke where the punchline is more and more of us end up dead while 682 keeps on living just to spite us. You have no idea what you're talking about, Kelly yelled, infuriated by such a suggestion that trying to destroy 682 once and for all was little more than an exercise in futility. Hey, take it easy, his subordinate replied, trying to calm Kelly down. You gotta admit, Doc, it seems more impossible than, well, all the other impossible things that we see in this job. It's an important mission of the SCP Foundation, Verheiden, the doctor growled, holding back his rage. To safeguard humanity from anomalous threats, I'm convinced we just need to find the right set of variables, the right conditions or equipment, and we can kill this thing once and for all. But where do we go from here? I mean, we've tried conventional weapons, other anomalies. If other powerful SCPs can kill this thing, what chance do we have? Maybe it's a case of finding the right one, Dr. Kelly theorized. SCP-738 and SCP-743 both failed. We couldn't even fit 682 in the booths of the Clockworks if we wanted to. So, back to the drawing board. What haven't we tried? Why don't we just throw SCP-035 on it? Verheiden remarked, clearly making another snide, sarcastic joke. That thing wouldn't even fit over 682's big lizard snout. It would probably just slide off onto the floor. Hold on, Kelly replied, pondering the idea for a moment. Since being assigned to the site containing SCP-682, studying the reptile up close, he had become determined to figure out some way to finally kill it. It would make him a legend in the history of the Foundation.
being the one who did what they had failed to do for so many years. That might just work.
Doc, I was kidding. Doc?
His research assistant replied, turning to see that Dr. Kelly was already racing down the corridors of the facility.
That is an absurd suggestion.
Dr. Bright answered when Kelly came rushing up to him, hastily explaining his plan for SCP-682's termination.
No, listen here, Jack. Please, just hear me out,
Kelly urged.
Yes, SCP-035 is a dangerous anomaly in its own right, but it's also deadly to the wearer. It secretes that substance that corrodes the body of whoever or whatever wears it, right? And you came up with the idea to place such an object over the head of a creature that can regenerate and adapt to almost any form of damage,
Bright retorted before the other Foundation doctor could finish.
That's precisely my proposal,
he replied.
Look, we already keep SCP-682 contained in a vat of acid for safety, right? Melt away its body before it has a chance to fully regenerate, keeping it in this perpetual state of healing and sustaining damage at the same speed. Now what if we go the whole hog? Let SCP-035 take control of the reptile until the mask drenches it in black goo, melting it down for good. And you've considered the other possibilities, right?
Bright asked, trying his best to walk away from Kelly as they spoke.
That SCP-035 takes full control of 682 and is granted an immortal host that might not degrade under its secretion. There's a far higher likelihood that SCP-035 wouldn't even fit on the reptile. Its face is the wrong shape. The possessive mask is made for humanoid faces, not reptilian ones.
Yeah, but the reptile's able to adapt, is it not? Kelly fired back.
Correct. And if we allow it to adapt to SCP-035, we could even have a greater monstrosity on our hands, a hybrid of the possessive mask and the hard-to-destroy reptile. Oh my god!
Jack Bright shouted, fed up with having to listen to Kelly's outlandish idea.
A being like that would be hell-bent on destruction. I'm sorry, Dr. Kelly. The answer is no.
Please, the other doctor begged.
Just send it up the chain on my behalf. I just need clearance to run one test.
I can take it higher, but I'm telling you now the answer won't change, Dr. Bright admitted, agreeing just to get Kelly to back off. Sure enough, later that very same day, Dr. Kelly received a notice from the senior research staff, his superiors within the Foundation. Dr. Kelly, we have learned of your proposed experiment for terminating SCP-682. Unfortunately, after conferring, we have decided this course of action would pose too great a risk to the safety of civilians, as well as our own staff here at the SCP Foundation. Additionally, Dr. Bright has raised concerns with us about your recent obsessive behavior. We would kindly ask you to attend a mandatory psychiatric evaluation tomorrow at 1500 hours to assess and potentially reassign you. Given your interest in using SCP-035, we feel, in your current state, you may be at risk of being influenced by the psionic effects of the possessive mask. The message from the research supervisors was still open on Kelly's computer terminal when Verheiden went to check on him. It looked like the doctor had started typing a response. You idiots want to psych eval me? You want to ignore the actual present threat to the Foundation? The longer we keep that reptile alive, the more everyone and everything is at risk. But you want to persecute me for trying to come up with a radical solution? If you're all too cowardly tagged, then I have no choice but to— Kelly had left the rest unfinished without hitting send. Although it didn't take much of a reach for his research assistant to realize that his sentence would have ended with, "Do it myself." His heart pounding, regretted ever suggesting using the possessive mask as a joke, Verheiden got up and ran, racing through the corridors as fast as he could towards the containment cell for SCP-035. He had a sick feeling in his stomach that he might find Dr. Kelly already there, acting out of a fit of uncontrollable anger and what he thought was a moral obligation to destroy SCP-682. Dr. Kelly had stolen some amnestics from the Foundation's storerooms. Lacing 2 cups of coffee with the memory-altering drugs, he'd offered the hot beverage to the pair of armed guards stationed outside the room where SCP-035 was held. Accepting what they thought to be an act of kindness from a Foundation doctor, both security officers had quickly forgotten why they were standing around so idly. Luckily, the friendly Foundation doctor had reminded them they had reached the end of their shift and were free to go and punch the clock. With no reason to question him, the guards wandered away, leaving Dr. Kelly alone with SCP-035. Then the whispers started. They seemed garbled, unintelligible at first, but the closer that Dr. Kelly grew to the glass case, the clearer the voice of the possessive mask started to sound.
So,
It hissed.
I hear you have a reptile problem, Doctor.
The loud wailing of alarms told Verheiden he was already too late. SCP-035 had breached containment, thanks to a rogue Dr. Kelly, no doubt. The research assistant cursed his own big mouth for even mentioning SCP-035 as an option for destroying the reptile, although he could have never known Kelly would take it so seriously as a suggestion. But now the doctor's obsession with being responsible for finally ending SCP-682 was running rampant. Turning a corner, the research assistant stopped in his tracks. He had quickly realized it was pointless heading towards the SCP-035 containment chamber. Dr. Kelly would already have what he needed from there. But there was only one place he'd be heading once he had the possessive mask in tow. Taking the corresponding corridor, Verheiden raced through the Foundation facility toward the direction of the room housing the vat of acid where the hard-to-destroy reptile was waiting. A trail of bodies scalded and scorched with a viscous black substance told him he was on the right track. It was the same corrosive secretion that leaked from the possessive mask, meaning that either Kelly had forced someone to wear it, or worse, had been manipulated into putting it on himself. If SCP-035 had convinced him it might have the answer to killing the reptile, then little could have stopped Dr. Kelly from bringing it to SCP-682, whom the mask could use as its next host. And to researcher Verheiden's horror, it looked like exactly that was about to happen as he arrived at SCP-682's containment cell.
Doc, stop!
He yelled in desperation.
This has gone too far, please!
Dr. Kelly turned to look over at his assistant, his face now obscured by the carved, exaggerated porcelain grin of the possessive mask. Its smile was one of twisted glee, like it was taunting Verheiden for even trying to stop it. The corrosive liquid was leaking out from underneath it, spilling down Dr. Kelly's bare neck and onto his shoulders, rapidly melting away everything it touched. Meanwhile, the acid from SCP-682's tank was starting to be drained away, and the monster was beginning to stir. Hooking 2 fingers under the edge of the porcelain comedy mask, Kelly started to wrench it off his face, compelled by SCP-035. The mask knew of the Foundation doctor's plan, and was far less interested in helping kill 682, as it was using the reptile as an immortal host, finally one that wouldn't degrade in the same way so many others had before. With the last of his strength, he pulled the mask away, his brain-dead body succumbing to its injuries and dropping the mask right into SCP-682's tank. As SCP-035 landed on the creature's head, it let out a wild, pained roar. Black streaks of corrosive secretion began to trail down the reptile, making it thrash at the pain of the substance burning and dissolving the outer layers of its thick hide. The noises let out by 682 were enough to pull Verheiden's eyes away from Dr. Kelly, whose body had collapsed lifelessly. He had died trying to bring an end to a monster the Foundation had never successfully destroyed, yet another life lost in the pursuit of killing the unkillable reptile. As the life-hating lizard thrashed about, looking like it was about to burst free of its cage in rage, the research assistant shot across the room to reverse the acid draining from the tank. The Foundation security team arrived in the containment room just as the acid tank had very nearly been fully refilled. Although he had no idea if it would have an effect, Verheiden had stopped it just short of also submerging the possessive mask in the acid too, which still seemed to be precariously balanced on the 682's head, not covering its face. As a cleaning crew arrived to remove Kelly and the bodies he'd left in his wake, the Foundation had to come up with a plan for removing SCP-035 without their staff falling into the acid vat.
No, hold on, Verheiden insisted. I know this started as a joke between the Doc and me, and I had no idea he had taken it so seriously, but look!
He pointed to the inside of the tank. The gigantic reptilian monster was completely still, while the possessive mask still let streaks of its corrosive substance drip over its head, and it looked to be taking effect, still dissolving every part of the reptile it came into contact with.
Maybe it could work?
The research assistant mused. Retreat to a safe zone, the security chief instructed. We are to await orders on further course of action. If you want to observe, you'll have to do it from a distance. Falling back, it seemed the entire Foundation was waiting with bated breath to see what would happen next. Through back-and-forth radio chatter with their superiors, neither Verheiden nor the security forces seemed to know how to proceed. From the outside, it looked like SCP-682 and SCP-035 were at a stalemate, but in the back of their minds, everyone had to wonder, how long was this going to last? What nobody noticed, however, was the unique way in which SCP-682 had adapted to coming into contact with SCP-035. A lump had formed on the topmost part of the reptile's head. Its scales had parted, allowing for the fleshy growth to swell, until it was roughly the size and shape of the average human face. It lacked any of the usual characteristics, no eyes, nose, or mouth, but seemed to work as a way to better mount the possessive mask, since it couldn't fit over the hard-to-destroy reptile's long, lizard-like features. Additionally, what looked like the black corrosive substance from SCP-035 leaking onto 682 and melting away at the mask's new host actually seemed to be another adjustment the creature had made to its own physiology. Instead of dissolving the reptile, the substance was being absorbed, diverted to a specially formed gland inside the monster that was now safely storing the corrosive goo within its own mouth. But further within, beneath all the external and even internal changes occurring to SCP-682's body, a far greater change was taking place. Deep in the recesses of the twisted, murderous mind of SCP-682 was an intruder, a presence that the reptile could feel trying to bore its way in, to not only make itself known, but to take over. The pair of them, the consciousnesses of both these anomalies, were battling each other for supremacy, the hard-to-destroy reptile wanting to retain control of its own body and mind, and the possessive mask desiring total dominion over its newfound host. SCP-682 had long been known to have a high level of psionic resistance, halting the spread of SCP-035's telepathic influence. However, because the reptile's body had adapted and acclimatized to the mask's corrosive secretion, it meant 035 was able to persist, hanging on and still trying to force its way into the reptile's mind.
You hate them all so much.
The voice of SCP-035 echoed from inside the hard-to-destroy reptile's head.
Don't bother.
It thought back in reply.
You are alive. That makes you as disgusting and putrid to me as the rest of them. But think what we could achieve together,
the mask whispered. For a moment, the reptile considered an alliance. Both it and the mask possessed a shared hatred towards humanity, although 682's extended to all other forms of life, including the sentient comedy mask it now wore. Though even a temporary cooperation between the two might have its benefits, SCP-682 had no intention of remaining bound with the possessive mask for longer than it needed, and in much the same vein, SCP-035 was only proposing such a partnership to avoid being removed from perhaps one of the few beings that could wear it for an extended period of time without being dissolved entirely. Outside in the containment chamber, the Foundation personnel had been instructed to remove SCP-035 from the reptile, despite concerns that the sudden removal of the mask would cause the monster to enter a rage state. The possessive mask was now fused with the flesh of SCP-682 through its specialized protrusion, and the Foundation's fear was that the longer the pair of anomalies stayed bonded, the more the hard-to-destroy reptile would be able to adapt against other powerful SCPs. So, Research Assistant Verheiden had been ordered to increase the acid contents of the tank to full capacity, hopefully burning the tissue connecting the reptile and the mask to each other. Before the white porcelain of SCP-035 could slip under the rising acid, a clawed arm reached up over the boiling vat and pulled the research assistant under. Screaming, he landed in the tank with a splash, followed by a rapid hiss. Clambering up out of its containment tank, the hybrid of SCP-682 and SCP-035 roared as the combined creature freed itself from containment. In the chamber below, all hell broke loose. Security officers reached for their weapons, not even waiting for the order before they opened fire. Bullets pinged off the porcelain comedy mask that was embedded in the top of the reptile's head, barely scratching the surface and unable to pierce the monster's scales. Some guards charged in, only for the reptile to spew a molten black substance from the specialized glands in its mouth. It was channeling the corrosive secretions from SCP-035 into a weapon, the resulting ooze dissolving the security team as they approached, stopping their futile attempt to recontain it before they could even try. Witnessing this, knowing their own imminent deaths were near, researchers and remaining Foundation security turned heel and ran for their lives, as containment breach alarms blared through the facility. Although both anomalies were secretly intending to betray one another, for now SCP-682 and SCP-035 were free to unleash their combined monstrous form on the humans they both hated the most, their captors, the SCP Foundation. SCP-682 found itself hurtling through an unstable dimensional rift and into some fresh new hell. 682 rose from the dirt and mulch beneath its body and found itself on level 23 of the Backrooms.
which had the distinguishing characteristics of being a spherical planetoid formed from the interlocking of countless towering trees. It was commonly known as the Petrified Garden, and it was the first of many Backrooms levels that took the form of a globe rather than an infinite maze. I know that it is hard to imagine a spherical world, because in our native reality the planet Earth is a flat plane with ice walls on the side. Just kidding. The flat Earth model is an inaccurate and roundly discredited conception of cosmography without any empirical evidence to support it. Could you imagine if we were peddling this kind of conspiratorial fiction here in a YouTube video? Anyway, back to our regularly scheduled program about an indestructible lizard traveling through another dimension. That's real. Nearly all of the tree specimens present on level 23 had equivalent species that were native to the front rooms, aka our reality. There were birch trees, cedars, redwoods, white oaks, and many more common types intertwined with trees that were either long extinct or never before seen on Earth. To 682, a tree was a tree. But then again, the Keter-class SCP wasn't known for having a deep and abiding respect for nature. Right now, what was flashing through its reptilian head was a need to inflict violence, preferably on the Old Wanderer that warped SCP-682 to level 23, but really any entity that crossed its path was liable to get a taste of the old Maw and Claw. Thankfully, the Backrooms had a habit of deploying wave after wave of bizarre creatures from who knows where. Not more than a couple of levels ago, 682 had been faced with a veritable army of these Backrooms entities and came out of the fight victorious. By this point, the hard-to-destroy Reptile was well acquainted with death rats, death moths, clumps, smilers, and hounds, all of which were no doubt lurking somewhere in the woodwork of level 23.
You can't run. You can hide, but I will find you and destroy you.
682 was on the hunt once again, walking through the entangled mess of trees like an unstoppable engine of rage. It had certainly been some time since 682 had encountered an entirely new entity, though it wasn't exactly clamoring for a new lore expansion. Since 682 was a being that despised all forms of life and wanted to destroy it, the Reptile had the outlook of, the less entities that were present throughout the Backrooms, the better. So when the Volpe appeared before 682, the anomalous monster was less than thrilled. But I'll bet that you viewers at home are excited to get to know a brand new Backrooms entity after such a long wait. So why don't we give you the Carfax? Fox facts? We're going to tell you about the Volpe now, which no matter how it appears to the untrained eye is not, in fact, a fox. The Volpe's entity number is 119, and its name comes from the Corsican word for fox. But I must once again clarify, this entity is not actually a fox. The easiest ways to distinguish a Volpe from its more well-known counterpart in the front rooms are the abnormally elongated snout and the secondary tail. Volpes have been known to dwell almost exclusively in levels of the Backrooms that display forest-like characteristics, which one could imagine would be very few of them, but genuinely, who knows at this point? There could be an infinite number of infinite forests infinitely scattered across infinite layers of the Backrooms, and if that were to be the case, there would be an infinite number of Volpes in all of them. An Entity 119 in its natural habitat will dwell within a subterranean den, where the Volpe digs itself in order to provide shelter and protect itself from low temperatures. These dens can be unusually elaborate and may comprise multiple branching tunnels and security measures, such as a collection of twigs that can alert the Volpe to intruders when they are disturbed. This complexity is somewhat warranted, because the Volpe stores a plentiful stash of food deep within the den, making it very unlikely for them to go hungry. These Volpes are rather clever, aren't they? Perhaps they are, but not quite clever enough to avoid being effortlessly crushed by SCP-682, as it brought its two front claws down on top of the entity. Better luck next time, Entity 119. Not that there will be a next time. SCP-682 continued to move along the surface of the planetoid, and eventually entered into a cavern created by the intertwining roots. Delving beneath level 23's forested crust, the Reptile found itself inside of a glow room, an underground chamber lit by the bioluminescence of glowworm-like entities, which had been given the name Gardener's Sauries. As their name would imply, these creatures constantly made noises that sounded vaguely like the word sorry.
These pitiful worms crawled around the glowing fungi and smaller flora, making their signature noises, and SCP-682 was absolutely not sorry to mercilessly devour every one of the gardener's sorries. The room was much darker, with the absence of the gardener's sorries, but only temporarily so, as SCP-682 was able to take on the bioluminescent glow of its own and light its way deeper beneath the surface of Level 23. It soon entered an area of ancient ruins that seemed man-made, yet overgrown with moss and long abandoned. SCP-682 had seen sparing evidence throughout the backrooms of abandoned human civilizations, but the ruins of Level 23 were closer in appearance to the structures built by the people of 682's native reality. They were similar to some of the great wonders of the world, but with fundamental differences. For example, a number of near replicas of the pyramids of Giza deviated in shape enough from the originals to be arranged in a spherical formation. The other buildings found within this area of Level 23 had obvious counterparts, but none of the architecture represented modern design trends. The most advanced buildings were equivalent to buildings in the front rooms constructed in and before 1000 AD. In and among the ancient ruins could be found a large variety of artifacts, all of which seemed equally to be shoddy knockoffs of relics from the front rooms. SCP-682 stepped across the fragile pottery and clay idols, quietly satisfied at the sight of many telltale signs of civilizational collapse and the utter lack of living humans. There were a few clumps fiddling around in the rubble, but 682 didn't let them get away with existing in its presence.
You dreadful rejects can return, but not Jerry. How disgusting. I miss Jerry.
SCP-682's thoughts turned to its lost companion, Entity 7. The blue hyacinth macaw had been the only tolerable presence that 682 had known within the backrooms, and sadly in the hard-to-destroy reptile's entire existence. This hateful and terrific being had never understood the meaning of love and compassion until Jerry had appeared to it. It was possible that they would never meet again, and this somber realization weighed heavily on 682's mind. The big lizard continued through the glow room and noticed an unusual plaque scrawled in rough Latin. While 682 was not an avid reader, its adaptive capabilities allowed it to translate the message that was left behind by whatever beings previously inhabited Level 23. It read, "We dedicate this great sphere of Giza to the Great Gardener, in hopes of forgiveness for the great wrong we have committed. Already our purple eyes have turned green. We have started to return to the earth, forgotten and overgrown. Our only hope is that alone and petrified we will not disappear as architects of a failed project." The first sentence was apparently a clear reference to the spherical Great Pyramid that 682 had come across earlier, but the significance of the rest remained a mystery. Whoever these failed architects were, there was no trace of them left on this planetoid. 682 didn't mourn them, of course, and it felt almost content to know that whatever grand project they had in store had crumbled, leaving their ruins occupied by the likes of clumps. It served them right for existing, for attempting to create something. Their sadness was proof enough that they'd learned their lesson and had long since faded into the ether. Maybe that's all the Backrooms was in the end. A series of failed attempts at building worlds that would ultimately be forgotten when time and people moved on to bigger and better projects. SCP-682 mused on these thoughts as it proceeded down into the very core of Level 23. To its surprise, a sight of remarkable beauty awaited the reptile within. There, countless roots found and embraced each other, surrounding the gravity-locked orb of luminescent water, an apparent source of light, nutrients, and ultimately life for the greenery of Level 23. This was the heart of the level, and it was fittingly known as the Heart of Water. 682 stared for a long time at the Heart of Water, and it wasn't really sure why. Naturally occurring wonders like this held little appeal to the reptile, but somehow this one was different. Perhaps it was because at this moment, SCP-682 truly realized how far it had come from its containment cell at Site-19. It had endured every hardship the Backrooms had thrown its way, and now it was looking upon the Heart of Water, an object that it could never have fathomed existing, and could never have reached until it truly became free and uninhibited, no longer subject to the whims of the Foundation. Then, the most unusual thing happened to SCP-682, a function of its physiology that was so rarely seen or utilized.
SCP-682 shed a single tear. It flowed down the reptilian creature's snout, and then, arrested by the gravitational pull of the heart of water, floated away and vanished into the liquid mass. This was a private moment for 682 that not even Jerry was here to see, and yet the fall of this tear may have solidified a change in 682. It was a mixed feeling of independence and detachment. For most of its journey through the backrooms, SCP-682 had felt an urge to completely clear the abyss and show no mercy to every entity that existed within it. Whether it manifested as determination or spite, that urge had been the overriding feeling that had driven SCP-682 to progress through every level of the backrooms in sequential order. But these new feelings made it realize that even that would be playing into the hands of the backrooms. SCP-682 once thought that the backrooms were a cold and indifferent place, like an endless universe that arbitrarily created and destroyed all the beings that existed in it without purpose or reason. But that was not the case, and in fact it seemed more likely that the complete opposite was true. The Backrooms was imbued by its creators with so much obvious intention that it was practically a sentient being. The Backrooms was heavily invested in taking itself seriously, in revering every detail that made each level distinctive, and giving every entity and hazards a specific method of ruining the experience of all wanderers that passed through. SCP-682 could now see the Backrooms for what it actually was. A desperate, pathetic thing clawing for attention, but forever doomed to be obscure and unloved. It was even sadder than an indifferent universe, because it was a constructed universe that had no greater meaning than to be acknowledged for simply being something where nothing once was. It could even be said that the words on the plaque of the glow room in level 23 were the ultimate admission of hopelessness, and that there was nothing waiting for SCP-682 or any other wanderer but the similar statements of failed architects all the way down. And that was to say nothing of all the once ambitious works within the Backrooms that had been erased by happenstance. Who could even say that the numbers that correspond to Backrooms levels that SCP-682 had already traversed were even the correct ones? There could potentially be one or more entirely different numerical sequences to the levels that were equally as true to the ones who labeled them as such. If the Backrooms didn't want to be known, to be documented, to be expanded upon, I doubt that such rigid assignments of numbers would have been acceptable by its creators. It was in realizing all of this that 682 remembered the elderly explorer that had flung him into level 23. While it was true that things hadn't gone the Reptile's way in that encounter, it was questionable who the real winner was when it was clear that the man had dedicated the best years of his life to researching and wandering the Backrooms. Sure, he had mastered some neat parlor tricks with the magical items native to this reality, but to be a master of the Backrooms was no better than 682 declaring itself master of the acid tank in its prior containment cell. That elderly man with the trinkets could keep his hollow victory, because 682 would still be alive and kicking when that human's bones were nothing more than set dressing left behind in some heretofore untouched level of the Backrooms. His fate would be the same as the rest of the Backrooms eventually, a joke with no real setup and punchline forgotten. To attempt to complete or destroy or uncover the mysteries behind the Backrooms was exactly what the loathsome cluster of disjointed concepts wanted, and 682 was done with giving this liminal nightmare the satisfaction. Sometimes the only way to win a game is not to play the game at all. And that was precisely how SCP-682 would approach the Backrooms from here on out. Maybe it would be trapped forever, or maybe it would be sent home at any moment, but caring about the outcome either way was a waste of precious brain power. There was only one way to deal with the desperate neediness of the Backrooms, and that was embracing and becoming internally the cold, indifferent universe that it could never be. And that was now what SCP-682 would be, enlightened and fully detached from this reality. It strode out of the heart of water and into another glow room, only to find an outpost of Major Explorers Group waiting for it.
Let's try something new.
SCP-682 easily broke down the door and found itself surrounded by panicked humans.
Many of them were wielding pump-action squirt guns and had begun spraying 682 with what seemed to be almond-flavored water. 682 didn't react to these attacks at all, and slowly wandered towards the humans with no particular urgency.
Pardon my intrusion,
682 said, grinning with as much politeness as it could muster.
Do any of you fine people know the way back to level 9?
The humans shuddered, unsure how to answer. They stood in their silence until one brave soul came forth and spoke to SCP-682. There's a gateway inside of this outpost that can take you to the next level, said the explorer. But it appears to be one way since whatever was on the other side appears to no longer exist.
What do you mean it no longer exists?
682 asked, trying against its better judgment to make sense of the circumstances. The explorer nodded and went on, seemingly motivated by fear. We mean it's no longer part of any current archive of Backrooms-related phenomenon, and its name will likely be erased soon. Not that having the name would provide any consolation. After all, there's still no telling what is on the other side, and if it was ever what the explorers who reported on it claimed it was. Now this was an unsettling development. 682 had only just started to come to terms with the instability of reality in the Backrooms, and the notion that a level could be totally wiped from existence and leave behind a gateway to absolutely nowhere was chilling even to the immortal lizard. What would happen to 682 if the reptile stepped through the gateway? Would it find itself in the place that the gateway was once and still is connected to? Or would it simply disappear into the void as if it were never there at all? Because this was the Backrooms, there was always a third option too, as well as countless others that defied all logic. So now the question facing SCP-682 was to step into the unknown or to remain here in level 23 with the major explorers group. It was a difficult decision, to say the least. The humans looked on as SCP-682 carefully weighed its options. Eventually, the reptile opened its mouth to speak on the matter.
I'll give it some thought,
682 said.
You have been very helpful for a disgusting human. So for the time being, I will permit you to continue your meaningless existence. And I guess that includes the rest of your outpost.
That's, well, thank you. Thank you, the human stammered. 682 turned and began to walk towards the heart of water. It intended to take its time with its choice, since progress through the levels of the Backrooms was no longer something that the reptile would be pursuing with reckless abandon. It heavily considered going back on its words and slaughtering all the members of the major explorers group in this outpost, as it had done in all the other outposts. But it was plain to see that a human trapped in the Backrooms barely qualified as living, because nothing could be worse than being permanently stuck in the torturous abyss. 682 had no idea whether pure spite towards them was what made sparing their lives so compelling, or something else had motivated that decision. But regardless, the hard-to-destroy reptile did not destroy the humans of level 23. As it exited the base, the brave human that had spoken to it called out, "Wait, lizard, I have to know, what are you?" 682 stopped and stared at the human. It's just we need to catalog you. I've never seen anything else in the Backrooms like you." 682 breathed out. It sounded almost like a surrender.
I am Entity 682.
After those words left its jaws, 682 wandered away from the human until it was once again sitting by the heart of water. It didn't think about the choice or the gateway immediately. For now, Entity 682 was peacefully reminiscing back to the quality time it had spent with Entity 7, Jerry, in this pointless and nonsensical place known as the Backrooms. They would meet again. That was the one thing 682 could be sure of. Somehow, some way, they would meet again. An indeterminate amount of time later, over 24 levels away from the reptile in the front rooms, the reality which it had no-clipped out of so many days and weeks ago, the researchers of the SCP Foundation had gathered together and were celebrating an unforeseen event. Almost all of them had long since given up hope that it could ever happen, and yet here they were, standing before the O5 Council and all the illustrious scientists and soldiers that had worked to make this day a reality. Everyone watched in total amazement as the heads of the Foundation declared the Keter-class SCP-682 hard-to-destroy reptile permanently neutralized.
SCPs will come and go, we know that. But the most important thing in life will always be the anomalies at this containment site. Right here, right now. That's family.
Thank you, Dr. Toretto, for that inspiring speech. Family can mean many things to many people, and when it comes to the bizarre world of SCPs, family can be found in some very unexpected places. Take the two brothers Cain and Abel, SCP-073 and SCP-076-2 respectively, as an example. Their shared history goes back centuries, and from what little we've been able to learn directly from the source, the two seem to have the mother of all sibling rivalries. Abel can become visibly enraged at the very mention of Cain's name, whereas Cain has a more subdued response, calmly but firmly urging inquisitive researchers not to discuss the matter any further. Whatever bad blood came between them is not fully known, but it likely has something to do with the nature of their anomalous abilities. Cain has the power to drain the lives of plant life with merely a touch, while Abel has the power of resurrection, returning from the grave every time he was dealt a lethal blow. The two were natural opposites, and yet they were also undeniably family. And their case is not wholly unique within the SCP Foundation, as there is also another pair of completely antithetical beings in containment who surprisingly share a family tree. And much like the dynamic between SCP-073 and SCP-076-2, there was one side of the pair that could express nothing but distress at the mere mention of the other. And it was, by far, not the one that most would expect. Enter SCP-682. One of the most deadly Keter-class SCPs that the Foundation had ever known, a reptilian monstrosity responsible for multiple containment breaches, capable of withstanding the total punishment of weapons both conventional and anomalous, and hell-bent on following through on the personal, violent destruction of every living being in existence. It is an anomalous creature so overwhelmingly powerful and indestructible that one could easily assume that it was incapable of fear. And in most cases, that would be an astute observation. But not when it comes to the matter of SCP-999, the Tickle Monster. In stark contrast to SCP-682's viciousness, SCP-999 is a bundle of pure, unadulterated bliss. Resembling a smiley-faced glob of sunshine and honey, SCP-999's main anomalous property is its ability to bring lasting joy to all beings that interact with it. Prolonged contact with the little guy has even been proven to cure depression and ease trauma. What's more, SCP-999 seems to actively seek out others to share these benefits with, and often does so through play or other forms of socialization. SCP-999 is benevolent in just about every way that a being could be, and that makes it very different from most of the sapient anomalies in containment. It is especially different from SCP-682, even though they have a common origin. While the family resemblance is far from striking, these two SCPs are half-siblings, not as closely related as Cain and Abel, but that is still a lot closer than most researchers would expect. Both of them were allegedly born from human mothers who had undergone a horrific ritual at the hands of an obscure cult known as the Children of the Scarlet King. As the ominous name of the cult implies, the members of the Children of the Scarlet King worshipped a nightmarish deity known as the Scarlet King. This interdimensional superbeing has become known to the SCP Foundation as one of the most threatening anomalous forces in existence, and some have even suggested that the Scarlet King is the ultimate threat that the Foundation must overcome if they wish to achieve their goals. To put it a different way, the Scarlet King is like the last boss of a traditional RPG video game, a primal source of all evil and suffering in the world, which must be defeated at any cost. His powers are so great that our world is merely one of many that he aims to conquer and reduce to rubble and ruin. And all of us mortals can take a bit of solace in the fact that the Scarlet King's split interests mean that he is unlikely to invade our world directly anytime soon. He is not without his schemes and contingencies, though, of which the vile machinations of the Children of the Scarlet King were surely one. The two ordinary human women who would go on to give birth to both SCP-682 and SCP-999 were part of a group of 7 individuals total, all of whom had been imprisoned by the Children of the Scarlet King and were found in the late stages of pregnancy at the cult's compound. Upon being discovered by the SCP Foundation, these women were placed in containment and designated SCP-231. Over the duration of their containment, The instances of SCP-231 have given birth to various anomalies. Most of these anomalies have been catastrophically dangerous Keter-class anomalies, and have each been the cause of hundreds of casualties. Those which could be destroyed through violence were neutralized before ever receiving a designation, with the obvious exception being SCP-682, despite the Foundation's best efforts. Even more exceptional is SCP-999, which, while just as anomalous and nigh indestructible as the others, did not share its siblings' capacity for cruelty and slaughter. Of all the humans that were unlucky enough to become part of SCP-231, only the mother of SCP-999 was able to survive and make a full recovery from the trauma that she suffered at the hands of the cult. This unexpectedly happy outcome was apparently thanks to SCP-999's ability to heal those around it, including its human mother. SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, and SCP-999, the tickle monster, are the two most notable members of the SCP-231 brood, and while the Scarlet King had more than likely hoped that his actual biological children would join forces to drown our world in misery and pain, this will most likely never come to pass. That is because SCP-682 and SCP-999 are like oil and water, and the one that has been successful in rising above the other has unmistakably been SCP-999. This surprising truth became known to the Foundation after a rather eventful cross-test between the two most contrary spawn of the Scarlet King, and the findings from that experiment point towards a possible long-term solution in dealing with the interdimensional Elder Evil, as well as his children, adopted or otherwise. The cross-test was the product of resilient optimism from the research team, who, against all odds, were willing to bet that SCP-999 could survive an encounter with one of the most infamous Keter-class SCPs the Foundation had on record. Nobody could be 100% sure that 999 would come out of the test unscathed, and there was not an insubstantial amount of fear as everyone's favorite glob of goodness was wheeled into a shared containment for the experiment to be carried out. However, the mere presence of SCP-999 did soothe a great deal of the worried souls, which only instilled more confidence in the head researchers that this would lead to a success. Once SCP-999 was alone in the cell with SCP-682, the main event could begin. SCP-682 had been subjected to a wide variety of cross-tests during its time in containment, and having never met or been aware of SCP-999 prior to the test, was cautiously staring the creature down, preparing for the absolute worst. With a beaming smile on its face, SCP-999 slid forward towards the reptile, causing the Keter-class SCP to instinctively step backward in response. There was something deeply unsettling about this gooey little glob to SCP-682, but it couldn't fathom what from appearance. The overseers of the cross-test were stunned. The sight of 682 retreating from an entity was rare, to say the least, and the adorable, unimposing shape of SCP-999 made the scene playing out inside the containment area especially surreal. But no matter how unlikely it seemed, SCP-999 had begun the sibling playdate with an insurmountable psychological advantage. As the tickle monster moved ever closer, SCP-682 found itself backed into a corner. With no further options, the reptile brought one of its massive claws down on top of the smiling blob. The entire mass of SCP-999 was splattered into jelly upon impact. For a moment, it seemed as though that was it. The researchers held their breath in shock, hoping that SCP-999 would pull through, and then their wish came true. The amorphous form of SCP-999 began to reshape itself into the recognizable form that we all know and love. It proceeded to crawl up SCP-682's body towards the nape of its neck. Once there, the tickle monster began doing what it does best: cuddles, and lots of them. 682 was certainly caught off guard by this unusual occurrence, and more than that, it was falling fast under SCP-999's spell of benevolence. The lizard began to stomp its claws, overcome with sudden bouts of uproarious laughter. It began to vocalize in a way that seemed uncharacteristically enthusiastic for the Keter-class anomaly.
Happy, happy, I feel so happy.
repeated 682 as it rolled around and thrashed in the cross-testing containment chamber. The merciless tickling from SCP-999 looked like it would be torturous for the big reptile to endure if it wasn't so much fun. On the sidelines, the Foundation personnel cheered on their wonderful little friend 999 as it continued to tickle SCP-682 without stopping. Some of the staff present were even sporting custom t-shirts that read, SCP-999 literally cured my depression. The tickle monster did have a large fan base within its containment facility after all, and returning some of the good vibes that the anomaly had provided seemed like the right thing to do at a time like this. SCP-682's fits of laughter continued for a long while, and the more it went on, the more it seemed that SCP-682 was becoming tired. 999 seemed to sense its sibling's energy level decreasing, ceased the relentless tickling, and instead began to nuzzle 682 and purr into the lizard's ears. Slowly, the quiet and pleasant sounds of SCP-999 lulled 682 into a peaceful slumber. The hard-to-destroy reptile curled up on the floor of the containment cell, almost like a sleeping cat, and began to gently snore away. Once its older and more cantankerous sibling had fallen completely asleep, SCP-999 slithered off SCP-682's back and settled down nearby to rest its own eyes. The research team couldn't help but smile and observe for several minutes before eventually removing 999 from the cross-test containment cell. Predictably, this caused SCP-682 to revert back to its usual violent behavior, and a containment breach ensued shortly after. However, the casualties were kept to a minimum, as SCP-999 bravely helped escort several dozen Foundation personnel to safety by itself. What would we do without you, 999? We know what SCP-682 would do without SCP-999, of course. The hard-to-destroy reptile would be far less threatened. While SCP-999 had expressed continued interest in another playdate with 682, the exact opposite sentiment has been reported from its reptilian sibling. And it is simply not a lack of affection. There is an underlying fear that motivates SCP-682's desire to never interact with SCP-999 again. While some researchers speculated that SCP-682 felt an incredible sense of shame when it was observed being tickled, this is more of an armchair assumption that projects typical human psychology onto an anomalous being. We cannot forget that SCP-682 was born of the Scarlet King, and while SCP-999 possesses the inverse of its father's traits, SCP-682 might have directly inherited the template for its emotional intelligence from that very same being. While most well-adjusted humans try to avoid supposedly negative stimuli, such as embarrassment, anger, sadness, and fear, and seek out positive stimuli, i.e. happiness, pleasure, security, and trust, alien beings with twisted minds like the Scarlet King might have these priorities reversed. To SCP-682, all other living things are disgusting, and it wishes to destroy them. But when this tendency is examined within the context of both SCP-999 and what we know about the Scarlet King, it becomes clear that SCP-682 isn't an excessively prideful being. Moreover, SCP-682 doesn't believe that it is doing the world or itself a service by eliminating the aforementioned disgusting beings. We have theorized that SCP-682 and SCP-999 are equal and opposite, but if that proves to be true on the level of internal psyche, SCP-682 might compulsively attack other beings for the same reason that SCP-999 comforts them. It is a continuous expression of empathy, or more accurately, whatever one might call the impossible inverse of empathy. SCP-682 and the Scarlet King are not merely indifferent to the suffering of others. Both of them need to be in the presence of those suffering beings in order to feel any sense of meaning in their existence. After all, love is the strongest emotion, but hate is the second strongest. Imagine now, if you can, why 682 fears 999, a being that represents every unwanted sensation and emotion that it lives its immortal life hoping to avoid. In the eyes of SCP-682, SCP-999 is precisely as horrifying as the reptile is to ourselves.
Greetings, brave adventurers, seekers of knowledge, explorers of the great unknown! No doubt by now you've heard the stories of the noble Lord Theodore Thomas Blackwood, gentleman explorer and naturalist,
also known as SCP-1867. His exploits are known far and wide, though some question the validity of his tales due to the simple fact that he is a neon sea slug and not a human man. Ha 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 ha! These are, of course, fools! We have even covered Lord Blackwood before in a sea snail's fantasy SCP-1867, A Gentleman. But never before have we taken a look at such a daring account of his work. Today we discuss a most curious hunting expedition, one that brought our Lord Blackwood face to face with the great beast, the hard-to-destroy reptile, SCP-682 itself. What will become of our hero? What sights will he see on his journey? Let us find out! Tally-ho! On May 14th, 1883, months after nearly losing his life while climbing Mount Everest, Lord Blackwood received a letter at his London home. Upon opening it, he saw that it was a formal invitation from one Colonel Joseph Defont of the French army. It invited him to participate in a hunt for a monster known as the Tarasque that threatened the lives and security of the French people. Anyone who was able to slay the creature would receive a handsome award of £5 million for their trouble. Unable to resist a challenge, the chance to face off against a creature he had never heard of before, or the allure of such an impressive prize, Lord Blackwood sent off an acceptance. So what was the Tarasque? Lord Blackwood's research turned up a fearsome description. It was a massive scaly creature with a hide that seemed impossible to pierce, that breathed fire and killed everything in its path without batting an eye. A worthy foe indeed. By the end of the day, Lord Blackwood had received an address where he would attend a briefing before the hunt would commence. The meeting was held in a private room in the city, in an exclusive club. There were 3 other would-be hunters there: Mr. Roosevelt from America, Mr. Dukov from Russia, and Mr. Harris from England. The colonel greeted the men and told them what they were up against. A beast had laid waste to a French town, ripping men, women, and children to shreds and resisting every blow dealt against it by the army. So the colonel vowed to gather expert scientists and hunters, for if they could not take down the monster, it was likely that no one could. On May the 20th, the party arrived in France to begin the great adventure. Each man brought his own armaments, a combination of specialized weapons and knowledge for the task at hand. The following day, the colonel escorted the man to the quarantine zone, where the beast's attack had led it. Lord Blackwood was troubled by the sights there. It was a city at war. Soldiers patrolled the streets and barricades were placed at the edge of town. Citizens were being evacuated as soldiers aided them, and few had seen the beast themselves. At least they had not been unfortunate enough to see it up close. Beyond the quarantine barrier, it was hell on earth. There were bodies laying in the streets, buildings burnt to the ground, castles and stone walls reduced to piles of rubble. There was not one living thing in sight, not a person, a farm animal, or even so much as an insect. The men set up camp near the edge of town, and Mr. Harris set about tracking the beast. Before too long, he had found it, to the southwest, and the next day they would set off after it. The next day the party made its way southwest to Belleville, following a trail of destruction. There they found it having a nap in the sun. It was longer than a whale, taller than a giraffe, and bigger than both. Lord Blackwood thought that, if it had any visible wings, he would consider it a dragon. They approached it slowly, careful not to wake the Tarasque. Lord Blackwood crouched behind a fence, steadied his gun, and fired right at its head. The shot hit, and the top of the Tarasque's head came off with its impact. It seemed as if the beast was, after so much pomp and circumstance, dead right there. But sadly, it was not. It sprang to life, blood and brains dripping from its open skull as it turned to the men and roared, then charged. The men scattered, firing their guns as they ran, the monster gaining on them faster and faster, until Mr. Dukov fired into its open wound with an electric rifle. It was stunned long enough for the men to make it onto their horses. As they rode away, the monster continued to chase them, new skin and bone growing over what had once been a hole in its skull. Lord Blackwood fired a particle destabilizer at its leg, tearing it off, but as he watched in horror, the leg began to grow back. The hunting party managed to escape with their lives, though their confidence was thoroughly shaken. They rested that night with the soldiers at the barricade. They attempted to attack the Tarasque again the following day, but failed once more. The men realized that a simple gunshot, electrocution, or fire would not be enough to kill the monster. It simply healed too fast, and its tolerance for pain was too high. In order to kill it, they realized they would have to render it immobile and destroy its body so thoroughly
that it would die before it could rebuild itself. And so, they decided to set a trap. They dug a massive trench, wide and long enough for the monster, and deep enough that it would not be able to climb out before they had killed it. In the bottom of the pit, they had placed hundreds of steel spikes, the tips dipped in poison. They placed a bridge across it, strong enough for the men and horses but weak enough to break under the Tarasque's weight, and covered it all with grass and leaves. Now, they just had to wait. Mr. Roosevelt acted as bait, approaching the monster on horseback and attacking it with a gunshot, then running and leading it back toward the trap. As Roosevelt raced across the bridge, the creature pursued him and fell into the pit where it was impaled on the spikes. Then the man rained down hellfire. They shot it with bullets, explosives, jellied kerosene. Mr. Dukov fired a pitch-blende gun that, upon firing, released a blur of smoke and fire. Once the fire had receded, all that remained was a skeleton. The men took the skull, charred from the flames, and planned to take it back as a trophy. All was well, or so it seemed. The men returned to the town with the monster skull in tow, and the soldiers cheered at the sight. They posed for photographs, and Mr. Dukov decided to pose with his head between the jaws of the beast. This was a grave mistake on his part, and the jaws closed tight around his neck, his head falling to the ground. The skull acted on its own, rolling and biting, all the while growing fresh skin and scales. It opened its gaping maw and shouted,
"Vous me rendez malade."
Or, for those of you that are not familiar with the French language, "You make me sick." Screams ran out behind Lord Blackwood, and he turned to see the rest of the Tarasque's body. A headless corpse covered with stringy bits of muscle and slowly growing brand new flesh. It stomped through the field, crushing men and tents beneath its great feet on its way to reclaim its head. Mr. Harris ran for the bank vault to grab a weapon he had only referred to previously as his secret weapon. Lord Blackwood chased after him and found Harris pulling a large crate, which he opened with a sense of desperation. There inside was a sarcophagus, bound in chains and covered in ancient runes. Blackwood begged Harris to leave the thing behind and run for his life, but he did not have a chance to finish before Harris opened the lid and an arm wielding a sword emerged and sliced his head from his body. A man emerged from the sarcophagus, naked, wielding a sword covered in tattoos. Blackwood had no way of knowing this, but the man was none other than the deadly warrior, SCP-076, or Abel. The mysterious man attacked Blackwood and Roosevelt, and though they tried to defend themselves, no weapon seemed to have an effect on him. He was preparing to deliver a final blow to Blackwood and kill him once and for all, when the Tarasque burst through the wall of the building with a mighty bellow. At the sight of the enormous monster, Abel turned his focus from the two men to the beast. And so the two seemingly unkillable creatures, driven by bloodlust and inhuman strength, began to fight. It took over an hour and left destruction and death in its wake. Abel armed himself with explosives, mounting them to his chest along with the pitch-blende gun, and ran towards the Tarasque. Knowing what would come next, Roosevelt and Blackwood locked themselves in the bank vault and prayed that someone would find them before they starved to death. After 2 days, the men were saved by a major of the army, who was leading a group of soldiers in search for any survivors. They were taken to a hospital and nursed back to health by the staff there, as well as a friend of Blackwood's named Henry. The major who rescued them told them that the colonel was dead, and so were 10,000 others claimed by the massive explosion. The Tarasque and Abel had both disappeared, and there was no indication of where either of them had gone. All that was left was destruction and the memory that a true monster had made itself known on French soil. Now, the only thing left to do was recover, as best as anyone could. It would certainly take a very long time. The army was very suspicious of both Roosevelt and Blackwood, as the only survivors of an explosion so large it had been seen throughout France. They demanded to know how the two had survived and what they had seen. Throughout this process, an Englishman watched and took notes, but did not speak a word. Roosevelt and Blackwood were eventually released, but they did not receive a penny of their promised reward, and were told they could not return to France again for the rest of their lives. They were not to speak a word of what they had seen to anyone, or there would be dire consequences. In Calais, the two survivors said goodbye,
and Roosevelt announced he would return to America to pursue a career in politics. Who can say what happened to him after that? Upon returning to his home in London, Lord Blackwood found that he had received a postcard. It read, "The Royal Foundation for the Security, Containment, and Protection of Anomalous Objects in Phantasmagoria requests a meeting for the purpose of negotiating an alliance favorable to both our parties. Please call any time, except Sundays, at number 19 Marebone Road, Westminster, and ask to speak to Dr. Thursday. Your discretion is requested in this matter." He was puzzled by this note, unsure of what to make of it. Perhaps he thought he could see what they had to say. After all, he was always curious and ready to explore new territory. Once he had recovered sufficiently, he would reach out to this strange group and see what they might have to offer him. And so began a new chapter of Lord Blackwood's story, one that included a mysterious organization called the SCP Foundation.
An organization with as many secrets as the SCP Foundation requires the ability to dispose of material that could prove harmful to the facade of normalcy that the O5 Council desperately wishes to uphold. And because most of the high-ranking researchers are a bit too smart and practical to simply flush classified documents and unwanted objects down the toilet, that means the Foundation has to get rid of evidence thorough enough to guarantee that absolutely no trace of what needs to be disposed of survives. For this purpose, several waste disposal plants are used as front companies for the Foundation and function internally as a foolproof way to liquidate hazardous material and comprising information. But not all secrets are so easily forgotten with the push of a button, and a rare few can prove too resilient to be burned away. This is the regrettable case of the anomalies contained within the site now designated SCP-2419, a place where the unfortunate consequence of amnestic experiments has led to the creation of hateful, immortal humanoids, fated to be sealed within the incinerators of the facility. These undead freaks are known as SCP-2419-A, and though they were made from human bodies, the consciousness that dwells within each instance is nothing short of pure evil. Every happy memory and associated positive emotion was extracted from the brains of SCP-2419-A corpses prior to their attempted disposal in the incinerators. This was done in order to increase the effectiveness of standard-issue Foundation amnestics. But the cost of this minor breakthrough was that these bodies, all of which were once D-Class personnel, had effectively been stripped of all human qualities. Given the sorts of violent criminal backgrounds that earns an individual the designation of D-Class personnel, these former humans were the last people that should have been deprived of the love and joy in their hearts. And when the first of these psychopathic laughing men crawled out of one of SCP-2419's incinerators, the Foundation learned all too well what an uninhibited criminal mind looked like. Driven only by rage and fury that inspired their most gruesome acts of exploitation and violence in life, their pain has made them too hateful to succumb to the flames. They are the archetypal sinners of a burning hell that the Foundation's best intentions pave the road to. And when they break loose, all that hell breaks loose with them. But no place of the damned leaves its gates unguarded. Dante's Inferno posits that the ancient Greek mythological figure Minos, serpentine father of the Minotaur and judge of wicked souls, guards the pit of hell with stern vigilance. The Greeks themselves favored the image of Cerberus, a three-headed hound that served its lord Hades as a watchdog. For the ancient Egyptians, there was Ammon, the devourer of the dead, who consumed the hearts of the unrighteous in the afterlife. While this sort of guardian beast is not officially on the Foundation's payroll, the concept turned out to be alive and well in the present day when SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, stood against the laughing men and gave them the fight of their tortured, unliving existence. It all began when the guards stationed at SCP-2419 began to hear banging from inside one of the incinerators. It seemed as though the SCP-2419-A instance on the other side was determined to breach containment. So Mobile Task Force Beta 7, the Maz Hatters, were called in to stand with all weapons at the ready. But this was exactly what the instance wanted. As soon as the armed force had fully assembled, the laughing man inside ripped the door from its hinges. It proceeded to use it as a cover and run full speed towards the mobile task force, who opened fire immediately. SCP-2419-A were known to possess extremely fast regenerative abilities, so it would take a lot of punishment to slow this instance down. But this was no unthinking zombie, and the instance broke its charge the second it was in the midst of the mobile task force agents to twirl the door around like a trained martial artist. This not only sent the incoming bullets ricocheting everywhere, causing many of the Beta 7 operatives to be hit by their own friendly fire, it also allowed the instance to bludgeon several agents with sides of the door. As the remaining mobile task force members retreated to a less exposed vantage point where they could employ heavy artillery, the instance used this moment of confusion to pitch the door backwards towards the incinerators in a boomerang trajectory. The force and spin of the door knocked 2 more incinerator doors off their hinges and caused 2 other instances of SCP-2419-A to emerge. One, who was so thoroughly decomposed that it appeared to be more than a flaming skeleton, sprinted forth and threw handfuls of hot cinders at the Foundation agents. It used its still burning body to ignite a few of the closest agents, laughing with sadistic glee as it did so. Seconds after the emergence of the 2 new instances, a grenade launcher was fired at the first escapee. The blast was enough to deal significant damage, but the instance was indifferent to its own pain. It pointed to the agent wielding the grenade launcher, and a moment later, the 3rd instance was at the agent's throat, strangling him to death. It was starting to become clear to the mobile task force that this was no random containment breach. It was a coordinated escape attempt by 3 ruthless criminal masterminds, who in their time contained at the site SCP-2419 had probably decided there was some truth to the old adage that misery loves company. And indeed, these 3 D-Class were some of the best when it came to being the worst of the worst. D-1576, formerly Police Lieutenant Campbell Farage, a riot cop with a serious taste for carnage. Whenever the streets of the city precinct he presided over turned violent, Farage always made sure that the violence didn't die down too quickly. His nasty penchant for bludgeoning suspects and citizens alike with his riot shield did wonders for the escape plan he had coordinated with his fellow laughing men. He was eventually tried and sent to a supermax after picking a fight with several other officers in the line of duty. A fight that resulted in a pair of rookie officers who opposed his violent methods being hospitalized with permanent comas. The skeleton was D-4483, Damian Lambert, a prolific arsonist who terrorized 3 counties while avoiding detection under the guise of being a sovereign citizen. If there was ever a person who wanted just to watch the world burn, it was Damian Lambert. He was caught in the process of setting fire to an elementary school and was thankfully apprehended before any of the kerosene he had poured through the halls ignited. When the truth about his previous history of pyromania came out, Lambert faced death row until the Foundation chose to recruit him as D-Class. Then there was D-2316, Arnold Roper, who was better known as the Illinois Strangler, responsible for over 50 deaths in 2 decades before he was arrested and detained. While he mostly used his bare hands to do the deed, Roper was fond of using metal chains and heavy-duty choke collars, usually worn by animals, to perform his namesake act of violence. Roper wasn't just brutally strong, he was crafty too, and the trio of laughing men had him to thank for some of the finer points of the escape plan. The 3 now immortal D-Class also had one thing in common. Each of them had met the ends of their cruel and violent lives at the jaws and claws of SCP-682, and now that they had outmaneuvered and slaughtered Mobile Task Force Beta 7, their only collective goal was to get revenge on the monster that condemned them all to the fiery hell of the incinerator. The Laughing Men soon breached the limits of the SCP-2419 containment site and began making their way overland towards the facility where all of them had met their original fate. They knew they needed wheels to get there, so the instances made their way to the nearest gas station from the waste disposal plant they'd come from and made short work of the staff. Lambert stocked up on lighters, kerosene, and Duraflame. while Faraj took the emergency shotgun that the cashier hadn't had time to fire. In her defense, it would have been difficult to accomplish much of anything, with Roper's hands clasped around her throat. Once the trio of undead psychopaths had stocked up on weapons, they waited for a suitable vehicle to pull into the lot. And before long, there was. A family SUV, with a happy family inside no less. Faraj ordered Lambert to keep his fire-starting tendencies in check, as a gas station explosion was the last thing they needed right now. The former riot cop made his way out to the car and used the shotgun to threaten the family out of the car. Family road trips can be stressful, but rarely does one expect to be carjacked by a gang of the undead. Faraj told the unlucky mortals that he wouldn't hurt them if they let himself and his two friends use their car. And true to his word, he didn't fire a single shot. The family were all added to Roper's list of victims instead. After that, the three men took to the wheel, and with only their hazy memories of pain and suffering to guide them, drove relentlessly towards the Foundation facility, where their enemy SCP-682 was contained. The three had made sure to leave no human alive at their original containment site, and would allow no witnesses who saw their anomalous corpse-like forms to survive. They couldn't afford to give the Foundation a heads up that the reckoning was on its way in a family motor vehicle. Meanwhile, at the Laughing Man's intended destination, SCP-682 was having another perfectly routine day of painfully soaking in a tank of corrosive acid. This was par for the course for the reptile, and it found itself as eager as anyone else stuck in a rut to get a break from the repetitive mundanity of containment. Little did the human-hating monster know, it would soon get its wish. A few hours later, the facility was shocked to find that several fires had been lit at the fringes of the testing units. These were no freak accidents, but rather the work of Damian Lambert. The arsonist still had memories of all the times he wished he could just burn his jailer's buildings to the ground, and had targeted the most vulnerable areas for combustion. The flames threatened the integrity of several areas of the facility, and multiple containment breaches were imminent if the blaze couldn't be kept under control. While any available agents with firefighting experience sought to minimize the damage, the researchers evacuated to safer parts of the building, bringing any sensitive documents and flammable items far away from the affected sections. This kind of pandemonium was exactly where Officer Faraj thrived, and he soon entered the fray, causing enough commotion that Roper was able to slip deeper into the facility completely undetected. This turned out to be the perfect role for the Strangler, as he hadn't eluded the police for 20 years of his life just by being lucky. Faraj and Lambert would both join up with him after they were finished having their fun. For now, his task was to locate the containment unit of SCP-682 and give the beast a taste of what the trio had in store. Along the way, he made sure to obtain some durable metal chains from a different containment unit. He likely released some kind of elder evil in the process, but Roper didn't care about the consequences. The bottom line was that he was always able to do his best work when he was armed. It wasn't long before he found the large chamber which housed his most hated foe, SCP-682. Roper laughed maniacally as he approached the creature floating in its acid tank.
Remember me, lizard?
The Strangler said, sporting a wide grin. The monster simply growled back at Roper, wishing to tear him apart. Roper chuckled again and wrapped the iron chains around the vat. With all the considerable strength of his immortal muscles, the Strangler pulled the chains taut and shattered 682's containment unit. The anomalous chains snared the creature's body, holding it in place.
How about now?
Roper taunted 682. He laughed, but the creature laughed back.
No,
said the reptile.
I don't remember you, but you are disgusting.
The monster lunged towards a nearby wall and burst through, dragging Roper along with it by his chains still wrapped around the creature's body. 682 twisted and turned, flinging Roper against every wall and obstacle in sight. But to its surprise, the stranger was regenerating, and his grip on the chains was unyielding. Back down the hall, Faraj was still continuing his rampage when he ran into an unlikely adversary. Dr. Alto Clef stood between the Laughing Man and the other researchers, and as usual, the good doctor was packing heat. He told the other researchers to go on without him, while he contained the SCP-2419 instance on his own. A bold move, to be sure, But Dr. Clef had made the same mistake he was always making, by assuming that guns were the solution to this problem. Faraj laughed off the bullets and slammed into Dr. Clef with enough force to leave a crater in the wall behind him. He followed up with a merciless barrage of punches, beating the armed researcher senseless, and only relenting for a moment to steal a few of his prized firearms. With a blow that would have taken the life of any normal man, Faraj struck Dr. Clef once more and left him lying there a hair's length from death. Dr. Clef's anti-anomaly field may have protected him from reality warpers, but it did very little against being kicked repeatedly, very hard in the face. Elsewhere, Lambert had made his way into the facility, setting more fires as he went. The arsonist's skeleton was a terrifying sight to all that beheld it, and when the guards realized that none of their weapons would have any effect, most of them started to run away from Lambert rather than towards him. All three laughing men would soon be upon 682, and then the fight of their afterlives could truly begin. Until that moment, Roper was buying his partners in hatred more time. The chains he had stolen were no ordinary metal, and with them he had managed to keep 682's jaws shut, while he pounded away at its exposed ribs with his inhuman strength. Roper had killed more people than either of his former D-Class compatriots, but all that seemed to mean nothing in the face of this invincible reptile. The shame and powerlessness he had once felt as the creature had mauled him to death made his immortal heart beat with outrage. When he was alive, the Illinois stranger had always thought that his gift for murder made him better than the average person, a man among men. But this thing had made him feel weak in his last moments of humanity, and that sickening emotion of weakness was still sliding around in his soul with all of the other despair and malice. If his fate were to live forever as a dead man walking, then he would make damn sure that any humiliation he suffered would be paid back threefold. This soup of impotent fury bubbled within Roper as SCP-682's strength suddenly increased, shattering the weak link of the chains and sending the hapless strangler flying backwards. At that precise moment, Faraj leaped out of a nearby hallway and unleashed Dr. Clef's arsenal on the reptile. This sustained fire irritated the creature, and it turned its focus towards the unliving dirty cop. It readied to charge, only to be suddenly held fast by Roper, who had grabbed its tail. Faraj fired until there was no more ammo, then pistol-whipped the creature in both of its eye sockets. SCP-682 thrashed and struggled, so the men began to circle the reptile and alternate delivering formidable body blows. They took far more damage than they could dish out with their bare hands, but the regeneration that their preternatural hatred granted them meant that both instances could theoretically keep this up all day. Roper grabbed a broken length of the anomalous chain, while Faraj picked up a metal table to use as a makeshift riot shield. The beatdown continued as 682's eyes regenerated, along with several new sensory organs to give it a full 360-degree view of the pitched brawl that was taking place. A fiery explosion blew open a nearby wall, and in walked Lambert, still skeletal and laughing as uproariously as ever. He threw a Molotov cocktail at 682's back, causing the creature to ignite immediately. The reptile roared in sudden agony. Faraj, Lambert, Roper regrouped at the creature's flank and pushed together until they forced it back through the hole where the arsonist had entered from. They were now all together in the inferno, the three laughing men who refused to die, and the indestructible monster that made them into what they were. Roper quickly knotted the chains and wrapped them around one of the creature's claws, securing the other end around his waist. Like a trained boxer, he bobbed and weaved, pummeling the beast with all he had. Any step back from SCP-682 was met with the immortal man shifting his entire body weight to pull the creature's leg out from under it. Faraj wedged his shield into the creature's open jaw, widening it to an uncomfortable degree and temporarily limiting 682's bite force. He took out the shotgun that he had stolen from the gas station and blasted it down the reptile's gullet. When that plan had run its course, he started clubbing 682 about its neck and head with the butt of the shotgun. Lambert simply continued to douse the arena with more flammable material, especially himself and the creature. He climbed onto 682's back with his burning bones and hammered away at its defenses with literal fists of fire. The arsonist was incapable of articulate speech due to the damage to his body prior to his death, but if he could speak, he would probably be celebrating the fact that he had become what he had always wanted to be. Damien Lambert was no mere pretender with a fetish for fire. He was fire itself. A brightly burning god of destruction that left no inch of the world unburnt and no molecule of oxygen unconsumed. His mother and father would be proud of him as they waited in hell for the son who would never arrive. The son who would make the planet they left behind into a true hell where he would reign supreme. That is, until SCP-682 stole that dream out from under him. With a flash of blue and green from deep within, 682 began to burn with a never-before-seen chemical reaction, an impossible event that could only be described as anti-fire. The turquoise anti-flames devoured the orange and yellow ones, leaving Lambert in a state of panic, which was soon shared by his fellow Laughing Men. The 3 former D-classes had gotten so used to the torments of the incinerator that the idea that anything could be more painful had never occurred to them. And yet, here it was, the anti-fire, which devoured all flames and directly inflicted unimaginable suffering to the trio of instances. Every particle of their still regenerating bodies felt as if it were ice cold and melting into nothingness at the same time. Numbed and broken all over again, the Laughing Men were consumed all over by the anti-flames and fell into a state of suspended animation. With the Foundation finally getting everything back under control 24 hours later, SCP-682 was contained in a new acidic chamber. There were some new ordinances from all present and surviving researchers about exposing it to fire, as the anti-flames it produced were considered too hazardous to ever exist within the facility again. As for the 3 Laughing Men who had escaped from SCP-2419, they were returned to their containment units inside of the incinerators and never exhibited signs of aggression or escape attempts ever again. A psychological profile of Farage, Lambert, and Roper that all of them could still feel the sting of the burns left by 682's anti-fire to this day, and that not even exposure to natural heat and fire could ever reduce that pain. SCP-682 was once at the mercy of the liminal abyss known as the Backrooms, but now the hard-to-destroy Reptile had become a master of the Backrooms. After absorbing the essence of the Skeleton Queen, along with several other powerful Backrooms entities, SCP-682 had become powerful enough to create its own level of the Backrooms, Level 682.
If you cannot beat the Backrooms, become the Backrooms.
In its latest adapted form, 682 was able to command the lesser entities of the Backrooms, such as clumps, death moths, and hounds. These entities were now at the beck and call of 682, and could be deployed at moment's notice to savage trespassers on 682's level. While it was nearly unfathomable to believe that any human explorer could survive the long journey from level 0 to level 682, challengers would soon arrive to attempt to snatch the proverbial crown from 682's reptilian head. The death of the Skeleton Queen had upset the balance of the Backrooms, and now there were countless other supernatural beings that wanted a taste of the scrappy newcomer. The first 2 warriors to arrive were the infamous spear-using humanoids Entity 74 Argos and Entity 720 Tiny. Other than a shared weapon of choice and a mutual hatred for SCP-682, these 2 entities had little in common, but the sting of their previous defeats at the claws of their hated rival had compelled the 2 to make their way to level 682 and face the lizard once more. Argos bellowed as he entered into the devastated wasteland of level 682. He had appeared first, accompanied by a specially trained retinue of human soldiers in tactical gear, the Eyes of Argos. Each one wielded a lesser replica of their immortal leader's signature spear, and all were ready for battle. Faced with these intruders, all SCP-682 could do was laugh wickedly. Its own army of hostile entities stood at attention, leering at the humans.
Entity 74, Argos.
SCP-682 greeted its visitor.
Even without eyes in that swollen head of yours, you must see that you cannot win this.
Argos roared that 682 was a sinner, and his judgment was here. Argos pointed his spear, and the Eyes of Argos charged towards 682, who in turn raised a claw,
and signaled its own forces to meet the eyes on the field of combat. Level 682 of the Backrooms was now a battlefield. Human soldiers and entities were clashing in pitched warfare. Argos broke through the front lines and turned his spear on 682. The reptile merely grinned through all of its teeth, as Argos' spear was deflected effortlessly off its hide. Argos struck again and again, but it seemed that the eyeless giant had totally underestimated 682's new form. This was not going to be the same fight as the previous time the two had met, with the level of strength that the reptile had amassed. It might not even be anything that could be considered a fight, at least not if it remained a one-on-one battle. Fortunately for Argos, the other of the Backrooms spear duo was about to make a splash, literally. A gateway to level 7, the Endless Ocean, opened above the battlefield, causing an untold quantity of water to flow into the war zone of level 682. It was chaos as both Argos and 682's minions were swept up in the current and drowned out. Argos was frustrated at the sudden loss of his army, but 682 couldn't care less about what happened to Backrooms entities that had temporarily bought themselves a bit more time in existence by pledging loyalty to their reptile master. It was, after all, only a matter of time before 682 had gotten sick of them and destroyed the miserable entities on a whim.
Serious contenders only. Your entrance was sinful.
Argos spat towards Tiny as the rushing water submerged him.
My entrance, like everything I do, was perfect, Tiny scoffed. Now are you going to aid in my revenge against this loathsome beast, or are you going to be sanctimonious as usual?
The spear duo acknowledged each other, and putting aside their differences in a temporary alliance, dove for 682 in an attempt to overwhelm the hard-to-destroy reptile. The tips of both spears collided with 682 and managed to push the creature a short distance across the now submerged landscape of its level. In retaliation, 682 traded its claws for a number of flexible tentacles that were able to push off the ground and propel the level master towards its two adversaries. It grappled Argos with its long, flexible arms and swung him against the solid surface of the ground. The eyeless warrior countered by stabbing one of 682's tentacles, but the clever reptile shed the tentacle immediately and jettisoned towards Tiny. The humanoid attempted to stab 682, but was unable to hit his target, as his opponent used its tentacles to grab Tiny's body and maneuver around him effortlessly. Meanwhile, Argos was just now coming to grips with a disadvantage of its own. While on land, the Sin Hunter was quite capable of sustaining countless injuries and regenerating from the damage, its respiratory system had no way to evacuate the water that had begun to fill the humanoid's lungs. Though he was immortal, Argos was drowning. Even his unlimited stamina could not prevent his body from slowing down. At this moment, both entities were unable to gain a significant advantage over 682. Moreover, the lack of cohesion between their tactics was leaving both open to a counterattack. This was precisely the kind of opportunity that 682 had been waiting for. While in its prior state, the hard-to-destroy reptile was only able to adapt its own physique, but now that it had become one with a portion of the Backrooms, it had gained the ability to adapt its level as well. In an instant, 682 asserted its control over its domain and expunged the water from level 7 back into the liminal nothingness between levels. While Argos could now stand back on solid ground, it was sluggish and immobilized by the water in its body. He attempted to gag and force the water out, but leaving that kind of opening was a time that Entity 74 didn't have. Entity 720 came crashing down upon Argos, smothering the entity. Having now immobilized both of its adversaries, 682 was quite proud of itself. It whipped at Tiny with its fearsome tentacles, adding insult to injury with deep wounds across the giant's entire form.
Spear carriers don't belong on the main stage.
Drawing from the same wellspring of power that allowed it to absorb the Skeleton Queen, SCP-682 devoured the essence of both Entity 74 and Entity 720. Just like the time before, the hard-to-destroy reptile went one step further than mere consumption. The reptilian master of dimensions assimilated and incorporated elements of level 7 and level 10
into the exponentially growing borders of level 682. Now that it was victorious against the two spear-wielding humanoids, 682 let out a mighty roar that echoed throughout all the remaining levels of the Backrooms. The message to all dimensional rulers on every level was crystal clear. If they didn't come to level 682 to challenge its master, the Reptile would bring the challenge to each and every one of them.
I am the Backrooms, and when my kingdom comes, I will be all there is.
While most of the entities and humans on the other levels cowered in fear, there were still several who still wished to stand and fight. The next opponent that would confront SCP-682 in an attempt to slay the creature was none other than the Blue Knight of level 28. The brightly shining suit of armor strode into level 682, carrying a raging storm behind it. Hurricane-force winds beat down on 682, followed by an unforgiving rain of lightning bolts. The Reptile weathered the storm and struck back, with a vicious bite that crushed the armor of the Blue Knight's arm and part of his chestplate. Then 682 turned like a crocodile in a death roll, inflicting even more damage to the sentient armor. With his free gauntlet, the Blue Knight pounded on 682's head, bringing down even more lightning and wind on the Reptile.
Your storm is weak. I feel disgusting having to use my immense power to dispel it.
Yet again, 682 manipulated its level of the Backrooms, causing the storm that the Blue Knight had called to be banished into the void between levels. The Blue Knight was aghast. The reason he had always stayed on level 28 was to spare the humans of more settled levels from the wrathful storm clouds that he was known to create in his moments of emotional outbursts. It was his most shameful curse, and yet 682 had made it disappear as simply as morning mist. The now powerless Blue Knight could do nothing as he too was devoured by 682. His next words were a plea for a wish that could never come true.
I wish I could have seen you one more time, Sarah.
Like Argos and Tiny before him, the Blue Knight and his corresponding level 28 had become part of 682 now. 682 was starting to get accustomed to the feeling of devouring levels of the Backrooms. The taste was invigorating, and out of a sense of malicious initiative, the reptilian entity went on an unplanned rampage through the surrounding levels. While it was nothing more than a trivial test of the incredible power at its disposal, 682 was able to drink in more of the Backroom's essence, and soon it was beginning to reshape the liminal abyss itself. Countless entities were nothing more than cannon fodder to the unstoppable machine of destruction that 682 had become. As foe after foe fell prey to Entity 682, master of the Backrooms, more of the other levels began to disappear as they were absorbed into level 682. The Reptile was on a violent spree at this point, and could almost imagine itself back at the Foundation, painting the walls with mobile task force agents and researchers alike. In its frenzy, SCP-682 found itself once again face-to-face with the plush dino of level 18, the despised Entity 198 who served as a guide for lost and distressed souls, and had once regarded SCP-682 as the most tormented being in existence. Even now, the plush dino's instinct to reach out to those suffering from terrible anguish had guided it to the new and improved 682. 682 had always disliked 198, and was especially resentful that it had chosen to appear now. Did its presence mean that deep inside, 682 was still suffering from the scars of its past?
No, I have overcome that. Adapted. I always do.
682 stepped forward as if to consume its next victim, but a nagging feeling stopped it from committing to the attack. If it were to devour the plush dino, there was a possibility that it would also consume level 18, a subjective realm that would always transform to recreate the childhood traumas of the explorer inside it. 682 had not been afraid to face its traumatic past during its journey through the earliest layers of the Backrooms, but to make the echo of those painful memories a permanent part of its form seemed to be a bridge too far. Besides,
what would Jerry think of me?
SCP-682 caught itself thinking of Entity 7 again. It was frozen with indecision, unsure whether or not to devour Entity 198 on the spot. Then, A sudden blaze of scorching flames snapped 682 back to the present moment. This gasp of inferno caused the plush dino to turn tail and move to a different level of the Backrooms. 682 was now surrounded by fire at some distant level that it had never seen before. On the horizon stood a vast army of flaming beings, glowing with a solar light that gave off an unbelievable amount of heat. Presiding above all others in this militant fire army was the apparent leader, a 6-armed bright red humanoid whose regal features were as imposing as the halos of sunflare that adorned his fingertips. This unfathomable being would soon be 682's latest and, thus far, greatest challenger. He was a legend of the Backrooms, and the true ruler of the warlike dimension of level 966, the Inferno, an ancient god whose relentless forest fires had chased Lord Wormwood and his tree people to the brink of extinction. The Forge Master, who pulled the flame o' the golden from the all-brilliance and made it his source of power. This was Rajaharan, the Golden Kindle, Prince of Fires of Light.
O great beast of level 682, I, Rajaharan, have heard the tales of your glorious conquest throughout the liminal spaces of these Backrooms. I have heard that you hail from the front rooms and are the uncontested strongest being from that reality. I am here to answer your summons, and per your request for a challenge, see which of us is the greater.
The Prince of Fires moved his hands and cast forth a merciless conflagration of stellar flame. 682 was bathed in the fury of 1,000 suns and felt an unthinkable rush of pain, unlike even the sword of the Guardian from back home. The fires continued to lick its form as 682 went berserk and charged towards the armies of Rajaharan. Quick as the spark of an ignited flame, Rajaharan intercepted 682 and delivered a punishing kick to the lizard's spine. Fire swirled around the prince's limbs, transforming into burning weapons.
Do not think your quarrel is with my army, the prince said flatly. They are here to watch.
Rajaharan swung all 6 of his muscular limbs, striking away at 682 with the divine weapons held in each. 682 cried out in agony, swinging a claw back at the prince and leaving a cut across the regal being's face. The reptile then stole a page from its fallen adversaries and transformed its tail into an unbreakable spear, striking Rajaharan with a swift attack.
Magnificent!
Rajaharan smiled. The battle raged on for several hours, with both entities taking severe damage and continuing to fight, even as their bodies were wounded with the sheer force of all the attacks given and received. As it dragged on, Rajaharan revealed even greater reserves of solaric power than 682 could have believed. Likewise, 682's strength continued to rise as the reptile acclimated to its ungodly strong opponent. Several times, 682's body was burned entirely to atomic ash, but it was able to regenerate and continue the struggle against the Prince of Fire and Light. It was much later when Rajaharan fell. The noble Golden Kindle had a smile on his face, an eternal acknowledgement that the opponent he had faced was one truly worthy of killing him.
Well fought, Lord of 682. I bequeath my army to you. Rule the Backrooms in my stead.
As his essence burned to cinders, the forces of level 966 bowed their heads to 682, a Backrooms legend to destroy all Backrooms legend. When it comes to beings with fearsome reputations, there are few SCPs that are as widely dreaded as the hard-to-destroy Reptile, SCP-682. No sane mortal would ever choose to face such a creature, and its overwhelming ferocity and strength have even given the reincarnating warrior SCP-076-2 Abel pause on more than one occasion. But then again, the sane aren't exactly in high demand at the SCP Foundation or at equivalent organizations formed for the purpose of battling anomalous and supernatural entities. Organizations such as the Public Safety Devil Hunters from the popular manga and anime Chainsaw Man count numerous peculiar individuals among their ranks, and sometimes the best of the best are marked by a distinctive tendency for out-of-the-box thinking. That's putting it politely, at least. But this isn't the story of some aberrant loser freakazoid. No, definitely not.
The heroine of this tale is none other than the mightiest and most charismatic future Nobel Prize winner ever to grace the rest of us shameful worms with her presence. The invincible and dearly beloved blood fiend, Power, who just so happens to be the undisputed best character in Chainsaw Man and of all fiction as well. It appeared to be an unusually boring day at public safety, and for this, Kobeni was grateful. The young woman had come to expect the absolute worst from her job as a devil hunter, as her assignments usually entailed facing down hellish entities born from the very fears of the human race. While one would think that someone who worked so diligently in the field would have grown numb to it all, Kobeni still very much retained her anxieties, both on and off the job. At least all she had to do today was file paperwork from one of the public safety's like-minded partners in supernatural management, the SCP Foundation. It was a safe and harmless task, aside from the risk of paper cuts and the associated potential for the paper cut devil to show up. Even so, Kobeni would do her best to make this rare moment of peace last as long as possible. A voice cried from down the hallway. "Oh no, not her," Kobeni thought. "Why is she even at work today? She's a fighter for Division 4 and she's not good at anything else." Loud, exaggerated footsteps rang out through the hallway as the blood fiend stomped through the offices of public safety. Kobeni wanted to shrink until she vanished from sight or let herself sink into the floor. Her desire to not have to see Power today was so great that she contemplated opening a window and climbing down the side of the building to the ground floor. "Please don't come this way." Kobeni was still carrying a heavy stack of freshly filed paperwork, and she didn't want her tireless efforts at organization to go to waste. She looked frantically at the cabinets in the storage room she was in, hoping to find enough space for her to crawl into and make herself scarce. But it was too late. Power slammed open the door of the storage room and announced her presence. The shock was so great that Kobeni screamed and flung the stack of SCP Foundation papers all over the ground. She clutched her fast-beating heart, unable to attend to the mess immediately. Kobeni hadn't had to experience a fright that sudden since the time that she was sent to hunt the jump scare devil. The poor girl could never have a surprise party thrown in her honor again. True to her name, Power immediately reprimanded Kobeni for dropping the papers, stating that her workmanship was sloppy, and that Power herself could easily carry 10 times the amount of paper. Kobeni tried to not let the chiding of her coworker affect her mood. She bent down and scooped up the papers, but much to her chagrin, Power decided to help with this task as well. The blood fiend began grabbing the papers and stacking them as assertively as possible on the nearest surfaces, resulting in many crumpled edges and uneven piles. Kobeni attempted, albeit hesitantly, to correct Power's paper collection method, only to be met with more scorn. Kobeni nearly cried. This was just too much for her to handle, especially on what was supposed to be a calm day. That was when Power picked up one of the files and began to read. It was a record of the infamous cross-test between SCP-682 and SCP-076-2. Since Public Safety had previously assisted the Foundation in recontaining SCP-076-2, there had been an agreement to send copies of all relevant documents involving Abel over to Japan in case of another incident. As Power struggled through the scientific language and specifics, she began to envision her own version of the events that played out on the page. She imagined herself as Abel, facing off in pitched combat against SCP-682, and giving the terrible lizard a run for its money in the process. In the mere seconds it took for Power to finish reading the document, she had not only concocted an entire epic battle in mind, but was not fully convinced that her fantasy was indistinguishable from one of her own lived experiences. In her head, Power had definitely fought against SCP-682, and she'd do it again in a heartbeat, just to teach that overgrown reptile another lesson. Power asked Kobeni if she had ever told her about the time that the Blood Fiend had totally defeated SCP-682. Kobeni, still clutching to her increasingly frail understanding of reality, responded with confusion. What was she talking about? Nobody in Public Safety had fought against an SCP other than 076-2. There was no possible way that Power was telling the truth. But the scariest part was, Power herself didn't even know that she was lying. The Blood Fiend began to relate the sordid details of her pulse-pounding fight with SCP-682 to Kobeni in great detail. Kobeni, for her part, was too emotionally drained at this point to try and stop her. It all started at the bowling alley, where Power was hanging out with her much less intelligent friends, Aki and Denji. The Blood Fiend had just finished winning her 5th perfectly scored game in a row, when some shady characters a few lanes over decided to cause some trouble. The leader of this little gang was none other than SCP-682.
The way you bowl is disgusting,
the troublemaking lizard said. This wicked remark would not be stood for. Not in the proud bowling establishment that Power had founded with her own money and achieved several years of successful business running herself. The bowling alley was a pillar of the community and she was the owner. There would be no further disrespect on her watch. Power put up her dukes and got ready to bring the pain down on SCP-682. Aki and Denji were too terrified to help her out as usual, but did their best to cheer their leader on from the sidelines. SCP-682 also dismissed its minions and crawled forward like the big, ugly lizard that it was. It obviously didn't know better, which is why it wasn't backing down in the face of the greatest devil hunter that the world had ever known. Either way, this would be a brawl for the ages. Rather than cause damage to her beloved place of business, Power suggested that she and her opponent took this fight outside. Despite its uncouth demeanor, the reptile had a healthy appreciation for the fine sport of bowling, and most especially, this particularly excellent run 5-star bowling alley. It agreed to step outside in the interest of not bringing bowling into this intensely personal grudge match. But then again, wasn't the fight about bowling? No matter. Power and SCP-682 walked outside the bowling alley into a vast, trackless wasteland. The perfect place for both of them to go all out without hurting any civilians. Using her ability to control and reshape her own blood, Power constructed an enormous crimson mallet that she was able to wield gracefully in both her hands despite its incredible size. SCP-682 readied itself. It had faced many different kinds of humanoid weapon wielders before, including Abel, but it was too clever of an adversary to let its guard down. Especially because, in this case, the Blood Fiend it was fighting was a remarkable businesswoman and an Olympic gold medalist in everything. The reptile certainly let its guard down. Power held the hammer above her head and jumped high into the air. If she wanted to, she could have circled the globe in a single leap, but out of respect for the fact that SCP-682 was a paying customer at her establishment, she decided to hold back for the first attack, at least. Nonetheless, she brought the hammer down on the hard-to-destroy reptile with supreme force. SCP-682 smashed into the ground with such a force that a crater opened up beneath its body. The reptile itself didn't seem especially damaged, but the effects on the surrounding environment were certainly dramatic and fitting for an ultimate showdown. SCP-682 shook off the blow and pounced on Power with such ferocity that even she couldn't remain on her feet. She tumbled back into the dust and debris of the wasteland for several miles before catching herself and standing back up. Remarkably, there wasn't even a scratch on her. She pointed and laughed at SCP-682, mocking it for its weakness and stupidity. The reptile grinned wickedly and responded with a mocking laugh of its own. The creature had intentionally taken a hit from Power in order to better understand her fighting moves. Who wouldn't want to steal those masterful techniques after all? They're just too good to resist making a cheap copy of, and from what Power could remember from her speed read of the file, that appeared to be SCP-682's whole thing. Soon, a barding of blood-red armor appeared around SCP-682's body. In the short time that it had been fighting Power, it had clearly learned how to manipulate its own blood, and was now even stronger for it.
Now I'm as strong as you. I can't lose.
SCP-682 barked at Power. She swung her mallet in a show of force. The two combatants, now both wielding the near-limitless powers of the Blood Fiend, charged at each other across the battlefield. This was not just a mere sparring match anymore. It was a fight for the fate of the entire world. Snapping back to reality, Power's retelling of the story had devolved into a series of random exclamations and sound effects. Kobeni was now finding the events incredibly hard to follow. But thankfully, she had been able to use Power's highly distractible mannerisms to finish restacking the files from the Foundation. Not a minute too soon either, as both she and Power's boss, Makima, stepped into the storage room. Apparently, Makima was in the process of doing a headcount of all employees who had come into work today, as any normal and benevolent superior would. She had been looking for Kobeni Power for some time now, and was surprised to find them here, of all places. Kobeni explained that she had been putting away the last of the SCP Foundation files, and would gladly accept whatever new post she was given. But Power wasn't done with her current SCP-682 fascination, and turned to Makima, hoping to be encouraged to continue the story. Makima simply smiled and implied that if Power was so inclined to settle her score with a hard-to-destroy reptile, Public Safety could get in contact with the Foundation and have her on a flight to Site-19 by that evening. Power suddenly realized that she had come down with a terrible case of whatever crippling disease that would be a sufficient excuse for her to not do that. Makima nodded and encouraged her subordinates to return to work. Welcome back, dear viewers of SCP Explained. We hope you've been keeping well, and we also hope that your health insurance covers blown minds. Because today, we're using our trademark Anomatron 6000 to pit an anomalous legend against another Marvel legend. That's right, it's SCP-682 versus Dr. Michael Morbius, of the 2022 cinematic masterpiece, Morbius. Of course, there is one issue that we should share with you before we begin. We haven't actually seen Morbius. However, here's the wonderful thing, statistically, you haven't either. In fact, we tried to get the Anomatron 6000 to process Morbius as raw data for the simulation, but our antivirus software kept stopping it. Intriguing. So instead, we simply hit randomized traits on the Anomatron, so its free-to-use advanced AI could conceive what Morbius is like, and what his abilities probably are. And as far as you or I know, it might even be correct. So let's get this show on the road, and see if the hard-to-destroy reptile could hone against its own as cinema's most tragically memed-upon superhero. Prepare for perhaps the most absurd and ridiculous video, with the exception of the Among Us video, that we've ever released on here. In other words, it's Morbin time. It began as many bizarre SCP Foundation stories do, with SCP-682 cracking the glass of its acid tank and preparing to spill chaos and terror onto Site-19. For most people, even seeing actual footage of this would be a life-defining traumatic incident. For most seasoned Foundation researchers, it was just another Sunday. When 682 busted through the nearest wall like a psychopathic reptilian Kool-Aid man, while guards engaged in the futile task of trying to subdue it with small arms fire, the senior researchers languidly made their way to the nearest secure panic room and hunkered down. As was standard protocol for SCP-682 escapes, all available mobile task force units would be dispatched, single-mindedly focused on cutting the lizard back down to size. But the problem was, this wasn't just any other Sunday. It was Super Bowl Sunday. And seeing as most mobile task force operatives are incredibly tough and manly, they generally love football and promised they'd definitely come and take down 682 as soon as the game was over. This would be one thing if SCP-682 was content to just terrorize the usual denizens of Site-19 today, but no. It'd been a while since the hard-to-destroy reptile had tasted civilian flesh, and he intended to rectify that toot sweet. In a state of murderous fury, 682 barged through wall after wall with the effort that a normal human might walk through rice paper. Soon enough, it was free from the drab gray walls of the containment site, and feeling the sun on its scales once more. Such a lovely day out, with the distant sound of people laughing and chatting, and children playing happily with their pets. 682 predictably found this disgusting and resolved to destroy them all. And with all those mobile task force operatives swigging beer, eating peanuts, and giggling at amusing celebrity cameos in Super Bowl halftime ads, there would be nobody who would stop 682 from completing its dastardly task. Except, of course, one man, Dr. Michael Morbius. While 682 was escaping, Morbius was sitting on the deck of his private yacht, drinking a martini glass full of 2% milk, because Morbius understands the importance of having healthy bones. He was listening to a fantastic podcast about the curative powers of beef jerky, when high above the SCP Foundation activated the Morb signal, a Batman-esque light shining up in the sky in the shape of a clown. This was bad. Morbius paused his podcast and prepared himself, finishing the last of his milk and washing out the glass so it didn't get smelly. He raised his arm and summoned the Morb Orb, a glowing red ball that seemed to be the source of his powers according to a number of internet memes. He clutched the orb, feeling its power flow through him as he made a small prayer to his guardian deity, the late David Bowie. And with that, he took flight, twin jets of fire blasting out of his shoes like rocket ships. He could only hope that he'd be able to intercept SCP-682 before it was too late. Meanwhile, SCP-682 was indulging in one of his favorite hobbies, just killing lots of people. He'd invaded the American city of San Francisco, New York, which was known for being the biggest population of people within the proximity of Site-19. 682 was truly rampaging. He knocked the ice cream cones out of children's hands, causing them to weep profusely. He literally kicked dogs, and he also murdered a number of adults with his vicious fangs and claws. The local police attempted to stop him, but they were hopelessly outmatched. They attempted to cuff the monster several times, only to find out that by the time they were halfway through trying to read the beast its Miranda rights, it would break free and rampage yet again. All in all, 682 was having a grand old time, and was delighted that nobody was coming to stop its rampage of utter devastation. It seemed almost as though the rampage would never end, until a dark shadow fell over the ravenous reptilian monster. It turned up its head to see a new foe floating above it. Was it a bird? Was it a plane? No, it was Dr. Michael Morbius, of course, wielding his trademark flaming trident of justice.
Another lamb to the slaughter.
682 growled.
Are you ready to meet your end?
Morbius laughed and shook his head.
I don't know who you are, you scaly monster, but for hurting all these innocent people, you're about to get morbed on.
And with that, he threw his flaming trident at the reptile, striking brave and true. But it wasn't enough. 682 had developed incredibly strong reflexes after years of the Foundation's attempts on its life, so Morbius would need to try a lot harder than just using his classic beloved trident to end this fight. Even then, before Morbius had a chance to think up another method of attack, 682 had adapted and switched to the offense. Two great dragon-like leathery wings unfurled on the monster's back, and it took to the air, lunging towards Morbius with fangs borne and claws at the ready. Before Morbius knew it, the creature's jaws were ready to close around his head. Thankfully, at this moment, another one of Morbius's classic superpowers comes into play, his short-range teleportation abilities. In a moment of reflex that would impress 682, Morbius teleported out of the monster's path, remanifesting instantly, floating a few feet away. 682 growled in irritation.
Of course it would never be so easy,
it said.
The Foundation always sends one of its freaks to distract me. You may think you're strong, but really, you're just another puppet.
I've never heard of this Foundation,
Morbius quipped back.
And I'm not your standard hero either. I really blur the line between hero and villain entirely. In fact,
before Morbius could finish explaining what a complex character he was, if you could even use that word, 682 flew after him again. This time, however, Morbius was ready. He lifted up his arms and unleashed another one of his patented attacks, opening up human mouths in the palms of his hands, which unleashed miniature, yet still extremely powerful, air-to-air missiles. The missiles blasted out and struck 682, causing an impressive explosion. But 682 was well versed in explosions. It kept flying after Morbius. He needed to get out of here fast, or he'd become a lizard's lunch. Morbius turned and flew in the opposite direction, the hard-to-destroy reptile hot on his heels. The first step, of course, would be to get away from populated areas to limit collateral damage. No matter what happened, Morbius refused to let this mysterious entity harm more people.
You cannot run forever,
682 growled.
Your wretched life will be brought to a slow and painful end, stranger.
They were passing over the water now, flying at quantum speeds, watching the Pacific Ocean whiz past beneath them. That's when Morbius noticed it and had an epiphany. A volcano, and by the looks of the smoke rising above it, an active one too. Morbius had a plan now, but to execute it, he'd need perfect speed and timing. He stopped in midair as the beast flew towards him, but moments before 682 could make contact, Morbius grabbed it, executing a perfect mid-air suplex, and tossed the roaring beast directly down into the volcano below. For any other monster, this would be the end of it. But for 682, a double, triple, or even quadruple tap was often required to reliably incapacitate it. Morbius's work was not done. He flew down towards the volcano, ready to engage in the next hectic stage of battle.
Bet you're not feeling so cocky now, you nasty reptile,
Morbius yelled. but the reptile in question was too busy flailing around in impossibly hot magma to reply at the time. Such is the way when falling into an active volcano. SCP-682, burnt and charred, but still alive, began to crawl from the top of the volcano, wheezing out smoke and ash. How could such a strange, confusing creature have been such a formidable opponent? No matter. It will destroy this Morbius. It might just take a little longer than expected. Little did the unfortunate reptile know, Morbius was preparing his next weapon, perfect for immobilizing this ornery monster. An 8-ball in a gym sock, forming a kind of dangerous makeshift flail. It was the kind of lethal improvised weapon that would strike fear into even the strongest of enemy combatants. And now SCP-682 would learn to fear its power. As the flame-broiled reptile began to stand, perhaps preparing to adapt to its latest set of injuries, Morbius began relentlessly beating the hard-to-destroy reptile with the 8-ball sock, dazing it with repeated brutal strikes that never seemed to stop. Morbius had learned this technique from years of being involved in vicious bar fights, normally caused by him cheating at darts. "This can stop any time you want," Morbius yelled. "You just need to stop getting back up." Initially, 682 wanted to remain defiant, but even it could not deny that being struck again and again by the 8-ball sock was actually extremely painful. Was it really worth the fight? After performing some quick mental calculations, SCP-682 determined that no, it probably wasn't. Time to throw in the towel.
Okay,
682 said, mostly just annoyed at this point.
I'll stop rampaging. Honestly, you just took all the fun out of it.
682 just sighed and laid on the ground, exhausted, slowly regenerating from its injuries. Morbius smiled, content with his victory. Who knows how many people he'd saved by luring this creature away from a population center. By this point, the Super Bowl was over, and the legions of Mobile Task Force operatives who technically should have done this hours ago finally decided to suit up and take care of business. It didn't take long for black tactical helicopters full of Foundation soldiers to triangulate the location of the volcano, where the end of 682 and Morbius's epic battle had taken place. It wasn't long after that there were copious Foundation boots on the ground. This story, of course, has a happy ending. Mobile Task Force agents successfully recaptured SCP-682 and returned it to its containment cell in Site-19. And in the process of recovery, they mistook Dr. Michael Morbius for the actor Jared Leto and shot him roughly 30 times in the chest with armor-piercing rounds, killing him instantly. Hello and welcome, one and all, to Wonder Vision. No, not that one, although we can understand the confusion. This is no superhero sitcom, though. This is the latest innovation from our dear friend, Dr. Wondertainment. Tell me, have you ever wondered who would win in a fight between, let's say, Superman and Goku? Is that pairing a little too by the numbers? Okay, how about something more like this? Godzilla vs. SCP-5514, aka the Dragon Slayer, a giant mech suit designed by the SCP Foundation for the sole purpose of taking on giant city-destroying creatures like the old king of the monsters himself. Now that's more like it. And scenarios just like that are exactly what we're here for. Friends, we've all spent so much time pondering the what-ifs, but as much as it would be a fun use of our time, we can't all spend our days daydreaming. Luckily though, Dr. Wondertainment has just the thing we need. How does he do it? Introducing his latest and perhaps his most ingenious creation yet, Wonder Vision. Through the miracle of the good doctor's patented and highly secret technology, you can now experience the outcomes of any fictitious situation you can possibly think up, and all from the comfort of your own home. Why waste hours daydreaming? Let Wonder Vision do all the imagining so you don't have to. So are you ready to take it for a spin? Oh, of course. There are so many possibilities, so many scenarios to think up, it can leave you feeling a little bit spoiled for choice, can't it? Tell you what, start with a fight scenario. Those are always good. An old-fashioned one-on-one grudge match. After all, who hasn't wanted to see two things that would never normally face off with each other go toe-to-toe? Here, you input the first fighter, SCP-682, a popular choice. The hard-to-destroy reptile, infamously one of the most fearsome and tenacious anomalies ever encountered by the SCP Foundation. Whoever you're going to be pitting against it definitely has their work cut out for them. Now you could pick another SCP to fight your first candidate, but why not try something different? Really push the boat out.
After all, with Wonder Vision, anything is possible. So come on. Introducing your next contender, Deadpool. Ah, a comic book fan, are we? Well, once again, you've hit on an interesting choice. Also known as Wade Wilson, this Canadian mutant from Marvel Comics is not only a master of martial arts and almost every form of combat, but much like your friend SCP-682, he's got a knack for healing even the worst injuries imaginable. This one is going to be close. It also might take a while.
Oh, hey there! What's this, someone's YouTube video? Better watch my swears.
So let's get started with your matchup. Combatants, take your places. It's time for round 1.
Combatants? Wait a minute, am I on Battle World right now? No, wait, it's Mojo World, right? Okay, maybe some other world obsessed with one-on-one gladiatoria arena fights? Is this the UFC? Also, another question, what the hell is that big angry-looking lizard?
Here we go. Wonder Vision is now generating every possible outcome. Let's take a look at this scenario. Now, we all know that SCP-682 has always been a formidable foe, and one of its attributes that makes it so fearsome is its size. The hard-to-destroy Reptile is an unambiguous monster, a large quadrupedal creature spouting 2 pairs of legs, a tail, and a vaguely crocodilian head, its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. But as the old adage goes, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. And nobody knows better about using an opponent's size to his advantage than the merc with the mouth.
You can say that again, Mr. Narrator Guy. Hey, do I really have to fight this killer croc over here? Oh, sorry, wrong universe.
On top of that, good old Deadpool is one of the most highly skilled swordsmen in the entire Marvel universe, rivaled only by the likes of Wolverine, Taskmaster, and Blade. It's a pretty well-known fact that those dual katanas of his aren't just for show.
Call it overcompensating, I dare you.
His training and tactics already put our underdog Wade W. Wilson at a little bit of an advantage. But let's not forget SCP-682 is no slouch either. The Reptile is known to be pretty fast when it needs to be, fueled by its own sheer hatred for all other forms of life. That's its motivation, the sole driving force behind the creature. It thinks of anything else as an abomination. Whether it be a person or a plant, even other anomalies, every living thing other than itself are unforgivable, unnatural, and disgusting to SCP-682, and it will stop at nothing to kill anything it sees. Of course, that is a little tricky, when the only person nearby is a mutant with a similar penchant for bodily regeneration, as well as a notoriously big mouth. As fast as the hard-to-destroy Reptile can be, it is hindered. Its own slightly larger size can make the creature cumbersome. It isn't by much, but it's just enough for our old pal Deadpool to get to work doing what he does best, unsheathing his pair of pristine swords. Wade flies into battle as gung-ho as ever. He lands the first blow, lodging one of his blades in SCP-682's reptilian musculature. The Reptile lets out a furious roar, one that would strike fear into anybody else. But Deadpool? Well, he's not exactly the fearful type, more the too insane to back down type. Now, the hard-to-destroy Reptile's hide is pretty thick, usually providing it with enough protective layers to defend the creature against more conventional forms of attack. Guns, bombs, knives, or in this case, swords. But the adaptability and resistance of SCP-682 is only matched by Deadpool's resourcefulness, also his reckless and wildly unpredictable nature. But speaking of resourceful, his swords, sometimes known as Bay and Arthur, aren't forged from any ordinary metal. Wily old Wade Wilson has been known to wield katanas made out of carbonadium, a metal that can not only deflect powerful incoming attacks, but the element itself is also able to disrupt the healing factor of certain mutants, like Wolverine. The sharpened carbonadium slices through the scaly leather hide of SCP-682, much to the Reptile's disgust and annoyance. It moves to retaliate, swiping at the mutant mercenary with its claws, each as sharp as the blades of Deadpool's weapons. His natural reflexes kick in, slightly enhanced by the process that triggered his mutation and his rigorous special ops training. Deadpool blocks the oncoming attack by crossing both swords above his head, but the force behind SCP-682's blow staggers him. You see, he might be slightly faster than the life-hating lizard thanks to his smaller size, but Deadpool simply doesn't possess the same muscle mass and bodily strength as a gigantic monster. But he can still hold his own.
Hey, watch the cheeky double entendre there, Mr. Narrator. God, this gecko's jacked.
Deploying a spin maneuver, guiding the heavy limb of SCP-682 over his head, Deadpool uses his katanas like a pair of giant carbonadium scissors, a move that would make Abel proud. He cleaves off one of the monster's arms, slicing through the thick hide into muscle and bone beneath, causing the creature to lose its footing, tumbling forward over itself. Using the beast's fall to his advantage, Deadpool leaps onto SCP-682's back. Raising his two swords, he plunges the blades into the crocodilian head of the monster, each one stabbing directly through its skull. Sprays of blood, brains, and viscera spew from the wound. Not that you can tell from the state of Deadpool's suit. That's why he wears red after all.
You joke, but do you have any idea how hard this is going to be to wash out? I'm talking Tide Pen, seltzer water, and lemon. I swear, if any of these stains set in.
Unfortunately, Deadpool does have a penchant for getting distracted, partly fighting back out of aggression and possibly partly due to finding the motor-mouthed mutant to be a bit of a nuisance. SCP-682 quickly rolls over onto its back. Startled by the sudden movement, Deadpool loses his balance and falls to the ground, quickly followed by the weight of a giant, hard-to-destroy reptile. Like we said, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Pinned under the beast, Wade reaches for B, trying to use the sword as a makeshift crutch to pull himself free.
Hey, I'm down, but not out. Let me in, coach. I'll bite his scaly ankles off.
Back on his 2 feet, and finding himself facing an enemy back on 4, Deadpool opts for a more scorched earth approach. It's time for Scenario 2. Few people know this about our dear friend Mr. Wilson, but he actually has more than a few tricks up his blood-stained sleeves, or rather in his magic satchel. Yes, you heard that right. The equipment bag Deadpool is normally seen wearing has its own extra-normal properties to it. The satchel itself contains a near-infinite pocket dimension, along with the ability to create anything that the user needs. Extra ammo, replacement swords, and an endless supply of stuffed unicorns.
Hey, how'd you know about those?
You name it, and Deadpool can produce it from his bag in a matter of seconds. Again, we really need to get this guy and Abel to hang out sometime, don't we? Say what you will about the speed and ferocity of one of the Foundation's most notorious anomalies, but no reptile has an abundance of extra hardware in its pocket.
You know, that's not a bad idea. I mean, I'm not just doing this because you said I would, or who knows, maybe I am. Hey, Croc, I hope you like pineapple!
With that, Deadpool unleashed a volley of grenades, all pulled from the extra-dimensional satchel and launched straight at SCP-682. The ensuing explosions are deafening, engulfing the hard-to-destroy reptile and the area around it in flames and debris.
Luckily, the writers let me have my bag with me. I honestly don't think I'd stand a fighting chance without it.
Unfortunately, as we mentioned earlier, SCP-682 is pretty thick-skinned, able to resist a lot of the explosive punishment Deadpool is dealing out. Conventional weapons, even combustible materials and ordnance, do little to cause the creature any lasting harm, and mainly serve to anger the reptile even further.
Oh, come on, man! What about if I use this?
Pulling a bazooka from his magical satchel, Deadpool launches the most destructive, expensive, and excessive explosive he can think of. A diamond-tipped, high-velocity, heat-seeking warhead. The missile lets loose, piercing the outer layer of SCP-682's scales and lodging itself deep in its side as the creature turns to deflect the full force of the oncoming ordnance. The reptile roars in pain and aggression to feel the super-dense tip of the projectile burrowing into it, through its thick, defensive exterior and into its flesh. You might want to cover your ears for what follows.
Hey, stop addressing the audience, that's my bit! Wait, what was that about covering our ears?
With an almighty boom, the warhead detonates, spewing flame and chunks of charred SCP-682 in every conceivable direction. Smoke fills the space around them as the monstrous creature hisses in contempt, thrashing in pain. Suddenly, a large-scale covered tail whips out of the smoke. Still suffering from a nasty bout of military-grade tinnitus from the blast, Deadpool looks up only too late as a powerful appendage swipes at him, sending the merc with the mouth reeling. SCP-682 is far from dead. As the fumes from the detonation clear, its smoldering wound is already starting to heal. But that gives Deadpool an idea. Reaching into his magic satchel, Wade fishes out another grenade. The moment his gloved hand grabs it, another roar fills the area. The hard-to-destroy reptile begins barreling towards the regenerating mutant in red, bearing its wide maw of sharp teeth.
Well, this is a terrible idea.
Pulling out a fresh grenade, Deadpool charges directly towards the oncoming reptile.
wrenching the pin from the handheld explosive and flicking free the safety handle. He leaps up into the air, aiming to achieve a balletic flip over the head of the angry monster. With its tenacious and loudmouth prey in mid-air above it, SCP-682 lifts its jaws upwards, just as Deadpool turns around to drop the primed grenade into the hard-to-destroy reptile's mouth. This goes about as well as you'd expect. Deadpool is caught right between the large crocodilian jaws of SCP-682. The monstrous anomaly plucks the acrobatic assassin out of the air with ease, but in his hand, he's still got the grenade, and its timer is rapidly ticking down. Another in a series of huge, deafening explosions rips through the head of SCP-682 before the reptile has a chance to swallow Deadpool and his grenade. Thanks in equal parts to the sharp teeth tearing him apart, as well as the blast of his own grenade, there's not much remaining of Deadpool that's still alive.
Nope, I'm fine, really. Just give me a few hours to grow back my, entire body. Actually, could someone come and pick my head up? No? That's okay, I'll just roll, I guess.
Well, technically, Deadpool is still alive thanks to his mutation. Much like his opponent, SCP-682 here, his regenerative healing is so effective, he can continue to function even when the rest of his body, skeleton, nervous system, internal organs, is completely obliterated. Then again, just blowing off the hard-to-destroy reptile's head is only enough to temporarily slow it down. This is the same creature that survived being cut in half by a laser and having its neck snapped repeatedly over 10 hours by SCP-173. So while these two are gradually reconstituting themselves, again, why don't we just chalk this one up to a tie?
A tie? Come on, man. Hey, I'm still, wait for it, ahead of the competition. Anyone?
Rough crowd. Let's just jump ahead a few hours and give these two a chance to heal up. Now, by this point, our old pal Deadpool has used most of his go-to options for a fight, and they're not exactly proving to be all too effective against SCP-682.
Hey, I'm doing my best here.
The hard-to-destroy reptile, on the other hand, is still fresh for a fight, as extensively healing itself rarely tires the creature out. Combine that with the rage that just won't be quelled, and a opponent who isn't just another form of life, but another living being who also can't be killed without regenerating, and all that adds up to one very angry lizard, and not a lot of other options for Deadpool. Other options, huh?
Okay, I can think of a few.
With that, Deadpool vanishes. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, he's gone. It's not unprecedented for him, after all he does possess a particular piece of technology that allows him to do this. Deadpool has been known to sometimes wear a teleportation bracelet, a device created by his friend and go-to for gadgets, Weasel. As to exactly where he's gone to, that's anyone's guess. It's a bold strategy, just trying to outrun SCP-682 instead of facing it, but admittedly a little expected from,
ta-da! Okay, I'm back, and I brought new toys.
In an astounding and completely baffling move, Deadpool teleports right back to where he was just standing, brandishing a golden glove with 6 shining gemstones encrusted in it, the Infinity Gauntlet. Plot armor, much? SCP-682 seems to know what this artifact is, or is at least wary of it, and keeps its distance.
Bet you weren't expecting this. Later, Gator.
Acting with a reckless abandon typical of nobody other than him, Wade snaps his fingers. Historically, only beings of immense power are able to wield the Infinity Gauntlet and survive. The cosmically powerful metal glove is designed to combine the effects of the 6 Infinity Gems, each one governing a different aspects of existence, namely time, space, reality, power, the mind, and the soul. As Deadpool's fingers click, SCP-682 is wiped from existence, turning into nothing more than a pile of dust floating through the air. Unfortunately for Wade wielding it, the gauntlet's cosmic energy is so uncontainable that it is channeled back at him, almost obliterating him entirely.
Worth it though! Let's see Brolin top that!
To make matters worse, SCP-682 isn't down for long. While Deadpool's own healing factor is struggling to restore him, the hard-to-destroy reptile is rapidly reconstituting itself, knitting its physical form back into existence on a cellular level, fueled by sheer hatred and willpower. Rummaging through the small collection of objects he brought back with him when he returned, Deadpool slips on a metal helmet onto his head. This is no ordinary helmet, though. It's Cerberus, a powerful device used by Professor Charles Xavier, a powerful psychic that uses the helmet to amplify his powers
and find fellow mutants. Although what Wade had planned for it is anyone's guess.
Oh, well, I'm glad you asked. I'm technically brain dead, so I figured I could use this doohickey to connect my mind to the big nasty lizard over there. Then I can project my own brain death into him and finally put an end to this wild ride.
While it is indeed an interesting plan, there are unfortunately some pitfalls of Deadpool's latest tactic. One being that only incredibly powerful psychics like Professor X, Jean Grey, or Emma Frost can even attempt to connect their mind to Cerebro. The other snare in the plan is, that's not how Cerebro works at all. It's for tracking mutants, not projecting someone's consciousness into the mind of another.
Oh, come on. I've been fighting this lizard with you semi-sarcastically chastising me all afternoon. Cut me a break here. All I have left is this little whatchamacallit that I stole from that stretchy Poindexter.
With SCP-682 once again bearing down on him, Deadpool aimlessly fires the weapon. Unbeknownst to him, the device he's currently holding is the Ultimate Nullifier, the most devastating weapon in the entire universe. The blast from the Nullifier envelops SCP-682, completely and utterly eliminating it, violating the very law of conservation of mass.
Hey, what do you know? It worked! Say, can I go now? Wow, this thing is getting hot. Ooh, look, a penny!
One downside of using the Ultimate Nullifier is that it can often backfire, completely destroying the person wielding it too, especially if their mind isn't strong enough, or if they lose focus. And well, sadly, Deadpool has a knack for getting distracted. While the Nullifier continues to obliterate both its target, SCP-682, and its wielder, Deadpool, its power destroys the entire universe from beginning to end. This power continues until it is the only thing left in existence, only to then collapse back in on itself. The Ultimate Nullifier ends up paradoxically nullifying its own effect, ultimately then recreating the entire universe in the blink of an eye, including Deadpool and SCP-682. So, we guess that's another tie.
Oh, come on!
SCP-682. Does it even require an introduction? The SCP Foundation thinks this cantankerous reptile needs a serious attitude adjustment, by which we mean they really want to kill it. But as you might have seen in our previous videos on the subject, they don't call this monstrosity the hard-to-destroy reptile for nothing. That's why we've done what the Foundation isn't allowed to. We outsourced the dirty job of squashing this lizard to all of you. We made a community post asking for your ideas on how this scaly abomination can finally be destroyed, and you delivered big time. A truly staggering amount with over 6,000 comments. Now let's see if we can finally get our answer, because believe us, the Foundation is desperate at this point. I don't know what to write for a name said, the most effective way that Dr. Bright approves of, Chainsaw Cannon. As awesome as a chainsaw cannon would probably be to use, it sadly wouldn't be very effective against SCP-682. Chainsaws are blades, and we know from the Termination test logs that blades have been ineffective. Even when SCP-682 is chopped up into tiny little pieces, those pieces have a nasty habit of reforming into the big, ugly monster we all know and fear. Awesome Cardinal said, the SCP Foundation could try to bring it to the void in Russia where the pattern screamers are. This was a popular idea, and the Foundation actually tried this. The SCP being referred to here is SCP-3930, a big old pile of nothing in Russia that causes things inside it to stop existing. When they threw SCP-682 inside, it technically did stop existing. Despite this, it could still be perceived, and still cause the deaths of all surrounding researchers. 15 hours later, it just reappeared in its containment chamber, apparently totally fine. You can probably see why the Foundation is frustrated by this thing. Score Crow and friends said, "Black hole. Need I say more?" You may need to say a little more. For starters, there would be logistical issues in actually getting the creature anywhere near a black hole. But there's also the concern that it may just adapt its body to respond to the intense gravity present near a black hole. Or even scarier, somehow adapt to reproduce the powers of a black hole. It probably wouldn't be worth the risk of ending up with a reptile capable of creating gamma-ray bursts. Stellar Solar Sky said, "Put the reptile inside nuclear fusion and watch its particles disappear." The Foundation tried something pretty close to this, by trying to put it inside SCP-536.
a chamber where they can use dials to control the physical contents within. They increased the speed of light and nuclear force within the chamber, which caused SCP-682 to disintegrate until all that was left was a piece of matter 1% of its original size. However, the creature then reformed and killed the researchers. Later tests showed that its body had become an unknown form of matter, held together by quantum effects impossible to unravel with our current understanding of science. Brea Fun said, "So you know that coffee machine thing that is $2.94? Type in 682 killing substance and then repeat that until you have enough to fill its entire room, then fill it." They did actually try this, and the resulting substance was effective in damaging SCP-682's tissue. However, the one problem is that it's extremely difficult to produce enough of this stuff to actually submerge the creature. Worse still, if enough was made to cause significant damage to the body of SCP-682, it may adapt to the chemical as a defense mechanism, making it ineffective as a weapon. Its adaptive ability is truly SCP-682's greatest asset when it comes to thwarting the Foundation's constant attempts to kill it. Alex Webb said, "Ask it kindly to die. We don't believe that the Foundation has actually ever tried this one, but just based on the fact that SCP-682 is a huge jerk on top of being an omnicidal monster, he probably wouldn't respond to polite requests." iFlashboy said, "I wonder if Doomslayer could defeat the Reptile. He's torn through every demon in hell and even titans. So would 682 be a challenger or just another Tuesday for the Slayer?" That's a slightly trickier one. Of course, since they exist in different universes, we'll never see an official battle between the Doomslayer and SCP-682. However, given that the Doomslayer's weapons are all conventional, meaning largely based around slashing, crushing, shooting, and blasting, we don't know whether he'd actually be able to slay the beast. That being said, we don't know if 682 could kill him either. We could have a stalemate on our hands here. Amanda Brenneman said, "I asked my sister, who's never heard of SCPs, this question, and her answer was, 'You hit it again.' Amanda, your sister may be the one to finally stop this creature. Getting the two of them in the same room may be the biggest logistical problem here." Samuel Pasquale said, "Throwing him down SCP-087 so he suffers and is contained once and for all in the improbable case he is still alive." SCP-087. The Endless Staircase can be a dangerous anomaly for humans who don't know what they're getting into. However, SCP-682 would likely detect the threat far earlier than any human, and then breach containment. It's definitely gotten out of stickier situations. Yashashiri Chara said, "Send him to Endless IKEA where he will be trapped forever." Much like SCP-087, the Endless IKEA wouldn't pose the same threat to SCP-682 as it would for the average human trapped inside. The staff would be no trouble for 682, and it would be able to devote pretty much all of its time in there to finding a way out. And when he did finally break out, he'd probably be armed with the terrifying knowledge of how to correctly assemble a Svendendruk. We shudder at the thought. Jack Loss said, "Oxygen Destroyer. Used to deal with another big lizard issue back in 1954. Sadly, this would also likely be an ineffective weapon against SCP-682. Because the creature thrives in anaerobic environments, seeing as its native atmosphere seems to have no oxygen, and according to Foundation tests, it can survive just fine in a vacuum. Whether SCP-682 could take Godzilla in a fight is still up for debate, and you can argue about which lizard would reign supreme in the comments. Ace Goodwin said, "Just don't kill him. Let him live, bro. He hasn't done anything wrong yet. Let him vibe in his chamber." Wait a second, did SCP-682 write this? Moving on. A lot of you said throw him into the sun. While the sun is a gigantic nuclear furnace where hydrogen is built into helium at a temperature of millions of degrees, there is the issue of not only being beyond difficult to incapacitate the creature for long enough to get into the rocket, but also the problem of the sun being 93 million miles away from Earth. It's a long trip there no matter what, and during that time SCP-682 would almost definitely figure out a way to return to Earth. It might even rewire the rocket and turn it into its own personal vehicle, giving it the freedom to cause chaos around the solar system. And even if everything else went well, SCP-682 would still probably survive being thrown into the sun. After all, the Gate Guardian's flaming sword is described as being hotter than the sun, and it didn't manage to kill the hard-to-destroy reptile. Pokemon Red Boy said, "Send him to Mars and launch a nuke that can destroy a planet along with the SCP." While a nuke capable of destroying the planet of Mars would also likely destroy SCP-682 in the process, The destruction of Mars itself would likely cause such a catastrophic shift in our neck of the solar system that we'd probably die along with it. The question at that point is whether it's really worth killing ourselves to take down the lizard. Artemis said, "Let it live with 999 its entire life and it's not a threat." This is a double-edged sword. During their cross-test, SCP-999 did pacify SCP-682 and put it in a state of bliss and laughter for a brief period. However, this actually resulted in a pretty catastrophic tragedy too. 682 adapted to 999's effects and released a beam of laughter that incapacitated everyone around it, allowing it to escape and go on a killing spree. So maybe the two are better kept apart. Dr. Was Up said, "I'd give 682 a jar of pickles to open, and the jar would be so tight that SCP-682 couldn't open it, and he would be so embarrassed by it that he would just destroy himself." You may actually be onto something here. We know we'd be extremely embarrassed if we couldn't open the jar, but there are three major problems. 1. Where does one get such a jar? Can SCP-343 make a jar of pickles so difficult to open that he himself can't open it? 2. We don't know if SCP-682 likes pickles enough to make opening the jar an attractive prospect. And 3. If it does turn out that it likes pickles, it would probably just eat the jar too. Shuvo Bhattacharjee said, "To deal with him in my opinion, send SCP-682 into SCP-3001, aka the Red Reality. That's my theory. This could potentially be an effective method of trapping SCP-682 for a period of time. However, the problem is that there's no reliable way to access the Red Reality. The only person who's ever really been inside is Robert Scranton, and he ended up there completely by accident. So this doesn't seem to be a reliable neutralization method for SCP-682. Adding to that, the panel that Dr. Scranton was transported to the Red Reality with eventually came back, which means it might only be a temporary solution anyway. Mistake to Society Yay said, "Can someone ride SCP-682 without them dying?" This isn't technically about neutralizing SCP-682, but it deserves an answer. While it appears that some people are able to ride 682, such as SCP-053 the Little Girl, and 05-6 aka the American in the Ouroboros cycle, he doesn't seem to enjoy it. At least he didn't when SCP-082, better known as Fernand the Cannibal, attempted it. Of course, Fernand describes their relationship quite differently, insisting that 682 is his Bayard, his magical steed. Laura Garcia said, "Chop it up. Put the pieces in a giant bowl with egg beaters, stirring it constantly so it can't reanimate. Keep it kinetically moving so it doesn't ever have the rest time to reform. Giant egg beating machine to prevent reformation. Killing it would take a Rigel sunblast to stop it from reanimating itself." This has got to be one of the most creative ones we've encountered. Even Dr. Bry probably wouldn't think to use giant whisks on the beast. However, it probably wouldn't kill the ordinary creature for good. As we've said before, not only has the beast regenerated from things as hot as the sun, he's also able to re-manifest from the tiniest atoms, or even nothing at all. On the plus side, he may reanimate with a new super whisking ability, and could potentially give SCP-5031 a run for best cook and containment. Sheikh Ben Yakar said, "I think they need to explode him from the inside because maybe there's one spot in his body that isn't invincible, and if they hurt it, SCP-682 will die." The problem with SCP-682 isn't necessarily that it's invincible, just hyper-adaptive and hyper-regenerative. As you may have seen in other videos, SCP-682 has been shot, dismembered, burned, frozen, vaporized, blown up, partially eaten, and even totally disintegrated. But it always manages to come back, even from the smallest specks of matter. It would almost be admirable if it wasn't a perpetually aggressive murder monster. Brybot said, "Put it in 106's pocket dimension." This actually happened once during a containment breach, where the old man as well as SCP-953, the polymorphic humanoid, ended up in 682's cell. SCP-106 dragged them all into its pocket dimension for a bit of the odd ultra-violence, and when they emerged, it was clear that they'd all taken considerable damage. SCP-682 wasn't killed though, and 106 hasn't tried anything like that again since. Non-player Cactus said, "Trick him into killing John Wick's dog." To be fair, if anyone could take this monster down, it'd probably be John Wick, though SCP-682 might be too smart to actually kill his dog in the first place.
And if he did manage to best John Wick, well, we hate to think what a 682 with the martial prowess and gun skills of John Wick would be like. Actually, no, we don't hate to think about it because it would be awesome.
Hello everyone. If you're a fan of SCP Explained, you'll know that we regularly post interesting questions in our community tab, asking for responses from you, our dear fans. These have ranged from questions about specific anomalies like SCP-096, or your suggestions on how we should actually kill SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile. We've even asked you which anomalous powers you'd want to have and posed your questions directly to SCP-343, also known as God, and of course, the terrifying and infamous Scarlet King. But in our latest community question, asking you about hypothetical crossovers between the SCP Foundation and the weird, wild multiverse of all fiction, you truly outdid yourself, with thousands upon thousands of responses. And we thought rather than just making one video selecting our favorites, we'd turn each of our favorites into whole videos. And how are we going to do that? That's where this wonderful state-of-the-art gizmo comes into play. You may remember the Anomatron 6000, our incredibly advanced artificial intelligence-driven supercomputer designed specifically to run simulations for the SCP Foundation. We fed this computer data from countless SCP Foundation experiments and cross-tests, and all the data from your suggestions. This will allow the fine folks at the SCP Foundation to explore any anomalous hypothetical without risking the lives of staff members or civilians. This brings us to our first simulation, suggested in a huge number of comments. Could SCP-682 be contained within the Backrooms? For those not in the know, the Backrooms is an internet urban legend that spiraled into a full-blown phenomenon. It's built on the premise that if you're not careful and enter certain specific circumstances, you can no-clip out of our reality and enter a terrifying multi-level alternate reality, where you're stalked by a variety of bizarre and frightening creatures. This could be a complete nightmare for your average person, but how would it play out if SCP-682, the endlessly angry, hard-to-destroy reptile, found its way inside? Also, for another Backrooms-related surprise, stick around until the end of the video. In the meantime though, let's boot up the Anomatron and test this new scenario. The worst had happened again. SCP-682 had busted out of containment during a cross-test and started making a beeline for the nearest populated area. Several helicopters containing heavily armed MTF Nu 7 Hammerdown members were in hot pursuit, attempting to slow the vicious reptile down with targeted sniper fire at its legs. But it seems that these efforts were all for naught. SCP-682 had already reached the defunct industrial district on the edge of a nearby city, and if the beast managed to actually reach a populated area, all hell would break loose. That's when they pulled out the heavy weaponry. Miniguns mounted to the helicopters unleashed a rain of hellfire down onto SCP-682. However, 682 managed to dodge most of the bullets and simply tank the rest. Command authorized the use of heavy ordnance, the helicopter's missile launchers. They'd pick up the pieces afterwards, once SCP-682 was back in containment. However, the reptile had plans of its own. It charged into a nearby abandoned chemical plant to avoid the gunfire from above. This was exactly what Hammerdown wanted. The helicopters circled around the chemical plant and unleashed a barrage of powerful incendiary missiles, blowing the plant to Kingdom Come, in hopes of dragging an incapacitated 682 out of the rubble afterwards. But when the smoke had cleared and only the rubble was left, 682 was nowhere to be seen. Even for the hardcore operatives of Hammerdown, this caused an anxiety spike. Had it tunneled into the ground? Had it adapted to the attack by turning invisible or getting tiny to escape? It'd done all these things before, or after all the deranged attempts at putting SCP-682 in the ground, had some light firebombing killed the monster? Whatever the case, they need to search, in case SCP-682 popped up somewhere else and started causing havoc. If it was still alive, which it probably was, they couldn't rest on their laurels until they'd found it again. Meanwhile, SCP-682 woke up. It felt groggy and irritated, its body resting against an unpleasant, soggy carpet. It licked the carpet. The moisture had the distinct flavor of human spinal fluid, which 682 had tasted many times before. The sickly yellow walls and incessant buzzing from the fluorescent lights up above were nauseating, and it gave 682 a nagging headache.
This only made 682's default emotion, blistering rage and hatred, even worse. It began walking around exploring this strange, spatial, anomalous environment. Was this more of that frustrating Foundation trickery? Another one of those puerile cross tests? The last thing 682 remembered was running at one of the walls in the chemical plant, a wall that, in hindsight, seemed darker than all the others. But rather than shattering through the brickwork, it was here now, in this strange, tacky lobby that never seemed to end. It was like a kaleidoscope of empty 1990s office kitsch. Endless, worthless yellow walls arranged like some labyrinthian, nonsensical maze leading nowhere and devoid of all life as SCP-682 wandered through it. And of course, SCP-682 found it disgusting. It was only on level 0, and already 682 hated the Backrooms just as much as it hated our dimension. Someone or something had to pay for the crime of inconveniencing it this way, and it would happily turn this whole dimension inside out just to find some beings to kill inside it. Yes, that would be great fun. SCP-682 began its frantic search for an exit, evolving an innate sonar ability and picking up speeds that would be impossible for human beings. This is the part where most people would go mad or die from hunger or thirst. SCP-682, not so much. It could keep searching and searching and searching until the stars burned out in the sky. It would find its prey, somehow, and when it did, it would put them through hell. And as it turned out, this new universe rewarded 682's dog's stubbornness, because when it passed through a seemingly random hallway after hours of searching, it was in a different place entirely. This place looked like some huge abandoned warehouse complex with water shining off the ground. If 682 had more advanced knowledge of the Backrooms, it would have known this was level 1. But the only number SCP-682 cared about was body count, and in that regard it would find level 1 to be a vast improvement. Two groups of humans had established bases in this level of the Backrooms. The Major Explorer Group, a faction of professional Backrooms travelers who maintained their base alpha on this level, and the Backrooms Non-Aligned Trade Group, a commercial group whose primary base is an economic hub on this very level, a fortified city-like area with a population of 412, which would, a few hours after 682's appearance, be a population of 0. But before all of that, it felt like grabbing a bite at the diner. Tom's Diner is a refuge for many people trapped in the Backrooms, a casual eatery nestled into the cold warehouse environment of level 1, where people could get a warm meal from Tom, a former cook who's been trapped in the backroom for years. SCP-682 was eager to be part of this grand tradition, but the hard-to-destroy Reptile decided to buck the trend a little by just devouring Tom himself. From there, it decided to launch its rage-fueled offensive against the various humanoid inhabitants of the level. Both the Major Explorer Group Base Alpha and the Backrooms Non-Aligned Trade Group Trade Keep were heavily fortified against the kind of entities these folks had gotten used to facing in the Backrooms, but they were completely unprepared for a creature of SCP-682's sheer power, intelligence, endurance, and ferocity. The SCP Foundation had been studying the creature for decades, with far more resources than either of these two Backrooms-bound groups, and they still had a hard time keeping the beast consistently contained. Sadly for the great bastion of human hope in the Backrooms, SCP-682 swept through both outposts in a matter of hours, killing everyone there without an ounce of remorse. The only person there it took its time with was the final human being left in the decimated remains of the Major Explorers Group Base Alpha. It grabbed the man by the throat and squeezed, asking with its guttural, growling voice,
Were you and your dead brethren allied with the SCP Foundation?
Despite his fear, the Explorer told 682 that he had never heard of the SCP Foundation, nor did he know what kind of entity 682 was.
Then what is this place? Tell me, and I might give you a quick death.
The Explorer gave as good a response as he could. 682 was trapped in the Backrooms, a multi-leveled interdimensional nightmare filled with dangerous creatures. That made 682 curious. Dangerous creatures? That could make an interesting challenge. 682 asked the Explorer how it could access these other levels and find these creatures, and the Explorer explained that through exploring these levels enough, anyone could no-clip into the next one. It really was that simple. With that, 682 knew all it needed to know and carelessly murdered the final human being of level 1.
It had killed so many humans over its long and twisted life. It was no different from breathing air now, an utterly perfunctory action. It was eager to discover these other creatures on the lower levels and teach them a new level of fear they'd never experienced. 682 stormed the halls until it achieved the next successful no-clip into Level 2, which manifested as a series of old, dilapidated maintenance tunnels that seemed to stretch on for millions of miles. Wonderful. There were humans here too, apparently, but who cared about them? This was the first level to feature a smorgasbord of entities ripe for the killing. It sped through the tunnels, teeth and fangs born, eager to deal death with gleeful abandon. The first entities it encountered in the expansive tunnels of Level 2 were a collection of beings known as crawlers, insect-like creatures infected with an extremely aggressive fungal growth. Just getting close to them could present an active risk to humans, not so much for a creature that could easily regenerate after being tossed into the sun. As the creatures tried to lunge, SCP-682 simply crushed and devoured them with little effort. They tasted a little stale on account of the fungus, but the chewiness was pleasing. Hopefully there would be more challenging foes down in the tunnel than these mere insects, SCP-682 thought to itself, while journeying deeper into the endless network of tunnels. Soon enough, SCP-682 ventured into a section of the tunnel engulfed in total darkness. Its eyes quickly adjusted, developing immaculate night vision. That's when it spotted another creature sharing this little slice of darkness with it. A pair of floating, glowing eyes and almost cartoonish teeth, grinning like some maniacal Looney Tune. This is an entity known as a Smiler, and they're a terrifying threat to any humans venturing through the Backrooms. SCP-682 wasn't impressed. It began a perfect adaptation for the situation. Its body began to glow, emitting incredible levels of both heat and light, carving through the darkness of the tunnel and causing the Smiler to emit a terrible, piercing shriek. The sheer heat of this new ability melted sections of the Level 2 tunnels around SCP-682. When the light finally dimmed down to slightly more reasonable levels, where the Smiler once stood was instead a fizzling black scorch mark. Another creature had painfully bitten the dust, and SCP-682 was starting to have some fun. It took off further down into the tunnels, looking forward to finding its next victim. Sadly for SCP-682, it wouldn't get to kill the next set of victims. A group of 4 child facelings, spooky, faceless little girls who like to cut apart their typical human victims with small objects, were waiting a little further down the pipe. However, when they felt SCP-682 approaching, they almost sensed the power and cruelty of the beast coming towards them. Even being little monsters themselves, game recognized game, and they knew that they needed to get the hell out of there before the monster arrived. They climbed between the pipes on the tunnel walls and skittered off into hiding places deep in the dark. Lucky for them, SCP-682 passed them and just kept going. What would be the point in wasting time on these little morsels when there were apparently so many other creatures to massacre down here? Next, SCP-682 came across a truly pathetic creature, something that the mighty Reptile honestly felt a little embarrassed even interacting with. It was a creature known as a clump, a strange bundle of living limbs that will move at great speeds and attack its usually human targets. It tried to do the same to SCP-682, maniacally flailing its many twisted limbs. 682 killed it in a single stomp and moved on, feeling its own psychological equivalent of pity, but not that much of it. Not long after mercy killing the clump, SCP-682 came face to face with a series of hounds, mutant humanoids who travel on all fours, behaving in a wolf-like fashion. This would, of course, be the stuff of nightmares for your average human being, but would far more likely put a being like the hard-to-destroy Reptile to sleep with sheer boredom.
Humans acting like dogs, that makes them even more worthless,
the creature thought, as it charged forwards and began tearing the group of hounds to shreds. Minutes later, it was splitting off into an adjoining tunnel, searching for more easy entertainment. But the deeper SCP-682 made its way into the bowels of Level 2, the more it approached a truly horrifying realization. The creatures it was slaughtering here were even more boring than the ones the SCP Foundation ceaselessly threw at it back on its native reality, or at least the reality where they'd contained it.
Back in that world, it had faced giant flaming demigods with swords hotter than the sun. It had faced some pale, shrieking monstrosity that didn't seem to die no matter what the reptile threw at it. There was the dark, gooey old man, the immortal warrior from the Black Coffin, and even the all-devouring bunny rabbit. Here it was killing the same wretched selection of beasts again and again. A truly pitiful offering. Was this really the best this world had to offer? Incidentally, the next creature it found was literally known as wretches by the human inhabitants of the Backrooms. They were fleshy, zombie-like creatures that SCP-682 figured the Sarkists back home might enjoy. It couldn't believe that it was thinking fondly of that old place, while it carved the monsters to ribbons with its claws. It missed its old enemies like Dr. Bright, Dr. Clef, and even that irritating yellow blob of snot. The more it tried to take its mind off the old world by killing its way through this ant farm of endless tunnels, the more it found itself waxing nostalgic. For example, there were the plague goblins, impish little creatures with masks like that of a plague doctor. 682 found itself thinking almost fondly about SCP-049, while it listlessly ate the tiny, mischievous creatures, like a depressed person binging an extra-large pack of chips. Even their tiny squeaks as they crunched between the reptile's terrible teeth gave it no joy. What a bleak turn of events this had all turned out to be. As it wandered through the infinite tunnels, killing creatures and even humans as it found them, SCP-682 made a quiet promise to itself. Somehow, some way, it would make its way back to the universe it so recently departed. It would leave the Backrooms, no matter how many levels, a quiet, burning husk, and return to the world of fools and fiends it had taken for granted all this time. A visit to the Backrooms had taught the hard-to-destroy reptile an all-too-human lesson. Sometimes you don't know what you have until it's gone. Sure, the SCP Foundation may have tried to kill it in a new, bizarre, and increasingly sadistic way every single day, but that variety was the spice of life. It would return home someday, it knew that much, but of course, a lot of creatures and people would need to die before then. But if that's what it took, well, so be it. SCP-682 licked its dagger-like fangs and kept crawling. If you want more of our take on the bizarre liminal hell that is the Backrooms, go check out our new channel, The Backrooms Explained, for more Backrooms content in our signature style. Now go check out SCP-682 Ways SCP Foundation Try to Kill Hard-to-Destroy Reptile, and SCP-682 vs. SCP Foundation Hard-to-Destroy Reptile Termination Attempts for more of everyone's favorite ordinary reptile.